会着重要注意哪些部分呢？
首先先把对线做好吧，然后团战方面就把自己那个英雄该做的事情做好。
好，那我们赛场见。
Okay, hello everyone, how's it going? Different setup today. Got set up. Hello, by the way. I'll put this on. I'm down in the I'm down in the basement as well.
Hello.
We're all here.
Working okay?
I think so. I think I've got YouTube working. I'm up at before 8 in the morning, which is already a bad news for me. I gotta go I gotta add everyone in my Discord server, and we'll figure it out, chat. We'll figure it out and see what happens. Give me like 1 second to figure stuff out, and then we'll start talking about the games stuff. I got a coffee. I got the clean feed in front of me. It'll be fine, right? As long as their gameplay, we got to stream. We got to stream.
Right, let me know if you need me. Look after them, chat. And
yeah. Okay, how's everyone doing themselves? So yeah, traveled from Berlin to the UK yesterday. So Andrew and myself are now in the wonderful UK, and yeah, looking forward to working with you all. Working with you all? Yeah, sure. Why not? You deserve that. What are our adverts looking like? It's fine, probably. Why is the hair app like that? Did we change the So 1 sec. Okay, I'll close this down. Anything from you there, buddy? Let's see what the Oh, this is the thing. That's why. Oh, we didn't change the quality yet. Okay. All good, all good. Okay, hopefully things fine. By the way, if you're on YouTube, things might be a little bit less good, as in like they might be. What? What? Huh, why is that the way that it is? Okay, whatever. Where's the canvas? That's the canvas. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the way that Sam set up this Hoya thing. I'm not exactly sure what's up with that. All good. Figure it out as we go along, as we always do. Okay, I think that's fine. Hello everyone. Turns out working with new setups can be a tad stressful, folks. Okay, so we've got Weibo LNG today. Weibo LNG. And again, sorry if you're on YouTube. I just can't have YouTube open right now. It's not a Nymaera show stream without some scuff. Ouch. Ouch, I think we're pretty good most of the time. We normally have, we've got like significantly good audio tech. We managed to get the gameplay on stream like without a fault. I think we do reasonably well most of the time. That hurts. I think we do alright for ourselves. Oh gosh. Okay, so mods, if you don't mind, if you can like just keep an eye on adverts. I don't have the dashboard open. I don't have like a Twitch dashboard open and stuff, so I won't be able to tell when our pre-roll is bad. So you might have to let me know when we need to run ads at points. I love the scarf. Yeah. Try and walk it back, you. I'm watching you. I am. Yeah, welcome in everyone. I'm in a basement somewhere. Somewhere in the UK. Should be getting close towards our walkouts now. Believe we're still obviously in Beijing's GDG Arena. First game up, Weibo versus LNG. Now, Weibo LNG used to be one of my very favorite matchups within the LPL because they used to go 5 games all the time. They used to go 5 games all the time. It used to be scrappy. For those of you that remember, gosh, was it 23 summer? 5-game series had like 2 Nexus defenses. Weibo ended up dropping down. Well, I say dropping down. That might have been the elimination series actually. And then oh yeah, it's really loud, isn't it? 英雄登场，闪现向前，李宁 Jackie Love 卡莎联名产品正式发售。 Why is it so loud? Only 6% there. Crazy. Whatever, I'll put it down here for now. But yeah, that was when LNG kind of made their big bracket run, but they had to do like 5 series back-to-back, a 5-game series. Utterly insane. The scuff makes me feel useful since I'm normally only here for the first series, right? Yeah. Fair play. Nah, you guys do some great jobs. You do a great job, mods. You do. Appreciate you, Blade. Oh, hang on, because I'm logged in, I can actually use the activity feed now. 1 second. Cool. Turn this off. Hello everyone, how's it going? Good to see you all, lovely to see you all. Today, this morning, let's get ourselves into the thick of things. Welcome in Beijing once more. LNG versus Weibo, our first match up. Now, of course, both these teams down in Group Nirvana, both these teams have now had significant changes. Now, we would have said that just about LNG, suppose not that long ago, but now suddenly you see that guy there. See that guy there? Xiao Hao, not Jie. Jie, no longer on the team, moved over to EDG, up in Group Ascend. Can't lie, he's definitely not having the easiest time either. Weibo will make their way on to the stage. Led by Captain Xiao Hu, the Spring Tiger. Xiao Hao, how did you get there? Yeah, what the polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas? I mean, players keep changing here in the LPL. They do. The players just go around all the place, don't they? It's a very strange league to be involved with sometimes. Where do I place WE in the standings right now? Can beat anyone's legend, but get rolled by TT all over the place. Also got rolled by Top Esports, right? So, yeah, gosh, all over the place. This team's intro reminds me of metalcore bands. Oh, man. Yeah, I haven't seen a metalcore band live in ages. I haven't seen any music live in ages, really, for metalcore. Yeah, been a while. On the inside, Leaning Gaming. LNG, of course, changed a few members coming out of last split due to their failure to make playoffs. By the way, folks, I'm going to need you to let me know what volume's like when we get into the thick of things as well. Because I'm not great at telling that all the time, somehow. I'm actually going to turn that up just so we're a little bit louder on the microphone end of things. Move it up there, because I think the overall stream volume benefits from being a bit louder. Oh gosh, I needed that copy. I needed that bad. LNG, look, they're not a bad team, but you can tell a little bit of the spark's gone out of them. You know, Shear's not a bad player. 1xN, clearly not a bad player. Missing, not a bad player. But LNG are not the org that they once were, and they certainly don't have the expectations that they once had. You know, they failed to make playoffs. That was a huge miss for them. I'm going to go get those adverts off. Be gone, advertisements.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛，北京主场周第4日首场对决将由 WBG 对阵苏州 LNG。
Surprised at the back-to-back days? Yeah, that's how they get you, isn't it? That's how they get you. Sometimes these teams do have to go the extra mile, don't they? Well, may as well come say hi again. Like I said, I've joined Sam in the basement gang. Hello. I'm here. I'm part of the basement gang. It's crazy, isn't it? Hey, Anam, how's it going? Hey, Blade. Hey, Barky. Who else is around? Monsters, Duff, Duo, Pintulus, Grog, Corky, Astronaut Corky of the specific variety. Yeah, appreciate you all. Waldron, you're around as well. Thanks everyone for turning up. Thanks for being around bright and early. It is bright and early. Today is weird. Today is weird. You know, we've got a lot of potentially one-sided matchups. The Hat Parent basement, no less. Yeah. We have lights in here now. We do have really nice audio gear. We do. I was going to run this off of my laptop, then I realized I actually hadn't got my laptop charger is currently in Berlin, which means I do not have a laptop, basically. Is Corky meta again? Yes, Corky is meta in some places. Corky is good bot lane because he does a lot of what mage bot lanes want to do, but as an AD carry. Because he's an ability-based, bursty wave clear AD carry. So Corky is back. Corky always finds his way back into the meta one way or another. It turns out that identity is just really good. The bursty AD carry wave clear. Strong that is. You're making sausage. Isn't there that one saying, like, people knew how sausage was made, society would collapse or something? How long am I home for? So I'm home for a couple of days, and then we're going up to Scotland to film a video on Silent Hill Townfall, because we're going to the play. We're basically exploring Silent Hill in real life. Doing that, I believe, from the 10th to the 12th, coming back down on the 12th. Going up on the 10th, coming back down on the 12th. And then going to stick around for another couple of days and then fly back out to Berlin, but I'm not sure exactly how long that will be, because we're going to change our flights back. We're going to see. Was the trip back rough? It was fine. It's alright. You know, kind of did the first series in the morning and then figured stuff out as we went along. Hey, Monkey, thanks for the prime. Really appreciate you. Where's Angie? Angie's upstairs. She's here. Right, let's get ourselves into the draft. So you guys are going to have to tell me what volume is like, because I frankly don't know how to tell in this setting. We'll just have to figure it out. Okay, into the draft we go. So LNG Weibo game 1 rises off the table. So we still have stuff like Jarvan. Still have stuff like, gosh, what are our big mid laners? Technically, a Kali could be quite strong still in a first game scenario like this. But I'm looking at Jarvan. I'm looking at Neferi. I'm looking at Rumble. What's the first pick in here? I think Jarvan... Nocturne as well, level 1 jungling. Okay, alright. I didn't know if LNG would be that kind of team anymore, but I suppose they are. Weiwei always was a Nocturne player. Maybe I'm being unfair to him, though. Maybe I'm being unfair. Jarvan now potentially picked into it. Now, Jarvan Nocturne's an interesting matchup because the Nocturne beats Jarvan individually at all stages of the game. But it's basically Jarvan can avoid the Nocturne, because the Nocturne doesn't have target access until level 6. I got absolutely no plans today, so let's hope for a 9-game Saturday. Because I've been traveling recently and I'm tired, I'd appreciate not. So Jarvan Shen coming. So now you have a global to work around the Nocturne. The Smolder hovered. But of course, Weibo, they're in a weird spot now, because of course you're playing around a primary engage on a jungler. Hang on, whoa. Another big thing in here too. Sorry, I missed that in the walkouts again, because laptop basement setup does certain things to my mindset. I need to get used to this. Moham's playing. Moham's playing for Weibo. So we have Xiaohu, Moham. What? So Xiaohu, Moham are now playing for Weibo instead of you know, the multitude of supports that they've had beforehand. But like, Weibo are just doing a revolving door of everything in their jungle support. This is their 5th support of the year. Lucia Million for LNG. Gosh, what a strange team to follow, Weibo. Ziggs is in for Weibo as well. The Shen working out well with them. And now you have like really extended engage range. You have the Jarvan Ziggs, you have the Shen Ziggs. I was talking about Mopilk. Oh, I actually missed that. Sorry. I mean, look, guys, I'm on a completely new setup, so I might miss a chat there. If you're on YouTube, by the way, sadly, I'm gonna find it hard to read YouTube chat today because I'll have to use it on my phone, basically. So apologies if if I miss things here and there, it'll just be the way that it is. I'll try and keep things open when I can. Cool, I see that. Hey Truth, hey Ben Jones as well. Volume is good, either like or like 5%, 10% too low. We shall work with that as it comes through. Okay, I now have YouTube chat open. Cool, I can now read you open YouTube chat. I know, crazy technology. Vayne ban. Vayne, I feel like a lot of teams just prefer to ban Vayne than play it, because I think what people have realized now, Vayne as a counter pick destroys most of the top lane meta, but not many people want to blind pick it. Because if you blind pick the Vayne, then you get malfighted. And you feel awful, really. Hey Vasi, by the way, surely we flex the Shen top? No, you're fine against the Lucian Milio. You're okay with that. You ignore the auto attacks, and the big thing is the Shen just likes being with a Ziggs in support because you just leave. Ziggs is fine. Isn't Shen a super bad pick here? Can't use global ult while Nocturne hits? Yeah, often what you'll see from pro players is that you're able to click someone in the half second before the ult vision goes down. So Nocturne, of course, now going to have to dive into an Olaf. This has been a big LPL development. If you have been following, by the way, BTJ, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. If anyone else is hanging around there and wants to drop a follow, would appreciate you. Thank you for joining the chat. Galio in as well. But okay, back to the Nocturne thing. I'm getting scatterbrained here. Nocturne, big LPL development is picking the Olaf into the Nocturne because the Nocturne just cannot do anything against an Olaf that goes melee range. Just can't do anything. It's so awful for him. Galio comes in. So now you have Galio Shen. So you have Galio Shen in terms of globals. You have the Nocturne. You have the Ziggs. Everyone's going to be engaging from such a long way away. Strange time, this. Strange time. Zarhan was hovered. Not locked. It's to hang on, something weird happened in the champion select there. Weird. Weird. Okay. I just realized as well, I'm actually not sure how to do like a 1.5 minute 1.5 minute advert from Twitch chat. We shall see whether we can do that. Okay, back into... Oh, they failed the champion select. Hang on, let me turn the camera off for now and we'll do it this way. So the Aurora was the last pick. Okay, cool. That makes some sense. Cool. Okay, well, we should be getting into games soon then, hopefully. Okay, well, whatever. We'll figure things out. Okay, folks, thanks for sticking with me, dealing with some stuff in the background. I'm not actually sure how to run adverts now before we go into game. We'll just deal with it while we'll deal with it. Well, no, I don't think we do, Blade, because it's the 3-minute adverts. What I might have to do yeah, I might need to figure out, yeah, yeah. I gotta figure out adverts. But, the problem is it's the 3-minute advert, effectively, and that's obviously not great for... That's not great for, you know, getting straight into game. Looks like Shamslight's fallen through. Okay, whatever. We're gonna... I think... Yeah, okay, right. I'm gonna do ads now, and then we'll just figure it out as we... We'll figure it out as we go through the day. It might end up being a long ad break then, folks. Apologies on this again. I'm in a basement. I'm in a basement trying to stream for my job. It's a hard day today. Again, appreciate everyone sticking by. In terms of overall draft, I think the Olaf into Galio Nocturne is going to be disgusting. I just don't know what you do about that Olaf. I think the Olaf is going to be such a problem. Yeah, I think that's going to be such a huge problem, really. That's going to be quite the annoyance, I think it is. You might have to set up a secondary command. That's what I'm thinking, Blade. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You can do it by chat, politely doing commercial length and say, oh wait, really? Is that true? Is that actually true? Huh. Oh, I can do it directly from the Moobot dashboard. Oh, that's convenient. I didn't realize. Oh, well, that's it. Well, that changes everything. That's convenient. I could just do it on Moobot. Guys, professional streamers figuring out how to stream on the fly. I'm so dumb. Oh gosh. Weibo's cooked if they lose early. Yeah, they really are. I think the Nox and Galio, if they ever run into an Olaf that has gold, the game is over. I think that is my read on the situation here. Effectively, if you ever get to the point where the Olaf is actually ahead, I actually don't know what you do. I'm actually not sure what you do. Shall be very difficult, it shall. You know what I might try doing? I might try doing, can I get this, can I get chat to pop out? I think I can. Well, it looks like chat, it looks like Champions Select did fall through. Not Galio is LNG, sorry, yeah, my bad. But yes, I think that if the Olaf, okay, in that case, I'd disagree. Basically, I think if the Olaf ever gets gold, I don't see how the Nocturne Galio wins. I think Nocturne Galio running into an Olaf just ends up feeding him 2 kills. I think this is an awful situation to be in. I think that Olaf may end up being kind of game-ending, really. Q scales better. I think that the Olaf just wins the game eventually. I think you need to end the game before the Olaf wins the game. I think the Olaf into that many melees is a problem. Oh no, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate seeing you there as well. Thank you. Appreciate you then. Thank you for the sub. Okay, it looks like we've actually gotten away with the long advert. That looks like we've actually gotten away with that. Apologies for the long advert. I try not to run them too much. How has Moham been? Well, we've barely... Have we seen any games of him so far in this split? I don't think we have, right? Let me go have a quick check on that. Gosh, I gotta get rid of some of these random extra internet tabs I got open on my phone. Hard to go around. Okay, let me Dondia Star, Luebo, match history. Dondia Star. Yeah, Weibo, of course, changing their roster around a fair amount because Dway is now. I don't know what's happening with Dway. I suppose Dway is just gone, but I don't know what the heck's happening with this team. But Dway was fine, and now it just seems like he's gone. They this is their first games with Moham. They'd only played what a handful of series with Dway. Did Alex channel onto Sam or the cam looks different? Yeah. I'm in the basement. I'm in the basement. Yeah. I can. Where's the video settings? I thought I need the virtual background. There you go. You can have you can have that. Hello. See all this. Whoa. There's heck and everything. It's crazy, isn't it? Oh gosh. Yeah. There's a lot of random audio kit around our place. Yeah, I'd give you a tour, but I don't really think. Well, I mean, this is like the secondary place to like do audio stuff from. Basically, the garage has got music studio stuff in. Why do we get these pauses now after draft? I'm not sure. It looked to me as though that the overlay broke and then something else broke. What is this? What is this? And Angie used Stolen Chenault to get there too. Yeah. I basically realm warped us over using Ryanair. It was Ryan realm warp. Ryelm warp working. We're working on it. Morning, everyone. Morning. Hey, Katari. Oh yeah, Katari, I found this out. On Moobot, you can manually run adverts for the time that you want. So it means that we don't have to have like the command and chat for all of it. You can do it through the Moobot dashboard, actually. Piloted by Ryan 3. Oh man, I kind of miss Ryan 3 just because I miss Ryan 139. Ryan 139 was my favorite Ryan, I think. Hey, Bricali, how's it going? Fun fact for Lana. Yeah, Ryanair, I flew with them. They actually have, I think on average, they have like the most experienced pilots in the world just because, out of like the European ones, just because they just fly so much. Anyway, onto the rift we go. We'll hit gyros. Okay, right, a couple of different questions flying around. Who do you think will have the better composition? Who's going to win? Blah, 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 all these kind of things. Look, I think personally, I look at it, look, the Zahen into the Olaf is fine. It can be fine there, don't get me wrong. I do think the Olaf will eventually just run at 3 melees and kill them. I think that is much harder for the Zahen to do the same. See here, the taunt landing fairly early. You guys are going to have to let me know how audio is like, because again, I'm kind of just using whatever settings Sam had in here, so Sam knows how it works. I don't. Just, you know, let me know if things break. Is audio okay? Audio's okay, and just, I don't know, let me know if things explode in team fights, because the Clean Feeds had a couple of issues on that. Is that Gundam Gallioters? It is again. Cool. Here for the series and probably part of the next one. I think I'm going to go over the day for Mum. Hey, well, yeah, enjoy that, Katari. Enjoy that. Be cool. Yeah, crazy. Okay, so big story for both these teams is just how these teams have changed so much in such a small amount of time. Such a small amount of time. You know, Weibo, they've changed their jungle support. This is their 5th support of the year. I believe their year went something like, it started off with Erhan, then they went to Hung, then they went to the Hank, then they went to Jway, and now they've landed on Moham. Wait, what? Hang on, T1 is swapping owner with their Academy jungler? Huh? Is that true? What, is that genuinely true? Are you kidding me? I mean, didn't T1 just beat EK? Wait, check Twitter. Is that actually true? Just so, really? Are you kidding me though? Okay, I haven't watched enough. I haven't analyzed enough T1 games to see that right now. What the hell? Please note ahead of the match against HLE. What? They haven't given a reason for it. What? That's wild. By the way, Xiao, who very nearly kills Nira in mid lane there. Gosh, that is a bold move, because the core of T1 for the longest... Hang on, Xiaohu's got to rock around on bot lane. We have to talk about that now, actually, for a second. Garvin walking his way down onto the bot side. Taunt lands, missing in trouble. Satchel goes back. Missing still has his heal. Has just used it now. Has flash now. Will he be able to use that? I'm not sure about it. Good predict there from Xiaohu, new jungler for Weibo. Of course, moved off of EDG. For those of you that don't know, Xiaohu actually came onto Weibo in 2024 spring, but you don't remember that because he was replaced by Tarzan in summer. ZDZ and Xiaohu were the duo. In fact, ZDZ and Xiaohu now separated again for a rare opportunity, a rare amount of time. ZDZ and Xiaohu very often playing together, and they were together on EDG just before this. They kind of did the same thing with Goomer, and he came back for Worlds and won. Yeah, but remember, that took a huge public outcry in the CEO, and you can also argue the Goomer swap. If you think about it at that point of the year and how the meta went, you could argue that actually, in terms of the analytic, if you left Koma to his own devices, he would have kept with Smash, I believe. I mean, that's what it seemed like, right? Because it had to be Joe Marsh stepping in. And you compare that to, like, you know, Easy Hoon and Faker back in Season 5. It's, yeah, you know, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on there. It's a very nuanced situation. There's a lot of history to it. Dive potentially topside onto the Zion. That is a huge stacked wave. Xiaohu was just bot lane, and he might just be able to dive top lane as well. Flash out a sheer. Ghost used by Tsuka, but, the, speaker. I don't know. Pronunciation it gets me on that one sometimes. Anyway, huge wave dying to tab. This is already a win if they deny the wave. Xiaohu's walking over on the Aurora. Don't see much of the Aurora right now. Level 5, level 6. Oh, there's so much damage onto the poor Zahem. LNG trying to fight back. Sheer is obviously dead already. Zerka lives through the play, and now the Galio's caught near far wherever you are. Sadly, the Galio will not go on. LNG lose 2 members on top side. This is disaster. I cannot tell you how much of a disaster this is. Did you like the Titanic call in topside? I thought that was good. Right. Wait. Finds out the Olaf. Scary there. Had the Ragnarok. Actually blows the Ragnarok for some reason. Thought that Wei might step up into him, but the spell shield was good. Body block on the Q. I think Missing's just trying to stop the recalls coming through. But okay. So they're already zoned off of the wave. They want to get back towards the tower. Sheer is level 4 though, man. Taunted into. Spirit's Refuge comes down, so the auto attacks don't land. Like, LNG. There's just something just fundamentally broken about this team. This team just does not. This team does not look like it is functioning now on the level that it needs to. Haven't seen Aurora in a while. Don't know why she dropped out of prior. She's still crazy strong. Yeah, I agree. I think that the champion is still very strong too. Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't see nearly as much of the Aurora. Could do, really, to a certain extent. I just realized I should be checking my YouTube account as well. Apologies those on YouTube. I'm coming back to check on you. Don't worry. Is the game starting what? Yeah, there was a big chirp pause, wasn't there? What's it like? Ben Jones asked a while ago, what's it like living in Berlin? Or saying living with Berlin, but living in Berlin. Well, the heat waves are getting a bit much right now. Berlin has very cold winters, and now it has really, really hot summers. And because of, you know, climate change and blah, 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 it's getting worse. We're in our second heat wave of the year, so air conditioning is now becoming kind of like, get yourself air conditioning if you live in Europe. Just get one of the portable units. They're expensive, but you need to get them now. I think it's hard as heck to survive through them. Weibo had a huge lead. And now that, oh god, I just don't know what you do about the Olaf. Xiaohao's having a great game too. We've seen GEG move over to EDG. Xiaohao move back to Weibo. Dragon started now. Xiaohao's been the main character of this early game, changing rosters and having a great time of it here. A lot of the sentiment around EDG was things were going wrong, but Xiaohao's still good. Nocturne flying in to start off the play. Here comes the big ultimates. Galio flying in. Ziggs also in the play. Taunt coming through. Xiaohao going in, going out. Dragon taken by LNG, but what happens with the fight? Xiaohao wants to get that passive, does get the passive. W reset now coming through. Xiaohao to go over the wall. Shen going down. Good kill there from 1xN. Going low. Xiaohao lands the E. Double kill to the buddy. Q from the Millia will save the life of someone else before the next skill shots come through. Weibo lose a kill, lose the dragon. LNG, credit to them, that was a losing play and they turn it into something. Thought that was looking very risky for them. Get something back, luckily. So everyone just flies in. And then you're just going straight into Aurora Jarvan. Nasty, isn't it? Good damage from Ziggs there over the wall too. Elk. Good damage from him, of course. Elk. Gosh, you got a feel for Elk. Elk is playing with his 5th support of the year. It's not just Weibo playing with the 5th support of the year. They're AD carry doing that too. 1xN did manage to dash in to get a kill, but ends up trading his life as the Aurora chased him down. Oh, what do you mean about the heat wave? How high is the temperature? It got up to about 33 within my room the other day, which was nasty. That Olaf is going melee range. Missing goes down to half HP because the Undertows keep landing. In the Undertow, as every metalcore band would go on to say, post Linkin Park's Numb. They all copied it from the new metal goats. They stole Dragon? Yep, they stole Dragon. They did. Who is Nia? Nia was playing for Invictus Gaming for parts of this year. I think it's split 2 Nia came in. I'm in North Italy. We were at 39 degrees this week. Yes, obviously very difficult across a lot of Europe. I think Berlin recorded like 45 degrees in the last heat wave. I think sometime in the southwest, somewhere in the southwest. Yeah. Big thing is just like Berlin is meant to be very far north, and it does drop down to -10 at points in the winter. So you know you get having both is kind of nasty. But I do love North Italy. I went to the lakes back in like 2016, I think it was. Wait, there's only one logical solution to the heat wave. Pool stream when? I'm not sure chat wants to see me in a swimsuit, not gonna lie. It was 100 degrees here recently. Oh, were you boiling water? 100 degrees Celsius is how we... That's how we make tea, you know? Great compliments, by the way. Thanks for follow. I do appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying your time, and I hope everyone else is enjoying their time on it down here. Helpful back into the mid lane from Galio. Moham, well, he's currently 100% kill and death participation. I think that Xiao has been looking fairly solid. I think that he's been working well with Moham, who's got some pretty good taunts. You know, we'll see. This series, to be honest, is not really the test of Weibo. Weibo are 0-2. They pulled the trigger to make changes. These are our two lossless, winless teams, rather. Garlic going in top side. Galio's coming up, and oh gosh, Zuka, that's just a huge mistake. Just goes in. All of the globals are there. The Galio and the Nocturne come through. Double ults come through, and Zuka dies. Even though he's 700 gold ahead. Huge mistake from him. Not even sure he would have won the individual trade, potentially. Ult and Flash was available from the Zahen. Did use the ult in that play. Potential dive on the upside. There goes the dunk. Melio caught in the cage. 1xN trying to outplay. Not awful damage, but the tower is helping. Here comes the Nocturne. No ultimate coming through. Paranoid down. Oh, that's an Aurora one-shot. Here comes the Galio. Nia may be able to flash in for a taunt. That's one back. Elk goes down. The artillery piece is taken off the board. Howitzers down. Weibo perhaps over engaging here. Teleport out. Very close, but cancelled. Xiao, who will die on the dive as well. Weibo, they reach too far. And they lose, what, 3 people in the play? Disaster for Weibo. Disaster. They lose Xiao, Hu, Elk, and I believe Moham died in the play as well. Nasty. So LNG even back up a lot of the kill score, get a lot of gold back. Top lane went well for them, bot lane went well for them. And this is the problem with having a jungle support in moments like this. Jungle support going to completely different targets. You know, you get a dunk onto one side, taunt onto the other. Everyone's used their abilities now. You have no Cataclysm, you have no taunt, you've used the flash on the Shen. And because the dive is extended, it allows time for the Galio to come down. Galio just used his global topside. He doesn't need his global to get into the fight. Huge mistake here by Weibo. I genuinely think Weibo is better than LNG and EDG only. I mean, we'll see. They'll be a volatile team. The problem I have now, and I'm just kind of revisiting what I think of this team, thinking about how this team has changed. I think that Zuka has looked bad. And I did say that Weibo, their draft is really good if the Olaf gets ahead and gets gold. He does have that gold, and he is ahead now. Well, it was ahead for the entire game after that early game dive, really. But Zuka's not been playing well. He's just not been playing that well, which is a shame to say. It is a shame to say, but such is the nature of the beast, really. Do you think BLG is the only team that can have a chance at winning Worlds? I think Invictus Gaming can with the roster they have. Aussie weather in Germany? Yeah, I know, right? I think the Hank is the worst name in League of Legends. Cool names are Jacula, Night, Way, for example. There was a bloke in Europe called Steve. Do you remember Rockat Steve, anyone? The thing is, Rockat Steve's real name wasn't even Steve. That's the thing which made it so funny. Steve's real name was not Steve. What a time to be alive. Alright, Zuka is 900 gold ahead. He's almost, was he 40 CS ahead pretty much? Sheer having an awful time here. Le Poisson Steve, exactly. Il est orange. Do people remember the Poisson Steve meme / animation? Cute little fish thing. Eh, mama, papi. That's been a recent fascination of Angie's and mine. French kid in an aquarium just pointing to starfish. Okay, so significant lead for... Well, no, it's not that significant a lead for Weibo, but it is in top lane. They've thrown a lot of gold back. Xiaohu has 5 kills, by the way, but lost a lot of those stacks on the Dark Seal on the dive. He's been really active here. Of course, Xiaohu, the only member of the Ship of Theseus, which is Weibo, to remain. And Weibo has become his team, after RNG was his team for such a long time. Is there even a counter for Olaf? Yeah, Vayne kind of goes invisible. Akali is really, really good into Olaf. Anything which stops him from auto-attacking and has good range tends to beat him. If you like hyper outrange him or have a way to escape him, he struggles. So stuff like Aurora is not bad into him either. So what I'm saying is we need like high mobility mages. How's Jax? Jax can be Olaf. Yeah, can do. I don't think it's as easy as that because of course undertows are really scary. And you can Ragnarok through the counter-strike. But yeah, we have seen... I think we have seen a Jax into an Olaf recently, I think. Seems to remember that being right. Anyway. Nocturne, pulling the Paranoia, Herald being taken, waiting for the ult to come through, and then satcheling. Well played, Elk. Gets out of the combo. Missing, going low. Xiao, who does trade himself for it. I'm not sure that's a great 1-for-1, because that's mid laner with 5 kills for support, who's 0-2 now. It is a better fight for Weibo. Elk played that well. That's the big part of that play. Elk played that well. Satcheled out at the right time. Weibo will go down for his first death of the game. Of course, Weiwei has some shared history with Weibo as well. For those of you who who weren't around for 2023, Weiwei was subbed into Weibo in 2023 after they failed in spring with Kasa. Kasa was the first jungler for Weibo, and then Weiwei came in summer and they got to Worlds. Weiwei was the only non-international champion. Oh no, that was Light actually. But he was the only player that had never gone international on the team, and he ended up kind of like doing very, very well on their qualification run to Worlds. This was the fight again. Does Ragnarok still take Olaf out of Mordekaiser's? Oh, I'm actually not sure whether it takes you out of it, or whether you have to cast it beforehand. I'm actually not sure. Herald in some mid lane. Ziggs Herald charge, of course, very powerful. Ult coming in from Olaf and from Zayt in return. 1.2k gold lead for Zika. He just continues to roll things forward. Of course, Zika used to be LNG's kind of star player for a long time. At the same time, that Weiwei was on Weibo and Zika was on LNG. And he was vying for best top player in the league. Yes, legitimately, Zika was vying for best top laner in the league for 2023 alongside 369, Bin, The Shy. He was up there. And if you remember, LNG's 23 summer playoffs run, utterly insane level of form. So good at that point. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Happy Cow. I hope you remain happy. And I hope there's a happy human behind the account as well. It doesn't share. It doesn't anymore since the QSS change. Right, gotcha. Yeah, I thought that Mordekaiser's ult being uncounterable was a big part of his kit now, really. Yeah, QSS used to remove a lot of different stuff, didn't it? Used to remove Fiora ults. Used to remove... Well, I used to remove a lot. Yeah. Dragging up in a handful of seconds. Weibo did take the second one after having the first one stolen from them. Gold lead is now significant. I know the last time I talked, the gold lead kind of wasn't, is now. Culling pulled through. Not bad. Not bad. Honeyfruit will get some HP back onto Xiaohao. Xiaohao's had a pretty legit game. Him and Moham. Also, as we said, part of the revolving door of Weibo's ever-changing jungle support after things kind of fell apart. Does Olaf have his own teleport from the role quest? Not exactly sure. I'd imagine he does with the way that Weibo are playing. Trying to play around Ziggs poke for now. Okay, here comes the Olaf teleport. Cataclysm into the middle of the play. Jumping out now. Ziggs ult not bad, but it's only the splash damage onto 4 of... What? Splash damage is onto 4 of them, but the center onto no one. Dragon now started. LNG lose the Paranoia as part of that. Xiaohu on the flank. Wants them off, and LNG just can't find a way into the Dragon. They pull the Paranoia and can't figure out what to do about it. Oh, LNG. Just doesn't seem like they're able to approach 5v5s very well. My problem with LNG largely is that it feels like they are only a win lane team now. They kind of were beforehand, even with Bulldog and with Crocker in the jungle. Now it feels like they are, we have to win lane because we can't do anything else, really. Team already half HP before Dragon. That is what happens against stuff like Aurora, against a low-range composition, and then the Ziggs. Yeah. It's not even just the Olaf, is it? It's the Olaf and the Aurora both into a short-range team that just can't do much against the crazy amount of damage, really. The 2 dragons to Weibo. Gold lead creeping up again. This Aurora's got Storm Surge second as the big point of concern for LNG. I would have said it would have been the Olaf, but I think the Aurora was actually doing more. Credit to him. I should have been praising Xiaohu more in here. I think a lot of... Look, if you go look at post-match threads for Weibo games, almost every one of them has like, oh, Xiaohu is washed, blah, blah, blah. Guys, Xiaohu's been the best player, I think, on average for Weibo. I think he has been the best average player for Weibo. Not that he doesn't have the games, but I think that she's across this year. I mean, Elk was really good at the start of it, but Xiaohu's been solid. Maybe I'm being hyperbolic myself, but I think Xiaohu's not been the issue, really, for Weibo. That's the main takeaway I'd have. I feel like Zion will become a problem that Weibo don't have many answers for. I think that Aurora might be the answer. Also, you have a Shen support to stop the auto attacks, which is where a lot of Zahan's damage comes through from his Qs. His Q1 and his Q2, right? I think that Olaf being this far ahead as well is already an answer. My read was actually the other way around, is that actually the Olaf has a lot of a real scare factor which LNG doesn't have an answer for. Olaf is pushing against the Galio. The Galio's not worked, has it? Nia. Nia coming into LNG. That was a real worrying sign. Of course, they let go of their Koreans, effectively. The Bulldog and Croco both went. I believe their coach went as well, LNG, if I'm correct in saying. Edgar? I think that was their coach. Yeah, so they had to pick up kind of who was around, available, and I suppose cheap in a certain way too. You can't break the bank for a Nirvana split, can you? Don't think anyone has been necessarily bad on Weibo. Oh no, Zuko was pretty bad individually. Yeah, he was. You got to call him out individually there. Yeah. Although for sure, there's definitely team issues outside of that. Heal used on top side, Maham dashing away. Yeah, chasing him out of the jungle. Scat was on that roster then. Ghost away from Neo, actually. I'm trying to see the LNG was leading 2-1 in the summer finals against JDG 23. Yeah, he was. In fact, there was this timeless. Yep. I brought this up a couple of times, but I'm damn proud of it. In that third game, when LNG kind of took the lead against JDG, I had this one line where LNG won a huge team fight, which went something like, no kings, no gods, no kings, no knights, no rulers. LNG put the enemy's carries to the sword. That was my favorite caster moment of the year, I think. That was yeah. I was proud of that one. You know, gotta have some belief in yourself and your work. But yeah, it was Scout Tarzan on LNG 23, and LNG were arguably the closest team to JDG in the world at that point. Of course, world things changed. Also, T1 ended up beating them. The meta changed. Ruler had a bad Worlds, I think, personally. Kunavi, a lot of people say that it was his fault in that playoffs. It wasn't in that series. It wasn't really. It was mainly a Ruler thing, sadly, against T1. Oh, Cullen cancelled. Oh, 1xM bot back into the minefield. Gets another bomb onto him. He's off HP. Dragon spawning now. Gosh. Look at axe over the wall. Good measure. Dude, Elk has had a good game on the Ziggs. This damage from the Ziggs has been kind of insane. Picasso, by the way, appreciate the follow as well a couple of minutes ago. Picasso. That's that right. Xiaohu, just out of vision. He might try and jump forwards. Yeah. That W is there. Scary, isn't it? Yeah, Aurora coming out of the fog. The fog is coming. The fog is coming. Xiaohu's still stuck in mid lane. LNG trying to get some mid lane push. 1xN has managed to heal up a fair amount. Credit to him. And the Milio for regenning. Dragon going lower. Xiaohu potentially looking for a dive. Paranoid coming through, trying to jump onto the Aurora. Oh, flash forward for the W, which doesn't lead to that much. Flash away from Xiaohu. Dragon going low. I think Nocturne can come back over. This is getting a little bit strange now. You don't have the Aurora ultimate. Olaf getting into melee range of the Zahens. Sheer is not enjoying that. Xiaohu will get the Dragon. Galio comes back into the play. Olaf is disengaged. Dunked onto the big clump on the south side of the fight. That's going to be a dead Shen, I want to say. Yeah, Shen going down, but 1xN starting to dance all over them. The Ice Skater of Lucian jumping forwards. A W will tag him, but it's Weiwei that gets the W. Dragon goes to Weibo. Fight goes to LNG. 3 for 1? 3 for none? 1 fight for LNG. Weibo kind of just walk up, lose the Aurora ultimate for free, and then they can't get much done. Xiaohu was looking for an extended angle. Great jump on him by Weiwei, and as soon as the ultimate was down, I think Weibo had to disengage once Aurora stuff was down. Yeah. 1xN doing some mad work there, by the way. That is a... Hang on, Xenot's coming through onto Sheer. Sheer doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the ultimate. He goes down. He goes down. Good pick off there by Elk Moham. And Zucker. Now the Baron is coming back in. The Lucian's got the damage, got the culling. The Nocta goes in, but goes into tower range. And will fall to the last skill shot. Olaf into melee now. Does he have the stats? Ziggs trying to get the damage through as well. 1xN goes down to Xiaohao. It's getting a little bit messy. A lot of it messy, one would say, actually. Xiaohao not going to get caught out by the blast gun. Another kill. And now with all of the good things that LNG just doing around the Dragon, they might lose the Baron just after. Oh, that's tragic. That is tragic. What are we doing? Racing or ping pong? A healthy amount of both. A healthy amount of both, chat. Oh, God. So this was good. You get rid of the Aurora ultimate. Flash from the Zahin. Yeah, it doesn't feel great, but, you know, you don't have the Aurora ultimate. That's a lot of the damage, a lot of the threat coming through. The AoE from the Aurora. Olaf starts Ragnaroking. Just scary Mecha, thank you so much for the resub as well. I appreciate you. Oh shit, Mecha. I'm also part of the basement stream now, so I'm in the UK as well. We'll see if Sam and I get to do a duo cast a little bit later. We'll see. But, like, how does this go from LNG, winning the Dragon fight and the Dragon, to then whatever this is? Well, Sheer just jumps forwards onto Elk, and then Shen and Olaf come around the corner. One through global, one through just their own feet. Sheer dies. Nia E's in. Paranoia... Lucian jumping forwards, you can believe him for having the damage, but then Locket is still there. 1xN can't quite get him range to finish off the kill onto the Ziggs. Ziggs still has that ultimate. He has to dash out of the ultimate and then dies to the Jarvan because he does. This game has been quite the roller coaster. Just everything from that Dragon to the Baron just felt, oh gosh, felt like you were rolling a dice, didn't it? No way, but have themselves the Baron push. They have 3 grubs. They have a Ziggs, so they're going to get a huge amount of value out off of this. Baron with the Ziggs in general is good. 3 grubs with the Baron and the Ziggs. Even more so. That's 2 in a turret so far taken. Weiwei went in with 50 HP. He almost walked, in fairness, he did almost get away with that. Weiwei does make the... It is a mistake, it is, but you can see the calculation is not that far off. I think he miscalculates it. Hang on, he's going in again, actually, speaking of that, trying to jump onto the Aurora. Fear Tether does come through. Ow! Scary. Yeah, big damage from the Aurora back. Xiaohu's had a largely very good game besides that one Dragon fight, which you can impact that much. You can tell that both these teams are lacking some coordination and lacking some critical thinking skills. Is that harsh? No, I don't think that's harsh. I think that's true, actually. Ziggs ult missing again, actually, second time in a row, just casting it on cooldown, but those ones don't work so well. Xiaohu's a bit more accurate, takes half HP off of his target. Nia's not really had much to do in this game, but through the occasional taunt. I don't think it's been like a horror Nia game, and we have seen some horror Nia games. Siege keeps on coming through, one last wave coming beyond this 30 seconds. Satchel close to killing the turret, and there it is. Here comes the Ragnarok. We just said Nia doesn't have much to do. Does manage to tank up for now. The Archer now delivered into the backline by the Zahin. Galio goes down, delivered and destroyed. Into the backline now is the Nocturne, not awful. Xiaohu goes down, the Crypt Bloom ends up popping. Olaf goes down too. It's not a bad set of damage from 1xN. 1xN's trying his damn best, chat. Ziggs has some good damage down, but doesn't quite get the kill with the ult then. 3rd time's the charm with the Ziggs ultimate. I do think that 1xN has been really putting out the damage. He's been really trying. He has that more of Malmortius. Felt like LNG didn't realize Shenmel was still up. Yeah, around the Baron play. But this was Sheer getting into the backline. And you think, okay, well, Zahin's meant to be really good at these kind of moments. It does allow for like a crazy like triple dive at the top side. You can see the problem. They're trying to play these heavy melee champions into Aurora, Ziggs, and the Olaf. One of them is going to kill you. Now, Ocean, Infernal Soul on the table Weibo. Nia coming in. Teleport coming through from 2 members of Weibo. It's both solo laners. Recall coming through from Zion. I guess they can teleport in too. And they will do. Nia trying to frontline. Ziggs trying to poke. Wonder whether the Aurora will stay on the flank. Last couple of times she's been on the flank, she's had her ultimate removed. Spotted once again there. Trying to take the slow approach this time. Look, if Xiaohu gets damaged down, I just don't know what they do. Are they going to get the dunk in 3-man Aurora ultimate? Missing is gone. There you go. That's one of the supports gone immediately. Shen defending the Olaf as well. Wei Wei is alone versus the Viking, and that's not really where he wants to be. Dragon will go down much better from Weibo. Aurora actually gets to impact the fight. And turns out a 6-kill Aurora, now 7-kill after that fight, is really scary. Splits the team, enchants it down. Sadly, 1xn can't do anything once the Milio is taken off the table. Weibo much better that same time. Dragon fights have often been the Achilles heel of Weibo, as they have been for a number of our teams here. And the LPL simply flashes the wall. Why not? Flash that wall, my son. LNG will walk towards the Nexus, and they'll take game 1 of the day. Weibo changing out their jungle support. Xiaohao, Moham, 5th support of the year. Turns out, all right for this game 1 at least. LNG, Weibo both winless here in Nirvana in split 3. Weibo pick up their first game of the day, though. Well, that's one way to play the first game. Hello, everyone. How's it going? I thought I'd welcome you to the basement. Yeah, I'm in the UK now. I'm in the UK. And traveled yesterday. You might have noticed I wasn't here for the Beyond the First series yesterday. Oh, gosh. How's everyone doing? Hello. How are we this, I'd say this morning, but you could be in a different time zone. It's pretty early for me in the morning anyway. Sorry, I wasn't checking YouTube chat. How you doing there in YouTube chat? All good. By the way, I have YouTube chat on my phone. That's where I've got it. It's on here. But yeah. Hello, League of Legends cast in Nymaera. Hello, League of Legends cast in Nymaera's basement. Well, it's my parents' but you know all those memes like, oh man, living out of your parents' basement. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing for today anyway. Yeah. W in Weibo stands for Revolving Door. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, player of the game. Interesting conversation. Xiaohao did well early. Xiaohu picked up the kills. We do have Xiaohao and Xiaohu again, by the way. It's going to be confusing. Elk had a really good poke. Wasn't a bad game from Moham either. I think it was very far ahead. Xiaohu maybe? I feel like he did more of his own stunts, even though he did end up missing a couple of big moments in some later fights. Hey, Harold's going. Meow to you too. Meow to you too. Okay, right. I need to go to the toilet real quick, so I'm gonna go do that. Right, I'm gonna run some ads, and I'll see you in just a second, folks. Not gonna lie, chat, I'm actually feeling a little bit nauseous for some reason. Not sure why. I might need to get some food or something. Getting up really early in the morning after traveling and stuff. Feeling just like a little bit ill, which is not a great thing. Yeah, I might just go look for a snack or something like that. So again, apologies. Normally I'd be a little bit more active during the breaks, but I'm just gonna go make sure that I'm alright, basically. Yeah, just at the end of that game, I was like, oh, it doesn't feel right. No, be right back, just real quick. Not feeling fantastic right now. Give me 1 second.
上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢游戏键鼠和万元红包雨。
京东。
Okay. I put some crumpets on. How did he get there?
The energy roadmap has been planned. With the current share of clean
About
electricity...
8 out of 8? Yeah, I think that maybe Xiaohu should have got an extra vote in there. Let me jog this down to this in the break.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显。
I think it might be the way that I was kind of like hunched over the microphone. I was kind of like in a bad way actually. Sitting position was stick to that. We shrimping? Yeah, because it was designed for like I don't know what the setup was like, but obviously it's not set up for me, and I'm significantly taller than most people. Oh gosh. Anyway, I put some crumpets on, so we're gonna have some food soon. We shrimping? I always be shellfish. Shellfish. Wait, are they shellfish? No, they're crustaceans. Shrimp. Maybe I'm shellfish instead. Yeah, thanks for the resub, Harold. And yeah, I guess Weibo 5th supports the charm. 5th times the charm. Got some tea to be properly British? No, I got coffee. I'm gonna have to go get my crumpet as well. Crumpets are very British though. Like people would appreciate crumpets elsewhere though. They're just good. I can't believe the owner's been sucked out, man. That's so weird. Crumpets are amazing. Crumpets are great. I'm a big fan. But the thing is that, like, okay, because Owner was benched such short notice, I presume it's because Owner was like, just it being so short notice is what brings up the alarm bells, right? Like, did something go really wrong? Is he ill? Did something you think it's something unexpected, right? Very surprised that Owen's been benched like that. Very surprised. Right, let me go get that food and
Hello， 各位好，欢迎来到我们的场间互动环节，我是薇薇。那么首先有请我身边的京东 Joy 以及我们现场的各位召唤师们和屏幕前的召唤师们先打个招呼吧。好的，欢迎各位。那么接下来呢，就要看你们表演的时刻了。那接下来呢，我们场间的小游戏非常简单，我们会在屏幕上播放一个英雄的台词，那我们会有3个选项，连续答对2题以上就可以获得由不凡玩品送出的我们的选手卡1份，有没有信心？好的，那么接下来呢，我们首先有请大屏幕来出第1题，我们看一下微博这边的粉丝。好，请播放。
你要仰望的约德尔人吗？
哎，是谁呢？来，有请我们这位小姐姐，兰博。好的，看向大屏幕来，恭喜你回答正确。好的，要连续答对2题哦，接下来还有1题的机会啊。好，我们3、2、1，看向大屏幕。
看来我今天要把这一群人都扛起来了。
扛起来，哎，想一想，力能刚顶的是谁？万豪。啊，非常遗憾，答错了啊。那我们把这个题让给其他的小伙伴啊。来，3、2、1，谁知道？来，这位小哥哥。
应该是 A 吧？
贾克斯吗？确定吗？
确定。
好的，让我们来看向大屏幕，答案是贾克斯，恭喜你！好，我们要连续答对2题啊，还有1题。好，来，3、2、1，大屏幕请出题。
只要活得够久，一切谎言都会化作尘土。
化作尘土的是谁呢
？B 吧 ，B。
确定吗？
确定 ，B。
好，我们看向大屏幕，凯尔，恭喜你回答正确，由我们的不凡玩品送出的选手卡1份，恭喜恭喜！好的，那么接下来呢，要轮到我们李宁的粉丝了。李宁粉丝有没有信心？有。好的，那接下来呢，有请我们的大屏幕，请出题。
看来我今天要把这一群人都扛起来了。
都扛起来了。刚刚的题。
Okay, hello everyone. How's it going? I got crumpets.
是什么？
贾克斯。
好，恭喜你回答正确啊！好，来，我们大屏幕再播下一题。
视
刚刚那个
死如归，就在今天。
视死如归，就在今天。
戏言照现。
好，恭喜你回答错误，薇姐送你颗小星星。好，我们再来看一下啊，好。我们再来看一下，就是这题啊，就是这题，我们3、2、1举手下来，3、2、1，皇子。好，是不是皇子呢？我们看向大屏幕。好，恭喜你回答正确，就是皇子。来，我们要连续答对2题以上啊！来，小姐姐，下一题啊，继续。
前车之鉴，后车之师。
是谁呢？
瑞文。
好的，恭喜你回答正确。来，由我们不凡玩品送上的选手卡1份，恭喜！可以向我们的镜头展示一下。好的，那非常感谢我们各位召唤师，那我们场间互动环节到此就告一段落了。接下来，让我们共同期待精彩的比赛。
Okay, right. Hopefully I'll feel better after eating something. I have, well, I can't really, well, I have crumpets. Yes, actually, no. No, you're not allowed to say, you know, I'm feeling ill because of the gameplay. The gameplay could have been better for both sides of points. I mean, LNG I think LNG after winning that Dragon fight and going from winning that Dragon fight to losing the Baron, disaster, right? You can never give Baron against that kind of team. It's like giving Baron against that kind of team is that is the killer. Did the gameplay help? No. What's going on with T1? T1 have said that owner's not starting versus HLE. Painter is making his T1 starting debut instead. So for some reason, owner is not playing. We don't know why. They have given no details on it. I have not seen anyone speculating as to why, or anyone having like any like good reason as to why that's happening either. So I have as much clues as you are. T1 pulling a BLG? Well, okay. Bin pulled a bin. Bin pulled a bin. Which is why, so that was quite strange. I don't think that was BLG, I think it was bin. Yeah. Painter looks like he's 15 years younger than the rest of T1. It's low-key endearing. About playing in Korea. Korea, there's always just another hotshot rookie around somewhere. Trumpet. Okay, game 2, LNG versus Weibo. Now, for the longest time, LNG Weibo would always go the distance. I'm just not sure that's the same anymore now, though. I'm just not sure that's the same anymore. You know, I look at these teams and they're so significantly different. And I think LNG are just, I think they're shipwrecked. I think they're genuinely shipwrecked. Into our second draft of the day. Cassia, Oriana gone. We still have Syndra. Syndra probably looks okay now. Akali maybe as well, Syndra Akali. Varus banned away. So what's your first pick out of the remaining champions? Weibo, one last ban to go, of course. TF ban. Now, you have gotten rid of Nocturne, Nocturne Jarvan, which are really good at diving the backline. The Ezreal is the pickup. I would have thought picking something immobile is safer now, but I guess Ezreal's so big for everyone. Takes it away from L, gives it to 1xN. Neferi is available and very, very strong in the LPL. Okay, so now you see the Neferi. At Weibo need a bit more CC. There is the Syndra we were talking about. Now into Syndra, what do we do? I'd imagine that stays mid lane. I can't imagine anything else goes through into it. So now we're looking at Locke or Akali. One of those two really into the Syndra. You might Victor, but I think that's an outside chance. I don't think you really want to opt into a losing lane. Do you really want to give Nia Locke? I guess they do. I just don't think he's the kind of player that will pop off on it. That's the worry. Okay, LNG, what do they want to do with the Ezreal? Do you want to lock something into the Neferi instead? Do they feel like they have enough junglers already? You've got things like, you've got Shinzao. You can Lee Sin. Nautilus locked in for LNG. The Nautilus lock is pretty good, because, you know, you just set up for an assassin to one-shot someone. Lock doesn't bring CC of his own. So Weibo, Nautilus into Leona, it's fine. Leona's pretty good into Locke. Bit mixed into the Ezreal. You need the engage. You do need engage for the Neferi. We've seen a lot of teams try and pick single engage comps. It just doesn't work. Work very well, really. Second round of bans. Rumble taken away from LNG. Of course, Sheer a better player of that than many. Weibo have engaged. They've got decent mixed damage. Syndra Leona is a nasty CC combo. I suppose, yeah, I think at this point, Weibo might think about switching the Syndra bot lane. If you switch the Syndra bot lane, you get out of the lock matchup, you're fine with the Leona. What would you do into lock? Well, Akali's been the pro play matchup. I think we actually saw Weibo hover Riven versus it, and Riven is one of the best matchups in the game into the lock. We just haven't seen it yet. I'd like to see someone try it. I think it'd be fun. I would just want to see Riven mid back. It's fun. Riven mid was one of my OG loves for the game. Riven mid was such a fun champion. Kiana banned away from Weiwei. We did mention Shinzao, Lee Sin, Kiana also obviously up on the table too. Renekton gone. Do LNG want to stick as a single engage comp? Do they want to go towards the Lee Sin for a bit more skirmish power to leverage off of the Nautilus? Do you want to keep the Syndra mid now as Weibo? I think you can put it bot lane into Ezreal Nautilus. You can. You don't have to. Jin, Sivir, Corki, all of these are fine hovers. This is a question of whether you want the mid lane matchup. You believe in it. Now it's Nia on the lock. I don't think you need to care about it as much. Yeah, and they're going to give El Kaiser. El Kaiser is El Kaiser. Yeah, that's all really... And it also gives you the ability to outplay the lock. Lock doesn't love playing against Kaiser, I'd imagine. Kaiser can jump around him a fair bit, disengage, go invisible with the E once you've got the supercharger, 100% attack speed. Or what, your 2 to 3 item mark? Depending on your build. Okay, so blind pick now for Sheer on top side. You don't know the top lane matchup. You need to be careful about getting Nard, getting Jaxed. Jax has often been picked into the Yorick. Jace is available. Sometimes we would see the blind pick Jace. I just don't think you can Jace into Leona, Tyson, Neferi. That is death. Weiwei spot knows the matchup into the Neferi, goes to the Pantheon, and they basically just say, look, okay, Pantheon into Neferi, not the best matchup, but Pantheon will help out the Yorick. Last pick for Tzika and top side. And it's the Cassante. Alright. So Cassante is meant to be that kind of safe pick where the Pantheon's meant to jump topside and help the Yorick get ahead, but the Cassante is just meant to just absorb as much pressure as possible. In terms of overall composition, look, I prefer Weibo. I think their damage is way easier to just take out a target, whereas a lot of LNG's damage might be just thrown into like a Cassante that presses W. That's my worry. Okay, gonna run an advert so we don't get ads in the next game, or at least I'm gonna attempt to run an advert. You know, wish me luck. Alright folks, see you in just the other side of the ad break. Thanks for supporting us, thanks for sticking by and watching out. I think that worked. Anyway. There you go. There's your ad break. Cool. Nice. Turns out you can do it from Moobot dashboard. That's good. Convenient, that. Into the game we go, listen to the gyro. Did I miss Top Esports BLG? I saw the reaction to it, managed to catch bits and pieces of the highlights, not really been able to watch it. I was traveling all of yesterday, really. Okay, Nia going for their Q trade level 1 if you can. Guess 2 to the 3. One of the big things about Locks level 1 is that you can just occasionally get that electrocute down. All right, let's see about this jungle start. Opposite sides of the jungle started by both junglers. Heal used to get an extra auto attack in from the Kaiser. We've seen this a lot in bot lane. You do end up basically using heal to buy an extra bit of movement speed for the extra auto attack. You see there again, Elk really happy to just say, okay, I can walk forwards to get the extra auto attack. Does Syndra normally go area? Yeah, she often does versus very mobile targets. Yes, you can't really go for... Yeah, Storm Raiders is kind of dead. Death by Touch is not very good on AoE abilities. You need single target or spammable abilities to get the most out of it. Comet is dodged away from by mobile champions, so area is good versus mobile champions if you're playing a champion which has a lot of AoE and can't consistently get good value out of Death by Touch. Victor has single target Q, and he can poke with E fairly easily. The Q is the real part which makes it much better though. It's the single target. Could you FS? What do you mean by FS? Oh, sorry, first strike. Sorry, yeah, I think you meant full screen there. Yeah, first strike. Yeah, sometimes Syndra does that, but you can't do that against matchups which can sometimes, well, quite consistently hit you first in a trade. Because if Locke lands, it presses Q, it's similar range, right? First strike, yeah. How's volume, by the way? Is volume okay at this point, or do I need to drop it down a little bit at this point? Also, is it me or is the volume was the audio okay today in the first game? And now because we've had that really crispy audio in team fights, was last game was the audio still kind of messy or was it okay? Audio is still crispy but better. Okay, right. So we have let them know. Ooh, hook into the wall there. Xiaohao farming away as he can. Anthony doing the same thing from Weibo on the other side. There's a little bit crunchy in team fight replays if I recall. Cool, right. Well, good to know that it's not like... Turn on volume just down a little bit. It could be much worse. Yeah, true, can be. Moham actually does spot man, choosing not to go for the fight. And I think that makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to fight against the early Pantheon as the early Neferi. Weiwei puts the empowered E on. Can't get in range for anything on Xiaohu, though. Well, Xiaohu, one of the most famous Syndra players of all time. He played at top lane. When you had, like, Scout, Rookie... You had, like, Scout, Rookie, Knight, Xiaohu all at the same time. We were blessed for Syndra players, really. Stun landing there. Does get the Splinter of Wrath. Can freeze the wave now, can Xiaohu if he wants. Who scales better? I think Weibo do. I think that the Kai'Sa in hyper late game can go kind of mad. I think that they have an actual front line in the K'Sante. Neferi outscales the Pantheon. Mid lane, I guess mid lane, maybe Nia just does random lock stuff. The problem is I just don't trust Nia with nameplates on. Well, I needed those crumpets. Not feeling good after game one. And a reminder, folks, like, for those of you who are stopping by this game, you might recognize the names of Weibo and LNG. Currently, these are the two worst teams in the LPL. 0-2 in Group Nirvana, having lost out to NIP and IG, who are also in Group Nirvana. We don't... Well, I mean, technically we don't know where EDG falls in that. We don't know where that's happening. Oh yeah, by the way, I did see a clip on Twitter that apparently Owner is at the event. It's not like he's ill. He didn't have a mask on or anything. So, we don't know what that means, but Owner is... I suppose he wasn't, like, randomly subbed out for health reasons, well, physical health reasons, I guess. Can't assume too much, but... Well, okay, no, we can't assume too much, but he has it at the venue, basically. Fighting topside, River, Xiaohu, stun. Ultimate coming down from Locke, does end up going onto the Syndra, flashes away though, missing goes down, and Sika still has the all-out to cast. That's a flash away, flash in, the double Q hits though from the Neferi, which means it's a little bit easier to survive. Still, the reset comes through from the Locke. It's a 2-for-1 fight in favor of LNG as it stands. Moham flashing away, but the ghouls keep following. The all-out comes through. Flash away from the turret. Circa not able to get enough done. So that ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of LNG and topside. Not exactly sure how that worked out at all. Would have thought it'd be much more even from that. I think the disengage from Weibo was a little bit panicked and not very well organized. This is the top river fight again, fighting around the level 6 Scuttle Crab. So Missing got dealt a lot of damage to. Flash wave from Xiaohu. You would have thought, well, okay, Zucker can just kill the first target, all out the next target, and it's fine. Just a Q3 back onto Weiwei, but Nia manages to get into melee range, get those nails stacking. I guess Xiaohu just used the flash so he can get out, and then this is the thing about Yorick games. If Yorick actually gets into a fight once you've used all your flashes and mobility, yeah, Yorick tends to kill you. So now she is 2-0. Yorick is in a scary spot now. Yeah, was audio okay in that team fight, or was it kind of crispy again? Because I turned the volume down just a tad in the worry that it was a bit crispy. Audio is good there? Perfect, cool. Okay, so now LNG has 1,000 gold lead. Down to 5 speed, perfect, cool. And we just got to check these things so often. Bro's just on break or something, what, in regards to owner? Ooh, nice EQ there from Xiaohu. Often see the QE combo from Missing coming into mid lane. Oh, hang on, Missing could be in a bit of trouble there if the second CS comes in. Now, I want to see if Xiaohu goes for the interesting build here. Because this, realistically, by the way, folks, ooh, good stun there. Triple stun. Ow, nice from Xiaohu. Now, Imperial Mandate is a really, really good build on Syndra right now. If you go for Imperial Mandate Storm Surge first 2 items, you feel really, really happy. Missing. Dagger's hitting onto him, but not the set. Well, Dagger hitting onto him. Another good stun. Xiaohu doesn't have flash, so he can't walk up that far. Zucker at half HP does have all out, but really get into the fight. It looks like they want to fight. W coming through. That is a dead Nautilus. However, on the other side, I think it'll be traded pretty quickly. Ult's traded for ults. Lock would love to go pick that up. Zucker could look for the all out. In fact, might be able to bring the Lock back in. It's going to be the Pantheon instead. Elk getting around the corner. Does get ult into the play. Looks like a good play for Weibo currently. Pantheon goes down, but the Cassante dies on the other side. Elk, can he get into the play? Flashes forwards, getting the passive on. That's the Yorick down. Nian wants to get the auto attacks down to make sure that he can get the kill onto the Kaiser. It's so close. He managed to get the reset on the E. Out of danger. It's a pretty even fight, all things said and done, because of that, I suppose. It ends up being a 3 for 2? Is that a 3 for 2 in favor of Weibo? Scrappy fights. And Nia has now walked away with a 3-0 lock. Now, Nia's been a player which we've not walked away from many games, saying, okay, this guy's good. Hook hit randomly there. It didn't really connect into the Fury. He died very quickly. So both supports died quickly. Zucker chooses to, like, go all out and try and get the CC combo down. So how does he die so quick? I guess he gets locked and then gets... Yeah, this is a lot of people just focusing him down after his W's down in the all outs. 4 for 3. Jesus, 4 for... Okay, yeah, 4 for 3. That's the one. Cool. Right. I knew it was a 1 kill advantage, but, yeah, that'll work. Yes, it was a 4-3. Of course it was. My bad. Oops. So gold is now back to even. Herald... not spawned yet, of course. Grubs were the one that was being fought over. Topside objective, Alex. Come on. Now, Lichbane is almost in from Nia. Nia is really scary now, in fairness. This has been quite a good game from Nia. Now, one of the things we said coming out of draft was, okay, are you okay keeping this Syndra in mid lane? Of course, it's Xiaohu, so I suppose you are. If a stun lands here, potential... Oh, he just jumped in. That could be a problem. Stun lands. Here comes the Zenith Blade. Has the Q after as well. Didn't want to stick around. Actually, oh, he just kills him with the ult. There you go. Good damage check. Nia, we just talked about how things were going well for him. Dies for his first time in the game. Moham, good roam there. Tell you what, Moham's not had a bad series so far. You know, we've had a lot of negatives about this player before, from his time on D+ Kia, from his time on OMG as well, who've now, of course, been... well, they're not playing in Split 3 in LPL because they went bottom 2 in Split 2. OMG kind of just gone now, really. Not sure if they'll stick around, we'll see. But Moham, playing okay here. Much better than I thought because of, you know, previous performances we've seen. AD Assassins aren't balanced. Funnily enough, AD Assassins are all kept... They're all kept weak, so the regular player base doesn't get too frustrated with them, which I think is... I think it's sad, personally. Okay, Dragon taken by LNG. 11 minutes in. Late first Dragon. Give me a contest. I mean, Xiaohu's around. Good Ezreal up there. Good chunk out. Xiaohu want to jump in and look for a steal? He might do, actually. I don't know why he was heading around the back of the pit. No. Doesn't get it anyway. LNG will get that dragon. I would not call Kiana or Neferi weak. They are comparative to... Well, no, they actually are if you compare them in solo queue to other champions. You need to be disproportionately good on Neferi or Kiana to make them work. I think maybe Neferi is the exception because they're just so consistent at diving towers. But yeah, on the whole, AD assassins are kept... Well, assassins in general. Oh, he can steal Scuttle with a W! There you go. Did they get the smite? And they do. That's Syndra gameplay for you. Never really get scuttles around Syndra. You know, for a while, Syndra jungle was a thing because you could steal camps away like that. Especially in the metas where Scuttle Crab was so important. Oh, does get the cannon there. Nice rotation over from Alk. Alk is 600 gold ahead, by the way. Still stacking in the cull. Although 1xN is doing the same thing on the Ezreal. 1xN, decent Lucian game. You know, so much of LNG from this year, if you were watching this stream, so much of us have been, of our LNG games has been, wow, 1xN is good. This team does look a bit dysfunctional, though. But you are against Elk, and Elk is kind of in a very similar ballpark, where it feels like Weibo have been very dysfunctional for most of the year because of their support changes, because of various other things going on. But Elk is a very good AD carry. Largely been our take on it anyway. My teammates like to insist to this day Syndra jungle is a thing when I don't gank for them. Game has calmed down since that big fight around the grubs, really. Oh, yeah, by the way. Oh, hang on, guys. You know, in the next break, I'm going to have to show you something. Guys, I pulled an €800 Magic the Gathering card. Hang on, that's an ult coming through from the Neferi. 1xN's... Oh, hang on, that's really close, actually. 1xN will have to flash. Xiaohu, good damage there. But I pulled an €800 Magic the Gathering card from the Hobbit pre-release. I pulled the alt art Surge Foil Arkenstone. So I have an €800 card. It is now more expensive than the Misfortune Legends of Runeterra card I got. I also pulled a Surge Foil Desolation of Smaug. Oh, I got jump forwards from way actually onto Elk there. Elk now half HP. Ow! More than half HP. He's taken about 2/3 of him. Alex is leaving us. They're about to get rich. I mean, part of me did cynically think, I'm not going to sell these until I need to pay rent. I guess. Oh, God. But yeah, no, the alt art of it is a beautiful card. Beautiful card. The Surge Foils are insanely nice. But yeah, pre-release Hobbit has come through, so, yeah. I hate what MTG has become. Yeah. No, I understand that. I think that the thing is, though, I wouldn't have gotten back into Magic Gathering if it weren't for Lord of the Rings and the Final Fantasy sets. So while I understand for the, the sanctity of the game, Herald's been started up, I suppose, but we should probably talk about that. Stun onto the Pantheon, does put the E down, does have flash, will use that flash to get away. Xiaohu put his ult into the Pantheon, did have the shotgun started up there. Ezreal doesn't actually hit anyone there, unfortunately, there from 1xN. Zika will have to flash away. Bot side, don't think it matters. CC lands onto shit. I don't think he'll die. One more turret shot would have been needed. Solo kill from Sheer onto Zika. Good kill there in the bot lane. Herald, well, I don't really know what can you really do much there now? With one top laner being able to teleport in and the other one not? This is the 1v1 on bot side. I was just messaging someone about the Magic Gathering stuff. I mean, Sheer just runs down, doesn't he? He's a level up. It's a good matchup anyway into the Cassante on the whole. The Cassante is not here to win the match. He's there to survive it and then be more useful in team fights. But the 1v1s are still a bit of a scary thing. But, yeah, I was just messaging someone about the Magic Oh, hang on. Fighting the bot side jungle. Missing very low, but not dead. Elk could fly in. Not sure it'd be the best idea. Pantheon jumping forwards. Lock gets the ult down. That's going to be the ult execute from the Lock. Good damage there. Does Elk want to fly in and get an assassination? Potentially could do. Elk, of course, in his Kai'Sa, has an incredibly high average kill score on the Kai'Sa in this year. In Split 1, he was dropping 15 kill Kai'Sa games. Elk yet to use that ult. Didn't want to go in and trade his life. Hasn't got the cull cashed in yet. Oh, hang on. All out. Doesn't pull him over the wall. Stun does land from Xiaohu. Here comes the ult. Sheer goes down. Okay, not bad. And because he's in the all out, can E over the wall. Pantheon comes in, but it's a little too late. Good combo from the solo lanes of Weibo there. But yeah, anyways, talking to someone about the MTG pools, because Sam got the alt art of Thranduil, which is worth like 300 euros as well, and it's really, really cool. So it's Surge Foil Thranduil. And someone was messaging and says like, yo, can Sam fight? And chat, Sam can fight. Sam has a black belt in karate, so the answer is very much yes, he can. LNG is trying. Yeah, LNG are ahead. They're ahead. They got 3 grubs. They have 3 grubs on a Yorick. My problem with LNG is just, how can I trust them to be coordinated when they haven't been a coordinated team the entirety of this year? Yeah, Sam can canonically fight. Yeah, he can. Sam can shoot you with a cannon. I mean, if you had a cannon, I suppose you could do. Herald now started. LNG around top side, teleporting in with the Lock. Lock is only 100 and so gold ahead now. I mean, Xiaohu's now picked up 4 kills himself, so mid lane's very even. Very even game in general. 2 items coming through from the Kai'Sa, though. This is where stuff gets really spooky, because both AD carries are getting to the point where they can actually solo carry a fight. 2-item Ezreal, 2-item Kai'Sa, both of them stacking in the cull. We know how good Elk's Kai'Sa is, we know how good 1xN is on stuff like the Ezreal. This game's going to get really spooky really quickly. So we've got Pantheon ulting in, we've got, you know, Syndra stuns coming out of nowhere. Kai'Sa following up on random picks. Lock resets. Ezreal 2-item craziness in the way that Chinese Ezreals tend to show us. This is the point in the game where it's anyone's guess. Anyone's guess at this point. Very even in terms of the item breakpoints. A lot of people have individual power. And this is where having teams which are less coordinated empowers individuals. Because if you have someone like the Kai'Sa slip the net on vision and able to get into a play, like in a 2v2 on a sideline, 3v2 on a sideline, or something like that. Or someone like the Pantheon manages to catch you out of position, everything explodes. Also, Neferi having the long-range follow-up helps too. With that in mind, I think I favor... I do slightly favor Weibo's composition, because while the Pantheon can start off fights from a very long range, I think there are more people on Weibo that can start off from long range. Ooh, the Goop landing onto Xiaohu there. Syndra looking for stuns out of Fog of War. Hook missing there from the aforementioned player, actually. Pantheon flying into the play. Xiaohu does have flash, flashed onto himself. Protobot's close to the wall. Where's the stun? Does get it onto multiple people, may have to flash the wall. Now, all out, going over the wall. There you go. It's much easier to respond from Weibo. Did blow the flash from the Syndra. Good all out, though. Manages to pull way over the wall. Almost going in for an extra kill. Missing. You've gone way too far, buddy. Too far from his team, but gets out to safety on the wall. Kai'Sa ult was used in the last play. No threat of a follow-up there. Baron is available, not a large enough fight win to go towards it. Dragon not alive, so no win there either. See how quickly things just explode. Scary stuff very quickly. Xiaohu going towards top lane. Don't you think Weibo frontline being tankier tips the scale towards them? Yes and no, because yes, I think that the frontline is better, but you're also into a Yorick and an Ezreal, which are pretty good at burning down a frontline like the Cassante. And at this point anyway, not that Ezreal is a specialist tank killer, but I think Yorick plus Ezreal is very good together. In this kind of game, I don't think there's much threat from the Cassante onto them. No jungler Baron. Yeah, this is the thing, right? When you don't have enough of a fight win, it's harder to do that. Turret goes down in favor of LNG in the mid lane. It's a big win for them, actually. They'll get rid of some of that control in mid lane. 1xN is building up towards the Shojin next, looks like. Pantheon didn't do enough early game with ganks. He did enough in the early skirmishes, and Nia got ahead though. Yo, Xiaohu with the Medjais. Let's go, buddy. Gone for the Blackfire Torch Protobelt build. I was mentioning earlier that the Imperial Mandate is the new kind of hotness for Syndra. Imperial Mandate is the build right now. Missing Trove the Herald like I drive terribly. Oh god, maybe. Okay, Dragon up and available now. Now this is where things are going to explode. Do you get random lock resets? Is Nia going to be able to, you know, redeem what has been quite a patchy year for him? Zika on the flank, going up against the Yorick, though not his happiest time. Supports going against supports. I'd imagine both are going to trade themselves out. Moham is close to getting executed by the lock. The ult thrown out. Elk flying in, tries to get the the Nautilus and does flying in. Gets away largely for now, but then gets assassinated by the lock who tries to reset in. He's so close, but he goes down. Nia, no, you are so much to the damage. Can't execute on the fight. Yes, the Kaiser was dealt with, but the rest of the team dies all the same. 5 for 1? 5 for 1 in favor of Weibo. LNG can't get the damage done. I think the lock ult was thrown out way too quickly there. I don't think it should be onto the Leona in any case. You've got to throw it onto more important people. Trading support for support was just not going to be valuable enough. And then I think Xiaohao has a great fight alongside you know, the rest of the team. But Xiaohao, you know, Elk both dive in at the same time. The coordination is there to say, all right, fly at them. Flies onto 1xN, stops him from firing back at him, but the W. 1xN can't get over the wall. It's jumped on by too many people, and then in the front line, it's just sadly just sheer left alone. Can't do enough. LNG are too bad at team fighting. It's too difficult for them. And yeah, I think that the problem is for LNG is that they kind of, what do you do as this team? If you were coaching LNG, what do you draft them? Do you just have to draft them like hyper win game, hyper win lane? In the past, it's been like just give 1xN agency and hope he carries. I'm not sure what you do. I'm not sure. I mean, Shear's been getting solo kills. 1xN's on a happy carry. Nia got a bunch of kills. Last game, they tried it with Nia being on utility. That didn't necessarily work out for them. Feels like this composition needs more coordination, but it's LNG playing it. That may be relevant to most of LNG's games. LNG, as we said, 0-2 in Group Nirvana alongside Weibo. Weibo and LNG are currently our worst teams in the LPL, of course, with Ultra Prime and OMG in Split 2 finishing bottom 2 in Nirvana, not currently playing. I guess you could count them below them because of the results of the year, but yeah. So sad for LNG. LNG were the best team in Nirvana and set to be on position to go to Group Ascend. They're the only team from Nirvana that didn't win their promotion series, effectively. There's a ward on this Baron, so LNG know that it's happening. Pantheon jumping in. This is getting close. They could come to a Pantheon to steal. Actually, it's getting very close. Wait, into the pit. Where's it going to? It goes to the lock. The lock steals the Baron. And that's going to be a Baron on all 5 people. Fantastic steal from LNG, who throw the lock and the Pantheon into the play. Works out wonderfully for them. Now Weibo, can they get a fight? No, they can't even get a fight. Weibo take it way too low. Let the Baron slip away. Stun now onto the Nautilus. It's only a flash gone. Suddenly it's the flash on Nautilus is not a worthy trade for a Baron. I suppose from the Pantheon as well. 2 flashes blown, not enough. So as much as we're saying, you know, LNG need coordination, maybe worst team in LPL. I mean, Weibo are still at 0-2 themselves. Teleporting in now, looking for something. That's going to be Syndra on the flank. Gets vision onto them, gets a little bit of damage here. 2 minutes till the Dragon. Trying to stop the Baron push. Xiaohao getting over the wall. Sheer. Decent damage onto him, but he can just walk away. Not enough damage. Trying to keep LNG on the map. That's what they're trying to do here. Elk might fly in here, actually. I think they want to force a fight. Yeah, they want to force a fight now, but they don't have enough CC. Just use the Kaiser ultimate. They're trying to force a fight now before LNG get a recall. Before they get to spend their gold. Before they get to go back out onto the map. Now, they managed to blow about a minute of the Baron because of this. But Baron was on vision, fly in. So Locke gets the steal. Throws the ult in, and I guess what happens here? Oh my god, it's the nail. It's actually the nail. It's a missed smite. Well, I guess it's the smite combo, but the nail that comes in combination, I suppose, with the smite from Weiwei, I think. Not sure exactly whose side that was coming through. Didn't see on the heads-up display. Hey, GD, by the way, thanks for the 10 stream streak. That's a dead missing. Missing has been out of position a lot on the Nautilus. 4th death of the game for him. He's been lucky to keep the death count that low, actually. Bot lane turret goes down. It was a nail biter. Shush. Boo. Oh, but even with LNG getting the Baron, they're not really using it that effectively, are they? They get 1 turret bot side, but missing dies. Not really controlling the map that well. Went missing from the map. Also boo. Missing ping. Yeah, continue the booing. Continue the booing. 3 items in from Elk, 900 gold ahead. 3 items in from 1xn though, so it's not like he's feeling too bad about the situation. Suppose. Nia has Lichbane. Shadowflame is Seekers in a good spot. Only gold lead for his team, actually. Credit to him. It's been his best game in the LPL I've seen from him so far. LNG's not able to play the map, did nothing with the Baron, but they weren't set up for it. It was a Baron steal, and they had to retreat very quickly. I think the mistake that LNG made was staying on the map and not resetting. I think that was the mistake they made. Yeah. Dragon now in 10 seconds. Zuka over the wall. Does he have a teleport? No. Needs to be careful about his HP bars, then. Guy looking for poke himself. Elk has ult. I think everyone's got ult, actually. Oh, Ezreal's got it coming up soon. Ice W landing. Ooh, that's not bad, actually. That's an okay ultimate going through from the Leona. All out, going Zuka to safety and puts Missing down. Missing now goes 0 and 5. Nautilus has not had a good game in these kind of these neutral stances. The fight comes through. Moem goes in, gets out. Zuka, low HP, looks for the Q3, does get it, actually. That's a pretty good Q3 from Zuka. Much better game from him. Xiaohao into the mess. Elk flashing forwards. 1xn goes down, and Weibo find the fight. LNG, you can steal a Baron, but you can't steal coordination. You can't just magically get your chemistry out of nowhere. Weibo just slaughtered them after the first pick. I think Missing has been well out of position. The rest of the team has not known how to position. LNG lose everyone. They lose everyone. Back to square one. Perhaps even before that. Dude, you wonder whether LNG are going to win a game this split if they keep playing like this. You wonder. Because what have we learned about LNG? What is the win condition? Well, you know, they've got individual people ahead. It doesn't look like it's worked that well. Coordination is not there. It's a sad state of affairs. LNG, one of my favorite teams to cast across LPL history. Weibo versus LNG was one of my favorite matchups across LPL history. For those of you that were here in, well, everyone between 23 to 25, really. Even though 25 was a bad year. But 23 to 24, particularly, LNG Weibo was an absurdly good matchup. Shahu versus Scout for a while. Tarzan was involved on both sides of the matchup, actually. Went from LNG to Weibo. This matchup used to be one of my very favorites to watch. It's the shadow of its former self. Thank you so much for the resub as well. Again, folks, if you're enjoying what you're listening to here, please think about, you know, dropping a sub, a like, a follow, subscribe. It does make a difference to Sam and I. This is our job. We do this for your enjoyment, but we do it because we love it and because it pays the rent. We appreciate you all. Appreciate you all. And if you are enjoying it, please drop a like, follow, subscribe. If you talk in chat, I'll do my best to respond as well. Shadow's in the LCP now. He is. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much for the gift sub there, Kirby. You're very, very kind. Appreciate that. Thank you. There's no donor button. We have a code. We have a code, Felix. We have a code. Don't remind us of what we used to have. It's sad. I know, right? I know. We used to have some. We used to have a pretty. We used to have a lot of good stuff going on. A lot of these big teams. Some of the big teams have just struggled to keep it up over the years. Yeah. Okay. LNG, very much on the ropes here. Okay, Baron spawning now. Weibo, well, they lost one to a freak accident. Yeah. The nails ended up robbing. Not the final nail in the coffin, luckily. So that's the opposition off of Missing. Currently at that, you know, a lot of deathmark. Wei is over the wall. He does have flash. He does have ult. Missing cord again. That's a good Leona ult, actually. Mohm's had a strong game on the Leona, trying to trade in the front line. That's not a bad lockout into the front line. I just don't think it's enough. Kasansei going low. Kasansei going down. Xiaohao into the back line to the Ezreal. I think the damage is too much from Weibo on the whole. Yep, that's almost a pentakill. Quadra-kill to L because he gets 4 out of the 5. Xiaohao taking the last one. Oh, damn near gets what, the 6th pentakill of LPL split 3? That'll be it. That'll be the game. Cassandra didn't even die as noted there. Not sure how that happened. LNG can't even get a single kill from the fight. Depressing series, depressing game. Even with a Baron steal, can't get the job done. Weibo will win the series 2-0, and the question persists. What does LNG do now? They are sinking fast. Weibo, they pulled the trigger on changes. This worked a lot better from them. LNG, they had unexpected changes really coming in. Oh my gosh, Judy, thank you so much for the gift subs there. You are so, so kind. 32 gift subs, you're very, very kind there. I appreciate you. Welcome in, everyone, and I hope you're all enjoying your time here watching the good old LPL. Appreciate you all here, as we've been saying. Gosh. Okay, Weibo. Weibo. The changes have been rung in. Xiaohao in. Mohem in. And they do get themselves their first victory, but then again, it's against LNG, not the strongest opposition here. Right, there'll be an on-stage interview. We'll leave you with that. We'll be back just after that to join you once again.
好多人都在说小号打得好，来，先跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 的打野小号。
欢迎小号。 也谢谢所有来到北神书线下的大家。今天也是在加入到 WBG 之后，包括也是和莫哈姆选手一起在赛场上面征战的首场比赛嘛，拿到这场队伍的首胜。现在对于你来讲，会不会负担也小一点？包括说大家的一个磨合又怎样了呢？
感觉我们磨合的挺好的吧，就队友都很强，然后希望后面继续赢下来。
今天其实上来第一局就打得很主动啊，包括7分钟的时候，可能兔子就已经4个头了，非常美妙的开局。但是好像中间稍微有一点点乱流嘛，所以能不能跟我们讲一下，当时在听牌龙团的时候，转大龙那一波期间，可能出现了什么问题？包括说当时队伍的判断是怎样的呢？
当时可能团战的站位没有很好吧，所以让对面找到机会。不过我们后续的调整力还是挺好的。
包括也是抓住了可能在转大龙的时候，对方选择不够特别果断的一个 timing 嘛。第二局好像相比起第一局来讲，稍微拉扯的多一点点。所以当时在面对他们这个阵容的时候，你们的一个阵容重心是什么呢？
第二局我们阵容是偏拉扯吧，然后我跟卡莎有大招可以收割，所以说我们就不用很着急，就慢慢玩就行了。
而且那波卡莎只身入场带你进场的那一波打得也非常漂亮，包括虽然最后好像洛克抢了大龙，不是最后吧，就大龙的时候被抢到，好在是没有特别影响到战局。那也想问一下，因为现在拿到了首胜之后，我觉得大家的士气应该是有起来一点点的。那在这里对队友，包括是所有的粉丝们都说2句吧。
就希望我跟我现在的队友我们一起加油吧，然后争取后面3连胜吧。然后就是感谢粉丝们支持吧，我们会越来越好的。
接下来也是每分必争的一个情况了啊！而且下一场你们将会面对到的就是内盘组的头名 NIP， 他们现在是不败之身，所以你自己有着怎样的期待呢？
打完 NIP 我之前也赢过吧，所以说没有什么压力。
好了，我们来期待下一场的精彩对决。再次感谢小哈来到我们的3号赛盘的环节，我们先把时间交还给解说席。
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Fairly easy series, all things said and done for Weibo, but I guess it's against LNG, who look like, I mean, LNG will earn themselves the title for now of worst team in LPL. Worst team in LPL right now. Now, in terms of post-mortem for LNG, individually, I think there were some okay performances. The coordination is just not there. You can't really sit and talk about individual performances when they're performing like that way as a team, which is really sad to see from them, really. In terms of Weibo, player of the game, Zerko was pretty good on Cassandra, but he did get solo killed a bit. Xiaohao was really good on the Neferi. Xiaohu was very good on the Syndra. I think Mohem actually deserves a bit of a shout-out. And Elkos got the Quadra at the end. Pretty solid game. I probably wouldn't give it to Elk, not because he was bad, I just think that the other people were more instrumental in deciding the game. It's a pretty even shout. I'm not gonna throw my towel. I'm not gonna throw my hat into the ring. I think it's there's a lot of... They were all pretty solid. In terms of player of the series... Player of the series... Xiaohu pretty decent on the Aurora in game 1. I'd go ahead and say not Zucker. I think it's maybe Xiaohao? I think it's Xiaohao maybe? Although Xiaohu was also pretty good. Yeah. I think Missing should be MVP for his contributions to Weibo's victory. I mean, Missing was well out of position so much. Missing had a poor game. Yeah. I don't know. How much can you really talk about LNG when it's like this, you know? How much can you really say? Thank you so much, by the way, again, Judy. It's very kind. Thanks for the hype train, everyone. I appreciate you all. On to the second series, LGD AL. BLG, EDG, blah, blah, blah. No, wait, what? Yeah, LGD AL. And then I think... Did I just say BLG AL? I'm just... Wow, my brain just did not just did not process that. LGD AL, then BLG, EDG end of the day. God, brain is just not functioning today, is it? Must be the time zone difference. Yeah, the 1 hour. Ooh. The crumpets did not save it. I know, right? Yep. Hey, the crumpets have stopped me from being, like, ill on stream. I did think for a second, hang on, I might actually have like an incident on stream. That could actually be a problem. I did think that might be an issue. Even with the Drab Baron Steel MG can get away with much here. Oh man, this team is so sad to watch. I think, look, Missing wasn't good. I think the team has zero chemistry right now. They're just sinking. And sadly, this is just like a wasted year for some players I'd love to see more from. I think Sheer probably deserves better than this thing, even though, well, I guess not much better, but he was actually very good in Nirvana. I think 1xN definitely deserves more than this. I don't know, man. All I'm hearing is free Sheer and free 1xN. I mean, again, like, Sheer's had his down moments too, don't get me wrong, but... Maybe for this game it's a Xiaohu MVP. It was a very good Syndra game. Yeah. Okay, folks, I actually might get myself some more crumpets. I'm going to run an ad break, folks. Once again, thanks for supporting the channel. Wait for the player of the series. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to get myself some more food, and I'll be right back. So, yeah. 1 second, folks. Well, not 1 second. You know, several minutes, like I said, but 1 second. Not even one shout out for support. That's a little bit, yeah. Hello everyone, how's it going? How's it going? What's this? Maybe we should start putting out quick polls for player of the game, player of the matches. Maybe we should do player of the game, player of the match. I should have sorted this stuff out. Because there's like a bunch of things I could do, and then, yeah, there's a bunch of things I could do. It's about like energy and effort, I guess. So Xiaohao gets everything there, I suppose. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee, and I'll be right back. Also, so we're currently working off of Sam's laptop. I forgot my laptop charger in Berlin, so I don't have a laptop currently because it doesn't have a charger. Oops, my bad. Could have ordered another one on Amazon Prime. Oops, my bad. Alright, folks. Thanks for sticking with us again, getting on this game series 2 shortly. Yeah, I think... I'm surprised that it's like straight on Xiaohao, but I guess a lot of people are voting for Xiaohao because it's literally his first series in and he's done pretty well. Hello. How's it going? Mom wants that pen to happen so bad? I know. Oh, gosh. Yes. By the way, folks, if you do have like fun things you want to do for chat, or for things as we're watching live, things like doing a player of the game vote or something like that, we'll try and find ways to make that work. As long as it is something which is okay. The rule of thumb is, if I don't have to do that much effort on the day, or Sam, or whatever, then I'm okay with it. The problem is basically when it's like, well, look, we have like a million things to do on the day already, right? So we have, you know, like so many spinning plates. It's kind of hard for us to do that much more on the day when it's the 9 game days and stuff like that. Because, you know, luckily today, because we had a 2 series day and they were fairly quick games, it's not going to be that crazy. But, you know, even stuff like the spreadsheet, because we've had the solo cast, the spreadsheet, I'm not sure if we can keep up with the spreadsheet, really. I should have made it less complicated. And I'm realizing that for a lot of things. We can be ambitious, but like, that ambition has to come with something which is actually sustainable, basically. Yeah. Subway Surfers jingling keys on stream during the breaks. You jest, however. You jest. However, perhaps that is something which we could do anyway. Perhaps. Oh gosh. Is it just me? I think the screen is aligned. I'm not actually sure though. We're about to get hit with Uma, aren't we? Look, guys. Look, I'm just saying, I've won 7 platinum trophies on Uma. If you're gonna watch someone play Uma, there are worse people to watch play Uma. I'm just saying. I also like, I think I'm kind of entering whale territory now, so I actually have like a good deck, so you can have that second-hand excitement of watching a good run through myself. Good as morning, hey Parky, how's it going? I'm also in the basement. I'm in the basement. Hold on, Uma has auto now. The grinding has calmed down a bit thanks to that. Yeah, it has. The auto training does help on Uma a fair amount. It does. I'm gonna leave you with some of the fan broadcasts. Okay, I'm gonna get my crumpets from upstairs and I'll yeah. Uma is currently kind of Subway Surfers if you think about it. Yeah, it's just Subway Surfers with horses. Same thing, right?
LPL 23年夏季赛的银龙杯限时展出了，小伙伴们快来和他一起打卡吧！邀你近距离见证赛区荣光。
Oh, I just completely ignored them. My bad. Whoopsies.
我在北神树很想你。
It's not an issue in the case of player of the game match poll. For sure it has the facility. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's something mods more to do. But yeah, it's basically just like mods, as long as you're okay to run that, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, look, mods, if you want to do that, you have my blessing. I probably can't do it myself just because it's too much effort to do after every game, because I already have enough stuff to do after every game. But if you want to run a player of the match, player of the game poll after game, you can do that, like, if you'd like. Like, you have my blessing. If you think it's good for chat, then I do too. Cool, alright, let me go get the food. No, be right back. Run off and get some food and stuff. Yes, keep yourself fed and watered, chat.
展示一下你常用的选手表情包吧。
小虎的手术。
哥哥他那个直播效果特别好嘛，然后他就是经常会出一些比较有趣的表情包。
喜欢用 Viper 的一个撅嘴的表情包，特别可爱。
有没有平时常用的表情包？
别压抑，别压抑。丹尼的表情包。
哎，为什么喜欢丹尼的表情包？
因为希望他们5个人都打得好。哎，我这比赛我就这样。
切拜。
EDG Clear Love 的光速变脸。
哎。
EDG Star 的表情包。
3、2、1，起飞。
Hello, I'm back with more carbohydrates in the form of crumpets.
那个有没有常用英雄联盟相关的表情包？
还真有一个。
I'm not in the basement because I escaped to get food. Yeah. I'm back in the building.
저희가 위챗 방에서 제일 많이 쓰는 이모티콘이라서.
유카이 선수 이모티콘이요. 我们现场的活动可谓是精彩无限，每天3场比赛等着你，我们赛场见哟。
Okay, second series, LGD AL. Now, this is a weird one. We're getting into our second round robin now. We have seen this matchup before. And, I think LGD have grown a fair amount throughout the split. Not that Anyone's Legend haven't. Anyone's Legend have as well. But Anyone's Legend just came off of a 0-2 to Team WE. I think that... I do think that LGD are a fairly... This is going to sound strong, because they are one of the bottom teams in Ascend. They are a fairly strong team. You know, I think that Ascend are... Like, LGD, they've taken games off of pretty much everyone. They did end up losing to TT in the 2-1. And like, I know this, and this is why I've got to sell this to you, right? I kind of have to sell this to you. Like, LGD are not like a super strong team, but you cannot overlook them. And Anyone's Legend are still not the finished product. Breathe obviously coming in this split, replacing Flandre. But like, this matchup is weird to the extent where I think LGD could easily take a game. I don't think they can easily take the series. I think they can easily take the game. Yeah, no, it's Mecca. You go look after yourself. LGD seems to be the best of the worst in Ascend. Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it? Because, like, I think they're clearly better than EDG, but everyone's clearly better. I think Tung Yuan's great. I think Hung's been on great form. I think that Crisp has been on pretty decent form, too. And, like, yeah, I know that they, Oh, hang on. Hang on, guys. You're going to have to help me remember. LGD TT, it was a 2-1, but I wasn't there for the whole of that series. Who won the LGD TT matchup? Was it TT? Did they win 2-1? I seem to remember it was TT winning 2-1, right? Seem to remember? Oh yeah, Heru had a good game. Yeah, it was Heru that had the good series. Yes, because he had the lock game. In fact, was it Heru's pentakill on lock that series? Gosh, all of the games do blend into together, don't they? But yeah, Anyone's Legend on the other side. They have some hella big KDAs. They do. But Anyone's Legend, they did just get 0-2 by WE because their late game decision making around objectives has been frankly disastrous. There were like 2 pentas. I want to say we've had 5 pentakills this split already in LPL. It has been very penta heavy. Highlighting Kyle and Chris. So, I mean, if Anyone's Legend win games, it's kind of through Kyle and Tarzan. 4 unless I've missed one. I think we've had 5 Blade, based on the graphics we've seen. Didn't we see a pentakill yesterday? 2? In fact, didn't we see 2 pentakills yesterday? Did we get like something like 2 pentakills yesterday? We did something like that. No, we've had a lot of pentakills. That's the long and short of it. Right. Should I run some adverts now? Because we already have run ads. I've not been great at timing my ads. But... When was that? 18 minutes. When was the last time I did that? 18 minutes ago last time I did it? Yeah, I might run another block of ads now, folks. Apologies, folks. I try not to run too many ads, but I just want to like get on top of them because it's a new setup. I don't want to forget about stuff and whatever. Anyway, see you on the other side of the ad break. If you don't want ads, obviously subscribe as well. We won't miss the walkouts this way, I don't think, because we still got the player interviews. We should still be fine with this. Okay, but yeah, I appreciate you all for sticking around, and I'm going to eat my crumpets. Nice. Time isn't real on the LPL. I wish time wasn't real. It's very real in it. There's a lot of it which happens. Yeah. In terms of this game, I'll really be eating on camera. Oh, eating on camera feels weird. Time. Parsley, sage, rosemary time, one might say. I gotta wait an hour and a half for lunch. Why? Exactly. Do you have to wait for this? Do you have to wait for the stars to align? Mukbang time. Thing is, though, like, if people were actually interested in it, I would do cooking streams. I'm not a bad cook. Sam's a better cook. I know that Monty did his cooking streams as well. I really enjoyed watching Monty's cooking streams. They were fun. Monty used to work in a Thai restaurant, I think, didn't he? I think Monty used to work in a... Yeah, Monty used to work in a Thai kitchen, I think. Cooking streams are fun. Yeah, so funnily enough, because obviously Angie and I are long distance. So one of the ways that we hang out is like I'll just be on Discord and I'll just film I'll just like put camera on of me cooking. Yeah. So that's one of the ways that we spend our time. So you know, I'll do like an on or a
各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人欣然。我们先请到的是 LGD 的下路选手少爷，跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 LGD 的 AD 少爷。
对你们来说，其实组内赛的赛程已经过半了嘛？怎么评价在这半程的表现呢？
第一轮我们队打得不是特别好嘛，希望下一轮加油。
因为在最近4场的话，其实 LGD 的比赛都打得非常的焦灼嘛。那你觉得可能在这部分的话，哪些游戏内容需要亟待解决呢？
无论是 BP 还是对线方面都要解决吧。
好，我们今天赛场见。同样，我们请到的是 AL 的打野选手他赞，跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 打野他赞。
前天比赛稍微有点可惜，没有能够成功的延续连胜之势嘛，所以后来大概做了怎样的复盘呢？
就我们上一次比赛输了啊，我们还是做了一些复盘吧，然后确实我们上一次比赛输了有点可惜，但是我们比赛内容是前期是还行，但是我们后期的做法有点可惜吧，所以我们复盘了好久吧。
那今天这场比赛是面对到 LGD， 他们是非常乐于在前期去主动寻求机会的队伍。那你怎么看这场跟他们的2番战呢？
今天对老关帝的话，他们也前期是重要嘛，但是我们也最近的版本的话很看前期吧，所以我们就也注意他们的前期吧。
好，我们今天赛场见。
Okay, interview's done. Should be onto stage shortly, I'd imagine. Good long distance life hack there. Yeah, I mean, you figure out what you actually want to spend time doing. But for Angie and I, we just have a lot of... We watch a lot of things and we play a few games as well. But honestly, just pretty happy to just exist and call it so. Helps. Yeah. Okay, LGD, AL, look. AL are still favorites. I think that LGD are good enough to take a game, like I said. AL need to sort out their objective play. I think Anyone's Legends objectives have been really quite worrying. Yeah, no, LDR in this case does not mean Lord Dominates regards. No, I did actually see that and think that's a good armor pen hack right there, and I thought no, that's probably not what they meant at this point. Probably not. Yeah. Gosh. Okay. So, you know, obviously Breathe in a weird spot, right? Because Breathe in that last series did kind of... For those of you that missed the Anyone's Legend WE series, that series kind of culminated in Game 2, where Breathe, who was playing Gnar, he Gnar ulted a Renekton onto his own team's 12-kill Xerath. And, yeah, it kind of lost them that fight. It kind of ended up snowballing into a second fight in which they lost something like a 9,000 gold lead, and they lost the game. It was, yeah, so Breathe not a great day at the office yesterday for him. Not a great day at the office. Yeah. Breathe is meant to be, was meant to be coming in to replace Flandre in terms, because Flandre's on poor form. I think Flandre was way better at teamfight impact and out of lane impact, though, on the whole. Breathe is a more solid individual, like, laner. He is, on the whole, historically anyway. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I think, I look at Anyone's Legend, and I think I see a team which kind of needs Tarzan to just kind of run the game, or the game is kind of doomed. Now, I don't think Tarzan always needs to do the damage, but I think he needs to like control the flow of the game. He needs to be engaging, he needs to be invading, he needs to be doing something on the map. And if he's not, this team just does not look great. We've known that for a while, obviously, we have done, but I thought for a while it was like, well, okay, obviously he's one of the best in the world, but then the question was, okay, well, what about, you know, these other players? Are they also on form? Shanks last year was very, very good within the LPL. I think he's gone to being good, but not special right now. I think that Hope was way more solid, and now he's at a point where his mages are better now, in fairness, but I think that Hope has been a question mark for Anyone's Legend, and if he doesn't have a utility bot lane pick, I think he struggles. Yeah, thank you so much for those gift subs again earlier, by the way, Judy as well, and Pirate King Popper, appreciate you stopping by as well. Hope you're having an okay time. Yeah, yeah, Anyone's Legend, confusing team, obviously coached by Big Way now, the old coach of BLG. He's got a reputation, not necessarily a good one, I suppose, as a coach, because of the way that BLG, that super team, probably should have achieved far more than they did. I know I say that, given that in 2024 they did reach both international finals, but I think their drafts were all over the place. I think that their objective play was all over the place. Yeah. Anyway. Seems like it's a bit of an extended pause before going into... Hey, push. There you go. I see so much negative sentiment around Hope online. Like, I was a Hope defender for a while. I think perhaps he's still scapegoated a little bit, but if it goes away from mage utility bot lane meta, they're going to have some huge problems. He's just not a primary carry. He can't be really. Okay. I see so much negative sentiment around every player online. People are allergic to giving praise. Yeah, I mean, realistically, if Anyone's Legend were going to be better internationally, just a better team, you do replace Hope first. You do. I think that, and yeah, look, I say this, I have very fond memories of Hope in 22 winning 22 Summer, and that Hope continued to be pretty legit up until, internationally last year. In fairness, a lot of the big games weren't good. Even, yeah, I'm trying to be balanced here, because I do think that Hope has been scapegoated to a certain extent. I also think that he's probably been the worst. He has been, the bottleneck for Anyone's Legend getting better, I think. I don't think that he can be that primary carry. You know, you think about that Jinx in Game 5 versus T1, the Worlds. You think about, awful Corky game he had in that series too. Was it that one? And then obviously his MSI series is a bit skew as well on the whole. His Kai'Sa was good, though. His Kai'Sa was good. Again, I'm trying to be nuanced. I think that he's better than people give him credit for. I think his utility picks have been really important. If you're going to talk about him right now, he is actually a very good mage bot lane player. He is. Good to see you, by the way, Kai'Sa. Hope you're doing well. And I hope this comes across in the right way, the whole conversation. And I know we have a lot of people who are fans of very different players here. You know, for instance, Confucian as well on Twitter. They're a huge Shin player, Shin fan. And, you know, I love Shin. And that's why, and, you know, people like that, who have, very tight connections with players, I respect them an awful lot. And I understand how difficult it is when your players aren't performing and aren't getting the results that, you know, that they can do, or the ones that you want for them. Shin's such an interesting case because I know he can be the best jungler in the world, but that means that often my communication about him holds him to very high standards. And Hope, you know, I know what he did back in 2022. I think my problem with Hope now is that I'm just not sure what my expectations for him are anymore. Problem I have. I think we're getting onto stage now, though. There we go. Cool. Right, let's get ourselves to the thick of things. Welcome back to LPL Split 3 2026. Second series of the day here in Beijing. Anyone's Legend versus LGD. Anyone's Legend, of course, getting 0-2 by W the other day. LGD getting 2-1 by TT. It's been a weird old day, hasn't it? A weird old week. LGD, I think better than many people have given them credit for. I think they're a team which actually has a decent upper level of form. Doesn't always find it, but they tend to find a game in every series. LGD first out onto the stage.
Legend. Hawk. Breathe.
Anyone's Legend next out onto the stage. As you said, bit of a difficult period for them. Had some great results. 0-2 by WE though, it's been mixed. They are one of the top teams. The question is where can they kind of max out? What happens with this new top laner, Breathe, obviously a veteran of the LPL coming in? What happens with the chemistry of the team? Questions.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛，北京主场周第4日第2场对决将由 LGD 对阵 AL， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Yeah, and LGD, of course, losing to TT in that 2-1 earlier in the week. That was the result I was just looking up now because I missed that somewhat. Okay, right. Let's get ready for our second series. Welcome in, everyone. I understand that there's some really big LCK games happening right now. Hope you're also enjoying that. But also, if you're choosing to spend your time here watching some Chinese League of Legends, I hope you're having a fun time as well. Welcome into chat. Make sure the YouTube chat's open as well. Again, apologies to YouTube chat because of the setup I've got right now. A little bit less responsive on that front for now. Yeah, hope that you're all having a good time. Let's stop by in here again. Where are you, YouTube chat? Come on, let's have a look. See, cool. Let's go back to Warhammer crash outs instead. Right? Yeah. So yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that, Ether and the others in YouTube chat. I do try and keep an eye on YouTube chat. Yeah, Warhammer crash outs always have that. So funnily enough, I have another Warhammer crash out to have, which is that like for randomly the Eldar took like another random L in a Black Library novel because they retconned. They ended up like not retconning. Well, it kind of was retconning, but they've ended up contradicting the lore. So like one of the Crone swords, which the Eldar are looking for, is just owned by Trazen the Infinite. Or what's his face, the Necron bloke, and they were meant to have like all but one of them, which was in Nurgle's Garden or something like that. I don't know why the hell they made that change. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh, I'm facing the consequences of drinking with my low-ass tolerance yesterday. Oof. YouTube should talk about Ahri builds if they want to draw Alex aggro. Exactly. Just like build Slot Belt or something like that, and I'll be right there. You know, I see someone like just tightening something around the waist, and I'm like, that's a proto belt. I know it. It's a damn belt. I'm aware. I'm onto you. All right, let's get into game. You see, as soon as I start raging about builds, into game we go. Okay, right. So, Annual's Legend, LGD, first game with them. Series 2 of the day. Nocturne, very powerful here. The Shen has been huge for both Crisp and Kyle, actually. In terms of high priority junglers, also think about that. Neferi, of course, both these junglers very, very good at that. Yakali banned away. So we still have, like, Orianna, Cassiopeia, Ryze, Syndra. Mid lane pool is wide open. Yakali's banned away, which makes me think Annual's Legend will first pick Orianna if it's open. Now, if they first pick the Orianna, what do they answer with Tonguen? Because normally they'd, well, yeah, normally it would be the Akali answer into the Orianna. Many of our teams will do that. Could be a giant spell, you don't know? No. They fooled me a dozen times. I know that's a proto belt. I know it is. Always is. Okay, first pick. Orianna, presumably, because the Akali's out. I don't see why you'd ban the Akali otherwise. Or maybe it might be Tonguen going towards the lock, then, because we have seen Orianna counter by lock. So it might be Orianna, lock counter on the other side. And then you start thinking about Neferi. You start thinking about that for the Orianna side anyway. I think Neferi, Orianna looking likely in this draft for Annual's Legend. But are they afraid of the lock? Are they afraid of it? It'd be very telling if they don't first pick Orianna. Very telling if they don't. Draft falls through. So, stake. Comms issue. Let's see. Yeah. Build Rocket Belt into Everfrost, into Merctrez, into Rod of Ages, into Infinity Edge. Yeah. Yeah. And then just, you know, send a bomb to my house while you're at it or something. Just make sure it really hits. Yesterday there was an Ari build without the Rage Belt. I'd be proud if not for the lack of Darksteel Magi's. Yeah, I mean, for Ari, often builds get saved by Magi's, don't they? I'm gonna take some knots on my hair, man. I get to take care of my hair better. I very often find myself going like, oh, I should brush them. Full burn only. Yeah, burn Ari is a really fun build. Burn Ari is one of my favorite ones. Like the slow burn Ari build is one which people don't tend to value as much. One which people overlook. But stuff like Malignance Leandries or Blackfire Leandries has been okay at point. Although Blackfire Leandries right now, because both items are quite low AP, a little bit less good. Cool. I think Qatari said they were around until last series of the day. They're spending the day with their mum, which is cool. Might be here for the first game of the series. Cool. All good. I had an Ari support that went shift first and ran it down in Classic. Jeez, man. Oh, gosh. I have been enjoying playing Classic. It's been a good blast in the past playing Classic. I was playing stuff like Kale Top, playing Vayne, playing Ari. I didn't play that much old Vayne, because at the time when Classic was around, I wasn't a Vayne player. Now I am. Chat can surely be trusted without supervision. I've got my eye on you. I've got my eye on you, I tell you. I've actually resorted to not watching the game full screen here today. I've just got on the preview on, so I can have chat on the side. So I can have a closer eye on chat today. Okay, back into draft we go. So, questions for LGD. It is still the Lucian. So what are we doing with the first pick then? Is it Orianna? The thing is, I think Orianna for so much of the year has been that first pick ban. If you're suddenly not first pick banning it, what do you do? So they do choose to lock it in. Now, presumably, Tongyuan goes for lock. Anyone's Legend goes for the Neferi, and then we move on from there. Maybe LGD then think about, I don't know, buy Jarvan. Do they not want to answer it? With the lock? I would have thought that lock is like the Orianna counter right now. They go Rise, alright. So they want to take... Okay, so they want to take the Neferi. That's their answer. They want to take the Neferi, because the threat was Orianna Neferi comes in on the other side. Targeting Hope Comfort lot. Shaya might try a Draven. The thing is, I actually think Lucian's not great as Draven. I think they would have left the Lucian open maybe if that were the case. Although Shaya's been playing a lot of Draven, you're right. Anyone's Legend, what do they do into the... They lock Olaf that early? Now that could go jungle. That is a flex. I just would have thought you'd want a better jungler with Orianna combos. Don't love that. Don't love that. Fun fact, Orianna has the second highest pick ban rate in LPL this split with 9 games and 63 bans. Huh. Wait, what's the highest pick ban champion then? Is that this year or LPL split? Oh, this is Poppy. Well, it's locked in again now. So that means you've removed a bit of the flexibility. You expect that Poppy to go jungle. Olaf to go top now. LGD see quite a tanky melee team, but they have the Orianna buying space for them. Somewhat enchanting. What do you do into the Olaf? Do you go Zahan? They go Vayne. Okay, but it's Vayne into Poppy, which can be a problem. Vayne is very good into Olaf. Not fantastic into Orianna or Poppy. Orianna sometimes you can outplay, but if she ever hits you with a shockwave, your fight is over. What you're going to be doing is basically just perma going topside for Birdle. Just perma going into their lane. Just Realm up into it, ults in with an Neferi. This is a very, very top-sided draft. So I would imagine both teams now look for self-sufficient bot lanes or a bot lane that allows your support to roam. Camille banned out with that in mind. Very strong. Although, I mean, actually, he could have Camille'd on 4. Didn't have to ban it themselves. Corki banned away from Shaya. As noted in chat, there's a chance of something like a Draven lane coming out from LGD. Shaya's a big player of the champion. Vayne would be a nice bot flex if Vayne was playable bot lane. Yeah, Vayne does not do very well in 2v2s. She wants the isolated 1v1. She's a very good duelist because she out-damages people in 1v1. She has a little short range and just doesn't have the wave control for 2v2. Now, the way she wave controls in top lane is saying you can't approach the wave. If you can't approach the wave, you can't wave clear. And I can just get the wave pushing. In bot lane, you can't do that. Oh, Syndra potentially thought about bot lane would be... No, they already have the AD carry top side. Gives you some extra CC. Not great into the Olaf, obviously. Going for the Bard instead. Bard's good at the long range catch out onto the Orianna. A little less good onto Poppy if she has targets to eat. Now they might try and separate the Jhin Bard. Varus into Bard is fantastic. Your spell, if you get Spell Shield with Edge of Night, you feel okay. If that ever gets blown, you're less happy. In laning phase, you're fine. Alright, they go for the Varus. Now, last pick for Xayah, you do wonder whether it's the... You wonder whether it's the Jhin or the Caitlyn. You'd imagine it's the Jhin into the Varus. Last pick. Does this put the Poppy supports or put it jungle? They go for the Poppy support and they go for the Pantheon jungle. Huh, okay. Presumably anyway. Unless they put the Poppy top lane into the Vayne. Although, I don't think that's fantastic. Sivir last pick for LGD, choosing not to go for the Jhin. They go for the double AD carry. Now, this is the thing where we wonder whether... We wonder where the different picks are going. Is it going to be a Poppy support? Because Poppy support's kind of bad into Sivir. It doesn't really do that much there. You do wonder, just a little. Gonna go into an ad break so we don't get ads during the game. Appreciate you all, and thanks for sticking by us. So it is going to be the Vayne top, is going to be the Olaf top lane. I think Olaf into Vayne, not great. I think that overall composition, I think I do prefer LGDs. The Vayne's good into the Olaf. I think that the Olaf Neferi, the Ryze Neferi can go top lane. I think Sivir is good into both Varus and the Poppy on the whole. They struggle to get much value there. Sivir's also not bad into Olaf as well. You can just run away from him all the time. Spell Shield the Axe, pop your ult, run. See if he's gone for the Ghost or he's gone for the Cleanse. Very talented. Alright, let's get into game. Okay, in the game, let's hear the gyros. Yo, Ignite Olaf top, by the way. Ignite Olaf top. Can't say I've seen that one before. And it is Ghost from Sivir. Triple Ghost from LGD, actually. Dude, imagine being Olaf and seeing 3 people run a Ghost against you and you've had to run Ignite. Imagine that. Dude, why would you lock the Olaf in that early? That early Olaf pick is just so questionable. And, look, anyone's Legend at least have a little bit of CC. They've got the Pantheon and the Varus. Now, Breed's Olaf the other day wasn't bad. He was actually okay on it individually. Oh, hang on, going in because the Q was used from Birdall. Arrow missing, pops the Ghost himself, has the Q out. So that's the Ignite for the Ghost. Okay trade, actually, from Breathe, considering. Again, Olaf really doesn't like playing into Vayne. Vayne is a very good matchup into the Olaf. The Ignite drops early for a bit of poke there. See how Breathe can... brother? God. English is not working out for me. Yeah, brother. That's how you pronounce it, actually. It's the Mandarin pronunciation of Breathe. sliding. Oh, gosh. Brother? Yeah, exactly. Brother. Let's not make that a thing. Let's not make that a thing. Gosh. All right, push in from the rise, going back for an early tier. Oh, Shanks is looking for an early freeze in mid lane. Can't stop a recall. It's going to come through. Oh, hang on. Tango chooses not to recall, weirdly. He's out of mana. I've been pushing quite early. He still has both his health pots. He can stay if he wants to. And he does. Now, what does Birdall do with his wave state? Very often in matches like this, you kind of want to push in and poke out, but you can also just, like, get the wave outside your turret, and then the melee champion can never walk at you. If you ever get your wave on your side frozen, then champions like that can't function. Occasionally, we've seen champions like Olaf try and proxy to kind of get away from the hardest parts of the map. Occasionally. It doesn't always work, though. Too much. Occasionally. Oh, Lever, by the way, I appreciate the a minute. Tarzan clearing from bottom to top, and if you're doing the opposite, but not. Okay. Tarzan going into the Scry's Bloom, puts a ward down as well. Vision control established. Has the longsword, so... so yeah, Tarzan went for the 3 camps into recall for the longsword, whereas Hung went for the full clear into the pickaxe bet. And Hung's been good on the Neferi. I think that LGD, look, they're obviously, look, they're 1-6. AL are 5-2. And I know that maybe the way I'm talking about it, you can tell from the tone of it, maybe think, well, aren't you being too, aren't you favoring LGD a bit too much? I mean, I think Anyone's Legend are favorites, but LGD do have some, they've got some sting to them, don't they? Breathe. Doesn't have the Ignite just up yet. Magical Journey coming through. No tower aggro taken. Hang on, the tower aggro now taken, but the wave's gone. If he flashes to try and clear the wave, kill goes to Hung anyway. Good roam. A strong play there from LGD. Not bad there from Hung in the mid lane either. Bot lane, Shaya left alone on bot side. This is the thing about going for such a topside-centric draft, though. It doesn't matter as much that the Civ is behind. If the Olaf's behind and the wave's even going to bounce out away from him, what does Breathe do? He needs help now. He really needs help. And this is before even, Ryze has started ulting around. Before anyone's really thrown a wrench in the plans. Outside of jungle support. Breathe could be in a lot of trouble here. Be very careful about the next minute. Needs to get farmed. The team needs to try and really try and help him out. Doesn't have flash, does have the ignite, doesn't have ults. Birdall will hit level 6 at a decent point. I think Hung's just around here to make sure that no one's crashing in the wave. If they come to crash in the wave, maybe he would have gone for a fight. Instead, he's just allowing the Vayne to freeze. Get the wave into turret, like just outside your turret. Crisp is out here now too. Birdall's doing his best to again, like, oh, almost -1 there. Actually, was -1 on the break. Yeah, Birdall just trying to keep the wave at tower, safely farming, make sure Breathe can't get access to farm. Has to use his mana on the axes to get farm, but then at that point, maybe you're accidentally pushing the wave. Level 6 hit by both top laners now. More volatile. Tongueman. We spot up by Shanks with the ball there. Kyle and Tarzan walking down to the bot side of the map. Birdall very happy. And that's where so much of this draft comes around to. Now, if the Olaf is picked for in this kind of region. Let me go. Alright, this time I'll let you out. Just this time. Okay, now potential dive on to Hope. Here comes Neferi. You can reset the tower aggro. Needs to use the W to do so, and will. Kyle, obviously there, but not there in time. Not there in time. LGD just way better at getting towards these lanes first. Hung's been walking around the map. Tarzan doesn't, well, he doesn't have his ultimate, so he can't use the global. Teleport now onto the bot side. Hang on, Hung just recalled. There's potential of like a flash stun from Tarzan, maybe onto Crisp. Onto the Sivir, because the Sivir has Bell Shield. A bit late because I'm distracted, but they call him I don't know what that pronounces. Oh, it's literally breathe, and breathe is and. Ah, right. Yeah, I've seen that brother is like a common like title, I suppose, that people give each other. Oh, so like, hang on, the character for brother is in Breathe's name anyway. Right, gotcha, cool. Sorry, yeah. I don't know how to read Mandarin symbols. I know like obviously opinion's one thing, but yeah. Stopped recall there by Breathe. 10 CS lead for Birdol, has an assist, got a plate in there, 400 gold lead. Has swiftness boots so we can shrug off some of the undertow slow. This year is Breathe. Yeah, is brother. Right, gotcha. Yes, but the character for brother, I see that in the name there. Appreciate that, guys. Again, nice to learn bits and pieces about the logic behind the names and stuff. Tarzan has that ultimate. Really need to start using that soon. LGD, not in a bad spot. Thing is, though, it's not like the game's out of control or anything. Like, Tarzan can still make a big play. Kyle can still make a big play. Kyle's actually got support spellbook teleport, actually. Hope has to back off a bot lane. Of course, he's on the poke Varus. This is typically stuff which Hope has succeeded on in the past. There's no way Inspiration second on Vayne is the go-to in this matchup now. Surely Resolve or Sorcery is better. You don't want the boots. He's gone for triple tonic. Hell, even stuff like bone playing is arguably better in this kind of game, no? Arguably. Dragon started by LGD. Comfortably taken, looks like. AL not going to... Relevant now into mid lane. The spot Tarzan. Wallstun lands onto Shanks, who flashes away. Now Neferi comes through. There is a shockwave available. Not sure Hung should have done that. Pantheon ults, though, in turn. So it is an ult for ult trade there. Between the junglers, at least. Oh, another thing about Breathe is his first name is Chen, and his last name is also Chen, so his full legal name is Chen Chen. Huh. Right, thought over the bot side, potentially this scuffle. Smite, used by Neferi. There is a shockwave. W, used by Neferi onto the Pantheon. This is one of the reasons why the match was quite hard for the Pantheon, actually. Shockwave was still there for Shanks. Birdol, happily pushing it in top side. Not really growing the lead here. I would have thought Birdol should have gotten himself a better lead there. Goes blind for the Ignite again. Birdol dashing out of that, gets a Silver Bolt's proc onto Breathe. Doesn't use the ult for that. Oh, so Breathe's legal name is Chen Chen. Huh. Using the same symbols and everything. Hang on, Crisp. Maybe walking down towards bot side. Hope doesn't have flash. That's a problem. Hope thought he was safe, but you're against a Bard. Hope goes down for his second death of the game. Bit cheap, that one. I don't think anyone's Legend are really making great plays on their own, and they're falling prey to this Neferi Bard all over the place. Now, Crisp, obviously people have less good memories of his Bard. His Bard in 2023 World Finals was one of the lowlights for Weibo against T1, where he ulted the Shy's cannon as he went for a burst combo. Things well. Oh, yeah. Chen Shen should play Shen top for the branding. I agree. Be fun. 15 CS now behind his breather. The Olaf not falling behind in the way that I thought he would do, actually. I just don't get why the early Olaf pick. I don't get it. Anyone's Legends drafts have been quite confusing at points. Might be able to stop the recall here. In fact, it should do. He's on Visions. Oh, it's not the same character, just the same pronunciation. Yes, I thought that might be the case. Very interesting, though. That's fun. Okay, so... Birdol close towards his Hexblade. Once you get a Hexblade, it's even harder for the Olaf to do. The move speed you get from the Hexblade means it's very hard to catch the Vayne. Plate's coming in, though. Actually, Breathe getting some decent value out of that. I don't think Birdol's done enough with this matchup. I thought the matchup should have been so much better after the early pressure came through. 3 kills for LGD. Doing fine in terms of the overall gold. What was that, 2,000 gold lead or so? Oh, flash forward for the Rune Prison. Shockwave trying to disengage the Neferi. Shanks no flash though, too far up in the mid lane. LGD pounds. I don't think anyone's Legend are correctly assessing the threat onto them, are they? There's been a couple of times where it's just felt like LGD have a very easy play to make and they've just pulled the trigger. It's the case again there now, actually. Oh, still the Skull Crab. Nice undertow there, buddy. Crab secured. Shellfish for dinner. Crustacean for dinner. It's not a shellfish. Crab isn't shellfish. No. Nice from anyone's Legends to lose map 1 and... yeah, I think anyone's Legends draft has been one of my bigger concerns. I think that early in the split we saw them doing like these single engage Camille compositions, which I just really didn't like. I really didn't like them. I think in this game, like Breathe actually ended up doing okay on the Olaf. Maybe they just picked it because he's just good at the Olaf himself, but... Oh, Breathe just cast that Q just so Birdle would miss the cannon, by the way. Nice from him, denies a cannon. I'm back. What's happening? Anyone's Legend are getting picked off around the map. I don't love their draft either. Anyone's Legend also just got 0-2'd by WE as well, not too long ago. Wasn't it Ghost or Exhaust better for the Olaf? The Ignite's not been too bad. But yeah, it does mean your mobility is through the floor now, sadly. You have Storm Raiders. If you end up proccing Storm Raiders, you're really fine. Roll away from the axe again. At least Birdle's not getting hit by too many axes. There is a there's maybe a scary state in the game later on, where effectively Birdle just hits like 3 items because he's farmed up effectively and just kills I mean, as long as he doesn't get hit by Pantheon Orianna, just like stunning him into death, I think that he does great things. No, I agree, Yosei. I think that it's a strange build from Breathe. He tried to... Now, what the Ignite means is that he's not behind like 30 CS, I think. Because he cast it quite well early on to make sure he could have kill threat. He was using it early in the... Dragon over to the side of LGD, 2 dragons to them. Anyone's Legend really now looking for an aggressive play. Pantheon coming through. Flashing forwards. Wilson misses. He misses. Kyle going low. Good jump forwards, though. Still managed to get the kill onto the Sivir. Sivir had flash. Couldn't get out of the way, though. Good flash forwards from Pantheon. Kyle failed it. Tarzan gets it. Surprised they get away with that one, but hey, take the skill check there. Kyle. Hang on, Tanyuan now in the play. Tarzan, just going to combo onto the Shockwave of Tanyuan. LGD giving away some quick kills. Neferi looking for a kill in mid lane. They do get hope. Birdle had also teleported in. Pop the Ghost for it too. So it ends up being a 2-for-1. Dragon to LGD. Breathe is also on the bot side of the map now. They can... LGD can go into the mid lane. Breathe doesn't get alone time top lane. This was a strange minute or so. Now, Shai is still 1,000 gold ahead, but gets shut down. So what happens here? Pantheon comes in. Bard goes out of position. Wallstone misses. And then Shai gets... Oh, he gets hit by this... Oh, okay. So the Varusol and the Pantheon W both hit at the same time. The Spell Shield would have got... It blocked something, but just not one of the multiple things which would kill. Good Bard ult. We missed that because we were seeing Ryze die at the same time. And then Hope dies from the follow-up after that. Hope is not having a fun game. He's 0-3 now. Hope Varus not exactly in its strongest state anyway. No ultimate from the Neferi. The Herald getting taken quite low. Olaf's in river. Tarzan's quite low. Breathe is in a scary spot. Breathe might be able to save them here. A good wall stun, I suppose. Herald goes down. Yeah, you can't really walk up to a full health Olaf like that. Herald is immediately spawn. That must be a mistake, no? Because can't Chris just shield the tower anyway? So that's a bit of a nothing burger Herald. In fact, I think the Herald's not even going to get to charge. They don't even need to use the Bard ult. It's just a useless Herald. Poppy's caught by the Bard ult. Wall stun not going to land. Misplaced by Chris. I think that's got to be a misclick, though. That's got to be a misclick, no? Tarzan putting down the Herald immediately, getting no value out of it, that's, anyone's legend. They don't seem particularly confident, do they? I guess the Herald was denied from LG. I guess you can say that. And this is why, again, you know, maybe there are people who are watching who think, well, you know, maybe you're valuing LGD too much. Maybe you're underrating anyone's legend. They're 5-2, LGD are 1-6. I just had this feeling that anyone's legend weren't looking that confident. Kyle uses the W, no ability to stop dashes. Anyone's legend have not given me a lot of confidence, really. Like, they've had some good moments. I know they are 5-2, but they have given me some worries. Chris, stun here. Kyle doesn't have flash. There is an ult from Chris in like 30 seconds, but not for this play. Hung is making LG look surprisingly good. Yep, Hung's good, and this is a guy that used to play for Team WE and then got replaced. I thought that he... At the time, I remember thinking he was treated a bit harshly, but obviously Monkey's coming in and done great things. Ooh. Not quite able to take that in time. Tries to burst it down. Tarzan gets it in place. Smite fight for it after. Early smite. I guess he could have got wall stunned by the Poppy, which is why he was really quite quick to get out of there. Stick around and put an extra auto attack in. Teleport back out onto the map for the Orianna. Thanks, farming okay. Tungyuan farming slightly better, actually. Seraph's in. Rod of Age is stacking for Tungyuan. I think Tungyuan's been really good for LGD as well. Empowered Q. Dragon is available now. Bane rolling towards the bot side of the map. He's going for Storm Razor second, looks like, but hasn't built it up just yet, so he's at the 1 item mark. So Hexplate going into the Storm Razor. Birdall coming into the play. Okay, so now we likely get our first big 5v5 of the game. So we have Shockwave. LGD really don't want to funnel into that. We've got Bard ultimate. Varus does have flash, importantly. Is that the Sivir ult? That was the Sivir ult. It used to have the movement speed, okay. Crisp gets a wall stun. Ult goes well wide from him, though. You get the wall stun onto Kyle, but nothing really there. I think LGD have to just leave now. I think if the Bard ult goes down, just... It is Ocean Soul. It would be really nice for them to get some value onto that. Kyle jumping forwards. Tungyuan gets the wall stun. It gets the stun onto him. W from the Neferi. Tarzan's actually quite scary here. Birdall, sorry, Chris rather going very low. Chris not dying just yet. Birdall now flying into the play. Kind of alone on the side. Hope gets a kill onto Shaya. The Civ is down. Birdall trying to get the isolated 1v1. Gets one there. Can he get a second? Gets away from the Orianna for now. Condemned backwards. The Axe takes him down though. Undertow gets the kill. Tungyuan has the Seraphs. Trying to realm up out. Can he get out to safely? No, because the Shockwave was still available. Not used in the fight. One play from anyone's legend. I think LGD overcooked. I think they overcooked. They do get the mid lane turret that they can't survive afterwards. Anyone's legend didn't stop for the dragon. I think maybe that's what got LGD killed. I think they thought that maybe the dragon would get taken. No, anyone's legend looked for the fight instead. So this is the play again. Everyone's so low already. Shaya has to flash out. The Civ is just not ready to fight yet, nor is it an easy game for them to play. Birdall's trying to play around the flank. Does get hit by an axe there, doesn't get hit by the Undertow. Gets the kill onto Kyle, but it's only the support. Back into live. No one's dead yet. Birdall tried to cook, but his teammates forgot the ingredients, perhaps. Perhaps. Now, Birdall did get a kill in that last fight. Presume he's got Storm Razor now, because he was on the components before. I think the kill gold might have gotten him to that break point now. Tarzan MVP as usual. Yeah, I mean, if anyone's legend and winning a game, you've got a very high chance of Tarzan being the MVP. Yeah, Birdall does have the Storm Razor. Got a bit more move speed again. Tarzan's engage was beautiful. He split the team very well, didn't he? And it meant that LGD couldn't really disengage very effectively. Shaya had to play very defensively, obviously went down very quickly too. He was 1,000 gold ahead, now only 500 instead. Hope got the kill. Birtle looking for someone to breathe there. Can't find it. He's a little bit gold ahead of Breathe, but nothing crazy. Actually, Hope and Breathe both got kills on their opposing numbers, so the leads that were there have been cut down somewhat. Now, LGD are still in the lead, but they did lose that last dragon, so it's not an early soul. Lost some of that gold lead as well. Breathe, no summoners available for him. Well, there's none for Birtle either. Hang on, fighting the topside river. Tarzan, he is pretty scary, isn't he? Empowered Q, doing a decent chunk of damage. Now, it does take some damage back. Did get hit by the Black Cleaver lead from Neferi's Q. Oh, Pantheon onto bot side. Birtle popping the ultimate. Good condemn. Gets rid of that W. Gets him out of that. And now Tarzan's on the bot side of the map. Birtle could roam up towards top side. They choose not to go towards Baron. What's the circle around Kyle? Is that the spectator bug? I actually can't see it clearly, and he's not on screen right now. It might end up being the... Sometimes there are bugs with Poppy, where the some of the W particle effects never leave on the spectator. They don't... In-game, it doesn't really affect anything, but yeah, might be that. Yeah, it's a spectator bug. Spectator bug. That's basically part of the particle of his W, but it basically, because of spectator bugs, it never leaves. So you don't see the border of the steadfast presence, but you do see, for us on the spectator, like the passive part, the particles within the ring. I'm trying to get towards the top end of the fight. Varus poking fairly well. Hey, Varus Oriana is very good at just saying, no, keep away in the mid-range. Ah, another Crisp Bolt missing, actually. Got a crowd taken by LGD. Gives them some vision control. They're still in the lead. It's just Annual's Legend have had the better of the fights recently. Okay, potential magical journey, but you don't want to do it into a shockwave. Can't really just pile into the... Yeah, can't really just pile into it, can you? At least isn't Corki Gatling gun? Yes. Oh god, Corki in replay client just breaks, doesn't he? Nasty. Tonga building himself up towards the actualizer. Presumably Lord Dominic's regards from Xiaoye. Oh, he might go towards Reminder up. This is a decent amount from the Earl, of course. Edge of Knight from Hope second. What's Birtle going third? Is that a fire cannon third? Weird. Shanks building himself towards the death cap as well. Dragon coming up soon. LGD, of course, didn't get the last one, so it's not soul for them. Breathe should take down this full turret, get some extra gold for himself. That would make him pretty much even in the matchup, thinking about it. Hexblade Stride Breaker, strong items for the Olaf. Teleport coming in from Varus. Olaf needs to recall. Oh, he isn't going to recall. He's going to recall. So, straight into the fight. Now, Siva has some poke. Not bad from Tonga in there. Gets half the HP off of Tarzan. Tarzan does have ult. Now, junglers, when they get chunked out in plays like this, often look for a camp to go hit to lifesteal. There's none up, though. LGD have taken all the bot side camps. Means he can't do that. He can ult into the fight, though. I think, look, Anyone's Legend want to fight, but Tarzan's going to have to do that from base. So he's going to have to ult into the play. On the flank, LGD have one of their members here. Birtle. Dragon goes down quickly. They just choose not to fight. Now, they're now behind enemy lines. Poppy charging up the ultimate. Not going to get much out of it, though. Where is Tarzan? Varus ult missing. Pantheon out in the middle of the play. We have switched sides on the map. This is a very good shockwave. Shai is dead. Shai is down. Doesn't manage to flash out of anything. Goes down very quickly. It's on Birtle to be the damage. Skips away from the undertow, but doesn't get enough damage. Getting closed down by multiple members. That's going to be the Fury jumping in. Gets the kill onto the Olaf. Gets the reset. Not bad damage onto Tarzan, but dies anyway. Tongyuan can't get in range, and Birtle has already left the play. Realm Warp to safety. W from the Pantheon can't stop them. So, Xiaoya got blasted midway through the fight. Couldn't get much damage down on that Civet. I mean, anyone's like, how the hell do they get their way out of this? Because they're starting without a jungler. They're starting with basically very poor setup. I mean, Olaf flies into the play and Kyle gets the wall stun. It's well played from Breathe and Kyle. They both play very well. Breathe, considering that he's been countered by the Vayne, done a pretty good job in this game so far. There's die, of course, to Hung getting a dive in. Maybe if Tongyong was a little close... I mean, I guess Tongyong could have flashed for the kill there, but then it likely is still him dying. So the gold's back to even. LGD do get themselves Soul Point. So the bonus for LG is that they're on Ocean Soul Point. However, will they win the next dragon fight? I would hazard a guess in saying no. Oh, since we were talking about Breathe's name earlier, Chris' name is Qing Song, but Qing is green and Song is pine tree. But it has the same pronunciation of another word meaning easy/relax. So Chris fans sometimes make a pun to say he will easily win games. No, it's good, guys. It's just like a paragraph. It's fine. It's all good. And I really appreciate that kind of contextual information, because that's just not something which I would know coming from outside the culture. It's just not something I would know, and not something that would easily come to me. Get rid of that advert while it's him. Very, very cool. We appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Anyone's legend. I think that Shanks has had a very good game. With a shockwave with a shadow flame behind it now. 3 items for Xiaoya. Is that enough? Yuntal, IE, LDR. It's a good 3-item spike. You need a defensive item, an attack speed item. I mean, Xiaoya's just not been able to live to put down damage. The Civis should be in a good spot. The Civis has never been able to DPS. The AL have just ran at him, and they managed to kick it off very well. I think if Xiaoya gets a clean fight, I think LGD actually might just win the game straight after. So they're likely to get... If Xiaoya gets a clean fight, you're likely getting Baron, you're likely getting Ocean Soul or something like that. Or at least a big enough fight to secure those things out. On phone, it's like half your chat box. All good, all good. Hey, if there's going to be half the chat box taken up by something, I'd prefer it to be that, you know. Fun. Good information. I'm sure many people appreciate that. Feels like Xiaoya needs 4 items to get through Olaf. With LDR, you might be doing that anyway. Maybe. I think Xiaoya's in a good spot. Xiaoya just needs to be able to auto-attack, you know? If he spell shields and Undertow, has ult and Ghost on, Breathe is going to find it quite hard to get through to him. Also has, there's a lock-in and Chaos and Crisp. I think Sivir is one of the better anti-Olaf picks, because you can occasionally kite him. I say occasionally. You can kite him. Boss. That being said, I think Breathe actually played this game fairly well so far, especially compared to the Gnar game, which we criticized the other day. Rightfully so. Oh gosh, sorry, Birdle's gone for the Fiend Hunter. I forgot that Fiend Hunter bolt's built out of there. Because basically no one builds Fiend Hunter anymore. It was like a Yunara-only item. In fairness, like, Vayne always did build it to a certain extent, so that's my bad. I was thinking, Elf Rapid Fire, of course it's Fiend Hunter. Also comes through, Dragon in 20 seconds. Okay, so you got double AD carries, both a decent item breakpoints. Birdle presumably looking for the flank, and will be spotted if he heads out a Tri-Brush. Like that. Oh, if Breathe gets on... Oh, Birdle. Goes for the flank. Can't find anything. Does Olaf's ultimate run off? Yes, it does. So the Ragnarok is down. Birdle actually ends up stopping. There's a lot of damage onto Shanks. Tongan almost assassinates the Orianna. What can they do to follow up? Realm Warp takes him out of danger. LGD might have just figured their way out of this. We'll see. Hope. Good damage onto Birdle. Gets the cleanse onto himself. Oh, flashes for the arrow. Birdle runs into 2 different people on the flank and gets splattered. Birdle, that flank kind of sucked. Did time out the Ragnarok, but it's just not enough in this situation. Now you're playing the 4v5. You're going to teleport back in from the Orianna, rather, who manages to get back up into the play, and anyone's legend get the dragon. Oh, Birdle. Breathe now going into the fight. Pantheon following up. Xiaoya dies. The Civic can't fight again. And anyone's legend have done such a good job of denying value from these AD carries, but the AD carries in the same way. You have to expect more of them from LGD if they want to win. LGD get a significant lead. They won't get themselves the soul. They get out team fought. They lose the flank, and they're going to lose the Baron. I think anyone's legend with this might just slingshot into the victory. Xiaoya just not able to live through the fights, ever. I get that it's hard. He's being focused, but Birdle, you can't walk up to Fog of War like that. You know, if there's a shockwave in there, it's a similar situation. You have to blow flash or die. You do manage to time out the Ragnarok. That's fine, but there's no follow-up beyond that, right? He's just not on the same page as his team. Tong Yuan tries to pick up the pieces. If he kills Shanks there, game-changing. And then, Birdle... yeah. Did you really have to go up and take that hands check? I don't know. LGD all over the place. Baron now taken by anyone's legend. They get to poke in with Orianna, with Varus. We haven't really seen LGD manage to threaten the backline since the very early game now. I mean, the wave play is good from Sivir at least. Olaf's pushing up bot lane. Baron will be there for another 2 minutes. Mid lane turret still standing from LGD. But they're defending right now. All good until he finds Varus in the bush. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Varus one of the better champions into Vayne as well, because you just get hit by like one skill shot and it feels quite unplayable. That mid lane for turret finally creaks, cracks, and falls under the pressure of anyone's Legends Baron push. Olaf pushing in bot lane has been working at that for some time. Minute and a half left of the Baron now, so another 3 waves technically to work with. Xiaoya even in gold with Hope, by the way, after the kills came through. Breathe is actually ahead of the Vayne. But a pretty good game for Breathe. In terms of player of the game so far, Pantheon's been good. Orianna's been good. Olaf's been pretty good. I think anyone from topside from anyone's legend. Kyle's not had a bad game either. Also, the Varus fell behind in terms of dives. Wait. I told Watley how you slammed him for playing Tom and spiced it up a little for drama. You can thank me later. Hey, I said that Tahm Kench's support would be, I said that Tahm Kench's top lane was better than Tahm Kench's support. What did you tell him I said? Wait, what have you done? I said I apologized to Watley, or like, how did I even word it? Oh, whatever. I said that Tahm Kench's top lane was better than support, and then Tahm Kench's support was kind of degenerate. What have you done? I think Tahm Kench is one of the dumbest champions ever added to League, but particularly as support. I think Tahm Kench's support was one of the worst things ever to happen to Pro League. Oh, Jesus. What have you done? Fight on top lane. Olaf in the 1v3, likely going down here. There's no objectives to take though, so LGD will take the kill, but yeah. I said it was an unhealthy champion. Then he's a... What the hell? You said Tahm Kench is an unhealthy champion that is a piece of for playing him, and he should try the 4th... What? No! No way did you add that last bit in. You try the 4th floor next time? God, what? Excuse me? Okay. Well, if I get a very angry... Yeah, if I get a very angry Watley in my vicinity, I'll know why then. Jesus. God. Alright, minute still dragon. LGD took the fight onto the Olaf. Get that 1 kill there. Shockwave onto 3. That's good from Shanks. Great HP onto Tong Yuan getting into the backline. If he gets the spell flux, might be able to get some damage, but he's CC'd immediately. How much can he turn and fight? Well, not that much for now. Birdle onto the flank. Remember, the Olaf still not here. Rise goes down. Kyle is alive. Reset coming through from the Nifur. He's blocked by the wall stun. Can't get through with the ultimate. He dies. Cancel on the ult. Can't get the kill. Now Pantheon flies into the play. Double empowered Q takes off about a half a HP of the remaining members. Flash forwards, and even without the Olaf, they win the fight. Anyone's legend just better in the fights than LGD. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Thanks everyone for slandering me, saying that I, wanted Watley to fall from a higher floor than he did the first time. Are you kidding me? Guys. Oh, God. LGD. They lose the big fight. Birdo will get themselves get the mid lane turret, but Tarzan gets the dragons. There's no soul again for LGD. LGD, just the grouped up fights have not worked for them, have they? Trying to fight into the Varus, into the Orianna, into the Pantheon Poppy disruption just hasn't worked for them at all. Inhib broken on the bot side by anyone's legend, get in towards that bot lane. So they jump forwards, look for the wall stun. Shanks gets out. I don't think he would have got wall stunned anyway, actually. Shockwave's great. 3-man Shockwave, really good. Realm Walk comes in, but it's just a little bit too disconnected from the team. Popil disengages too, so he's left alone. You know, Tonguin, if he was there a couple of seconds earlier, might have been able to make a difference. Doesn't. Popil disengages. Birdle's trying to find isolated players, can't get it. Jumps too far forwards, gets hit by Tarzan. Good E from the Pantheon too, actually. Still had GA, so he wasn't in threat of dying. Shanks' build is so criminally bad that 4-item Orianna 3-man Shockwave did almost no damage. It still did a ton. But imagine what would have happened if he didn't have a damn slot belt in there. Oh, God. Kyle saved this play so much. Yep, fantastic ult from him. Cancel out the Neferi ult too. Very, very well played from Kyle. He's in with a shout for MVP now, I think, with plays like that. I hate Protobat and Luden's bad. Luden's isn't so bad. Luden's isn't so bad. That's okay for the burst anyway. If you want consistent DPS, Blackfire's better, but Luden's better. Hang on, Pantheon's going somewhere. Hung is... well, we've switched sides of the Rift again. Olaf's in some melee range. That's not looking too good. But the Civ is caught again, man. Shia just can't play the damn game. Birdle looking for individual members who are caught off. Wall stun onto Shanks, but now the Varus is in range. Flash forward for the slow. Hope takes the kill. Birdle has not been able to find that Vayne Dream team fight. Hung pushes in mid lane. There's teleports towards top lane, though AL will get themselves towards that top lane in him. Tarzan's left alone. E coming through. Can Hung get enough damage down? Not really sure he can. No, he can't. Pulls the ultimate. Still, people pushing in towards that top lane. Anyone's Legend likely taking another inhib here. 30 seconds on the death timers. Is this a death push? Might actually be a death push if it ends up being bad enough for Hung. The Neferi, not back at base. He's going to get stunned now. And now we have to doubly back up. Bopped up by the Poppy. Flash away. But the important thing is he's not at home. He's not on the base. He can't defend the turret. Anyone's Legend's jungle support taking the dog for a walk. Be back home by dinner. Anyone's Legend take the first game. LGD had a lead, could not fight through it. Anyone's Legend clutched their way out through game 1. How do LGD have two ADs, one Assassin, and a Rise but still lack damage? Because they never did the damage at the same time onto the right people. Their coordination was really lacking in that game, sadly. Really lacking. Oh, gosh. Well, Anyone's Legend, much better at playing around the group fights. Much better at getting the damage down in a moment when it actually mattered. Welcome back, everyone. Hello, my name's Nymaera. I'm in the Hapgood basement. Hope you're all having a fun time. Right, so at some point, Sam and I are going to switch over. We said it would be on the 3rd series of the day, so once this series over, Sam's going to come walk in. Sam's going to look after his voice, so again, treat him kindly when he comes in later. Oh, man. I think Kyle on the Poppy had a monster game later on, too. You can see how good some of these individual players from Anyone's Legend are, especially when it comes into late game team fights. Very, very strong. Hey, Katari, appreciate you sticking around. Appreciate you. Right. I guess I need to put on an ad break at some point. Yeah. Gosh, tell you what, all the traveling and early starts are starting to get to me a little bit too. Again, appreciate you all sticking around. What I'm going to do is, I'm actually just going to go stretch my legs real quickly. I'm going to finish off this crumpet. I'm going to leave you with player of the game. I'll come back and run ads in just a minute, but yeah, we're going to tap out for just a moment. I'll be back in just a minute. Hey, okay, I'm back. Okay, folks, I got something really exciting to show you. I got some things which are very exciting to show you. Watch this. Okay, so, let me, in fact, I might even make camera larger for this. Watch this. Okay, because so it was the Hobbit pre-release yesterday, okay? And, I pulled some packs. I pulled some packs from the pre-release, the collector boosters. And I got this. This is a Surge Foil Arkenstone. See that pattern on it? Do you want to get this? Is 800 euros. This is 800 quid. So this is my like huge pull. Look at that, man. Shanks is player of the game. Very good shockwaves on that. But like, dude, like this is like my mega pull. So I got that. I also got Surge Foil Desolation of Smaug. The Desolation of Smaug. This is like 170 or something like that too. So this is Magic the Gathering. Surge Foil is like the specific pattern on it as well. But like. This is like the alternate artwork of the Arkenstone. So this is Hobbit. It's so pretty. It is so pretty, man. Got some other things too. So what are the other ones I've got? This is one of the Chase cards as well. This is Gleaming Splendor. This is cool. Shiny cardboard. It's so yeah. I also got Smaug the Impenetrable. Cool. So this is like a 7-drop. It's kind of cool. Oh, this one's cool. This is one of the Chase cards. This is Bilbo. Also, is that so? No, this is just regular form. Oh. Chase like Atlantic. Chase Atlantic. Yeah, perhaps. But yeah, no, that Arkenstone is like the huge pull. That is, yeah. Yeah, so I got some really good stuff in there. Anyway, basically, thought I'd see that. Shanks is player of the game. No surprise there. He had a good game. Oh gosh. Tad, surprisingly, Shanks player of the game. He got a number of multi-man shockwaves. I would have given it maybe to Kyle. Yeah. But no, that Arkenstone is like very, very expensive cardboard. Okay, gotta run an ad break now. Oh yes, Sam. You can run ads from Moobot. If you're mod within share. I think you have Moobot permissions, Sam. But if you actually go to the Moobot page on your phone, you can also run ads from that too. So the important thing with that is it allows you to run different length adverts. But so basically if you go to the Moobot website on your phone or whatever and go to the dashboard there, it allows you to run any length of advert you want, which is the big thing. Which is convenient. But yes, so that Arkenstone is damn expensive. All of the Tolkien stuff is very, very cool. I thought Tarzan made more moves, but I think that's more taking advantage of the weaknesses they showed. Hey, Shady, appreciate you. Congrats on the Arkenstone, and thanks for the content. Yeah. Sam pulled Thranduil, that's his big pull, which was kind of cool. What else did I get? I got this cool, this is cool artwork, but there's like the Lonely Mountain itself. That's like it's one of the land cards. Oh gosh. Ooh, hang on, that's a really good land actually. What the hell? It costs yeah, that's great. That's something I can definitely use actually. I can definitely use that in my cloud deck. Got a reprint of Saruman of the many colors. They're very cool cards. This one is pretty fun. This is another mythic. It's not shiny or anything. This is not foil, but this is I got Cavern Horde. Stuff. Good morning, Simon. How's it going? I wish I wasn't broke. I would have bought so many collector packs boxes. I know, right? Some very fun stuff there. Missed most of Series 1, so I missed the useful input today. I'm not gonna lie. LNG just look dead in the water. They have zero chemistry. They just have to win lane, and even more so than earlier in the year, they need to win lane and win early game hard. But now they don't have like a flippy jungle like Croco to put them ahead of the game in the same way. 1xN's still good. They still have some good players. Sheer will solo kill you. 1xN will get some good 2v2s or group plays in mid game, but there's no chemistry.
这一题也非常非常的简单，我们玩的是叫做 QWER 大挑战。我们的屏幕上呢会出现某一个英雄，同时呢完成他的 QWER 的名称。哎，几位答对的话，我们就送出由不凡玩品提供的选手卡一盒，有没有心情？各位？好的，那么接下来呢，有请我们的大屏幕来出今天的第一题 QWER 大挑战。来，3、2、1，请举手。好，这边来，有请2位一起吧，好吗？这个可以来合作一下啊。好，来，首先是我们盲僧的 Q 技能，天音波回音什么？机。好，回音机对吗？对的。好的，恭喜回答正确。好，那接下来呢 ？W 技能金钟罩后面是什么？
铁布衫。
好，恭喜回答正确。那接下来是 E 技能，什么催筋断骨？这个可以让他打。什么催筋断骨？
不知道。
不知道吗？要不要场外求助一下？我提醒一下啊，第一个字和我们 Q 技能的第一个字是一样的。想起来了吗？
天雷破。
好的，恭喜回答正确。好的，最后一题啊。猛什么白尾？猛龙白尾。好，恭喜回答正确。让我们看向我们的大屏幕 ，QWER 大挑战，天音波回音机、金钟罩、铁布衫、天雷破、催筋断骨以及猛龙白尾，恭喜二位！送出由我们的不凡玩品提供的选手卡2盒，恭喜恭喜！向我们的镜头展示一下啊，回去可以拆卡了，是不是？是的，是的。好的，再次恭喜你们，谢谢。好了，那接下来呢，来到我们右手边的召唤师了，有没有信心？有。哦，大家回复的声音再大一点，有没有信心？有。好的，那接下来呢，有请我们的大屏幕出下一题 ，QWER 大挑战，来到的是卡莎啊，来3、2、1，请举手。好，来看一下我们这边，来有没有2位一起来的？好，来有请我们这2位。好，来 ，Q 技能什么暴雨？
艾卡西亚暴雨。
好，恭喜回答正确。好的 ，W 什么锁敌？
虚空锁敌。
好，恭喜回答正确。那 E 技能极限超什么？怎么走了？怎么走了？极限超什么？
极限超越。
哦，再想一想，极限超什么？
超载。
好，极限超载，恭喜。R 技能什么本能？
猎手本能。猎手本能。
好，恭喜猎手本能。那接下来有请我们的大屏幕来公布正确答案。艾卡西亚暴雨、虚空锁敌、极限超载以及猎手本能，恭喜！好的，那接下来有请我们的工作人员送上由不凡玩品提供的选手卡2盒，1人1盒，高兴吗？
高兴。
啊，给我们的选手加油吧！
元神加油，元神！
好了，谢谢。那接下来呢，我们的互动环节到此就告一段落了。接下来，让我们一起来期待精彩的比赛吧！
Okay, I like watching those little fan segments. It's like, yeah, I've said this quite a lot on the stream, but I think it's cool that LPL feels quite like a festival. Feels like this kind of like this tour going around the country. You've got like these road shows every week in different locations, bringing them to different fan bases across of China, and I think it's really cool. Really cool. Been really enjoying watching them go to the different venues and turn up and have fun. Okay, so LGD. What the heck are they going to do? Because I think Hung has actually been playing really, really well. I think Tungyuan had a bit of a mad game, but I think on the whole, the split's been pretty good from him. I did run an air break, right? Yes, I did. Cool. But yeah, I don't know what LGD do. I know I did say I could see them taking game off of Anyone's Legend quite easily, I suppose, because of Anyone's Legend's recent form. But perhaps I jumped the gun a little bit too much on that. Perhaps. Okay, and now we wait. They did have a game plan at least, but those mid-game fights. Yeah, I mean, I think their drafting has been really good. I mean, Sam was saying this upstairs, but I agree with him. I think LGD are one of the best drafting teams within the LPL. I don't think they execute them that well, but I think on the whole, they're one of the best drafting teams. Like, I think that Birdall should have gotten further ahead of the Olaf. The fact that he didn't is quite concerning, actually. It was quite concerning. Had to sit right. Can't stay awake. The Eeps are winning. No worries, Blade. No worries. Appreciate you sticking around. To be honest, after I'm done with that series, I'm also going to go sleep for a bit because, again, early start, traveling yesterday. Okay. Anyone's legend. I mean, Shanks, solid game from him. Got player of the game. Tarzan, solid game of the Pantheon. Solid game from Kyle and the Poppy. I think individually, pretty much everyone on Anyone's Legend had a good game in terms of individual performance. I think the draft was a bit meh. I think some of that early game macro in terms of seeing where the Nymaera was going to go wasn't fantastic. I think individually, though, largely okay. I mean, Hope was caught out early. He was, but later on into the game, decent team fights. I can't really complain about anyone's performance on Anyone's Legend. Coordination from LGD really killed them. Really did them in. Didn't it? Wait. So what are our power picks that are still up? We still have Syndra. We have Akali, Rumble. Did we use Jarvan in the first game? No, we didn't. Oh, we did in the first series, yeah. Games blending together. So, yeah, to move into this game, no Neferi. It's a big carry champion down from both teams. In some ways, it's going to sound harsh. Tarzan is a really good Neferi. I don't always think that Anyone's Legend draft well around Neferi because they don't draft enough CC. I think one of the big things that Anyone's Legend fall into one of the biggest problems that they have is just drafting 0 CC or drafting like a single CC champion. LGD banned 2 of Hope's comfort picks and only to leave Varus. That's a good point. Fair point. Although they did dive the Varus fairly well, but yes, you're right. They banned away what, the Lucian and the Ezreal, and then they gave him the Varus. Yeah, for sure. There's a wait. Did they? No, it was the last. No, it was the last ban of Lucian from Anyone's Legend. Sorry. Yeah. But no, we've seen that Hope has been much better on utility compared to most other picks. So the Lucian is gone again. Do they ban the Ezreal again? Presumably. Shen, Akali, Nocturne, they're the same bans from Anyone's Legend, right? First pick to Anyone's Legend. Now, they first picked the Orianna last time. Obviously not there this time. Ezreal, Lucian, Argon. So yeah, they do that. What is this camera angle? I'm in a basement. I'm in a new place. Yeah, I'm in the UK. In the UK, we've been streaming here for the last few days. Sam's been the one streaming it, though. But yeah, I'm going up to Scotland in the next few days to record a video. So I'm back home in Notts to spend a couple of days here first. Cassio first pick. Victor locked in. Victor's a slight losing matchup, but yeah, still a powerful champion. Now, Cassio Victor's interesting because what it means is that Trundle can disengage with Pillar quite well. And then if anyone kind of just runs at you, Trundle just stands in front of you, puts Subjugate on, puts the Pillar to put traps on into the grab field, and they struggle. Yeah, Sam's upstairs. Sam will be taking over. We're actually in the same place. Hopefully we'll get a duo cast him. He says there are so many 3 series days. It's really hard to kind of like get duo cast him because we need a break at some point. Really, Camille in for Anyone's Legend. Now the Cassio can be flexed around. I'd imagine it stays mid lane or just stays into whatever lane the Victor's in. On the whole, I think that's fine. You did just pick Vi into Trundle, but you do have Vi Camille. So I don't like Vi into Trundle, but Vi Camille is such a good combo at getting onto carries that maybe it doesn't matter. Rel is okay. It's fine into the Camille. Gives you that CC you needed. Anyone's Legend, very good target access with their jungle support, but they need some follow-up damage. Now, to LGD ban away what? Zig Zerath? Zig Zerath seems like a pretty good set of bans here. They ban the Gnar instead, huh? I guess they want to force 3 onto a champion, which is worse into Trundle. But I would have thought that, I would assume that they just end up going towards long-range mage for Hope now. And that's comfort for him. It's good for anyone's legend. Very good with your jungle support combo. I know I said the Cassie could be flex bar. I want Hope on a longer range champion. I don't think the Cassie is long enough range. You need some extra range. So you need to be able to follow up with the combo effectively. Jace away from Birdle. Anyone's legend, Rumble's in the equation. I don't think anyone's legend should look for it though. I think anyone's legend need a mage bot than an AD top. You can't go triple AP, that would be bad. So the Ziggs is banned. Xerath is still there. I think the discovery of Xerath in bot lane, I mean, I know it's been there for years in solo queue, but I think Xerath bot lane is really, really good. At kind of being that kind of analog to Ziggs. Do we know what the little icon next to Hope and Shari's names are? Yes, that means they're team captain. It means they're team captain. Yeah, we saw that throughout the rest of this year because we saw them like in playoffs, they'd have the duel. And they'd have this like little duel / gem thing. And when they lost their final series in playoffs, they'd hand it over to the winning team and they put it on the trophy. So Hope is team captain from anyone's legend. Same for Shaya on LGD. Corki is fine for LGD. It's, again, bursty champion. It kind of does a lot of the same job. Like, Corki is kind of like the AD mage, right? Because so much of your damage is ability-based. Hope thinking about going for the Kai'Sa, actually. You need follow-up. Now, I would have preferred to see Xerath. I think it's a good Xerath. I guess by going Jhin, it allows you to go Rumble, though. Okay, so that's the plan. They didn't want to go for another AP bot because they actually want Rumble. The Jhin gives you the CC. This does mean that Hope's going to have less impact, I think. You could Cassante. They choose not to. Cassante would have been fine because you have Trundle Cassante at that point. You can disengage fairly effectively. Go Ambessa. Ambessa's fine at reaching backline. What do I think of that? Well, let's get ourselves into game and see how they play it on the field. In terms of overall draft, look, Victor's a bit of a meh lane. Birdle's fine on the Ambassador into the Rumble. Bot lane is okay. Nothing special. Oh, thanks for the sub, by the way, Viran. Really appreciate you. Thank you. It didn't show up in my in my activity feed. Anyway, let's get into game. Thanks for supporting the channel, folks. Thanks for sticking by. Thank you for watching LPL here with us. Yeah, for some reason it didn't show up in my activity feed, but it showed up on my mobile. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, onto the riff we go. Let's hear the gyos. Hi, before the I will Baneblade, I will Hydrate. Alright, let's get onto the rift. Okay, into the thick of things we go. I'll just make sure I've got YouTube chat up as well. Starting with the Ears Shanks. We've seen a lot of level 1 plays around mid lane in this split. We see it again there, but Kyle misses the hook shot. Does take a turret shot. Gets the adaptive defensive, but it's onto magic damage. It doesn't help against the physical damage of the turret. Anything interesting happening in jungle? Oh, sorry, it's the Q-Star. Oh, sorry, Q-Star from Shanks. I thought I saw the Spin Fangs there. My bad. I don't know why I thought that. Well, he's level 2 now. That'll help. I don't get why people are playing the Victor into the Cassio. I don't get it. I think the Victor is a significant losing lane against the Cassio. And if you get any sort of help from the Cassio, it's so nasty. I think ever since the Cassio came in with the DFT, it's really changed things. Jhin, W auto attack. Jhin, an obnoxious champion to lane against is Jhin. He always has like a random extra bit of damage. And then if he actually gets you to like half HP, then every threat becomes a kill threat trade after that because of his execute and his fourth shot. Ornn gets a good front line, could see Ambessa take over the game. I would have thought that Cassante would have been fine too, because Cassante is so good into Vi. Although, yeah, Ornn is good into Rumble. Ornn on the whole has been one of the better champions there. Valkyrie away from the W. Yeah, I agree, Bluetailed. I think that there should have been a tank from LGD. I think that the Ambessa is... The Ambessa is very aggressive, but I don't love it. I don't love it. I mean, also Ambessa's not fantastic into Cassio. It's okay, because you can kind of ping onto the Cassio. But then the problem is if the Miasma ever hits you, then you're obviously screwed, because everything's dash for you. It doesn't mean you can't cast your abilities, but it means that your mobility is gone. Tarzan going into the enemy jungle. Going for the early recall again. Tarzan loves going for the free camp into recall. Now he's on top, so I can't defend Hope. Hope getting dove again. Flash away, still hit by the CC. Exhaust onto him. Shaya taking the damage. He's gonna die, actually. The extra turret shots coming through onto Hung. I don't think it kills him directly, but Kyle should be able to follow up instead. There you go. Hookshot comes in. It's 2 kills, 2 for 1 in favor of Anyone's Legend. The dive this time much less successful than the first game where they dove onto both Breathe and then Hope later into the game. LGD, much worse starts. Who gets the kills? Well, it's 1 onto Hope, 1 onto Kyle. And then on the other side, it's 1 onto Hung. So the Trundle gets a kill. Does die. Shia doesn't blow Flash. Yeah, that... Okay, we'll watch the replay. Full HP. First bit of CC misses. Shia takes aggro. Chooses to keep aggro and says, well, it's not going to mean that much if I flash out anyway. Let's just die effectively, but try and trade 1 for 1. Problem is that the Corki dies before the Jhin does, which means that Trundle has to put an extra bit of damage, takes aggro again, he ends up going down. Yeah. And Hope was dove, he was dove a lot last game, ended up recovering very well. This time he actually just gets gold out of it anyway. He's ahead in gold even though he's dove. No, he's 10 CS down, but who cares? The thing he's lost is XP. The XP is nasty, and you don't get that back easily. IL happy to get the early kill too. Now he has double Ruby Crystal. It's quite big for him, actually. You know, I see that the Rel also has a Ruby Crystal, but particularly for Camille, yeah, the earlier you get stats, the better. And I think Kyle individually has been really good on the Camille. One of the things about Anyone's Legend which I've not liked from them is that when they were picking Camille for Kyle before, it was in a single engage comp. Now you have a Vi, you got a Jhin as well. Rumble can even help with the equalizer in some spots. It's much easier to play this now. Chang's doing more than fine in mid lane. Tongyuan is down 15 CS already. Jhin is super coming out of base 2. Yep, it's full tier 2 piece now. He is obviously dead. Congratulations for the Chatter Curse. Very often we get the Caster Curse. That was the Chatter Curse. Wow, he's going to be so durable. He's dead. No, I'm not even going to claim that one. That's not even me. That's Shady Legacy. Good job there on the curse. Good kill there for LGD. They needed that Chaos Storm in mid lane to help force priority. Tarzan might actually freeze the wave here. No, chooses not to. Cassie coming out of base. Tarzan wants to go towards bot side instead. You can't die if you're already dead? Yeah. Yeah. What is dead may never die. Dragon started by Anyone's Legend. I just sprinted it towards bot side. It's on your most played champion too. No. Oh god. Look, now Hope is still ahead in gold. He's still ahead in gold. He's got double longsword and he's got himself Ninja's happy. He's happy. He is happy as the Jin here. Pole being stacked up by Xiaoyu. Want to climb back in some gold himself. Hung has 2 kills on the Trundle. Hung's had a great split. He has had a great split. Credit to him. You know, I remember in... Gosh, when would it have been? Was it in 2024? Might have been in... No, I think it was early 25 when Hung was finally subbed out for Monkey. Might have been the off-season between 24 and 5. The memories are fuzzy to me now. But Hung, when he was on Team WE, big Mundo jungle player. Played a lot of Talir jungle too, actually. But I think that Hung was a player I thought had more to give. He got subbed out. Monkey obviously then went on to do very good, and continues to go on to do very good things for WE. I know that his series the other day wasn't great, but you know. Monkey, been one of the most exciting junglers to watch, and Hung was a player that kind of fell into obscurity somewhat. However, Hung on LGD, especially this split, but also we saw it as they kind of ramped up into this year anyway. Coming back, gosh, he was on OMG for a bit, right, too? So it was Tungman and Hung who were about the place. LGD did have Climber for a bit. Yeah, they had Climber. LGD changed in Hung. I think Hung has shown, actually, yeah, he did have more to give. There was more to his story. Rather than just being the journeyman, he could do something a little bit special, perhaps. And he's had a good split so far. I've really enjoyed watching him play. Thousand's going to walk into Hung. Speaking of that, he's going to hit by... I swear... Can the curses stop? He's going to get Vi-ulted, and he does put down the subjugate. Perhaps the curse isn't there. Here comes Shanks. Gets the stun. Both junglers are now down. Both of them off the table. An extra kill towards anyone's legend. That perhaps was a curse again. It's not a good track record for the whole curses of people dying as we talk about them thing. Shanks goes down to the plane. Walks away the better snake. I gotta get into the cursing business, you know. Maybe I can join that Ghanaian witch doctor who cursed Harry Kane at the World Cup, perhaps. Yeah, that one was entirely me. Exactly, that one is entirely me. There's no one else involved in that one. I got on this extended diatribe about how, well, yeah, you know, Hung, host Team WE, thought he had more to give despite him being benched for Monkey, blah, blah, blah. Look, he does turn this around well. He's out of position. Goes onto the gen trap. Good run down from Shanks. That's the big killer there. I don't think you should ever be picking the Victor into the Cassio. Just go for the Syndra instead. I just don't get why you're picking Victor into the Cassio. It's not the same matchup he was earlier in the year. You know, at first stand, it was more Victor favored. I think once you go later than that, and Deathfire Touch gets re-added into the game, it becomes more Cassio favored, and Cassio is so dominant here. You know, gets the early roam up, 20 CS up, 101. Not stopped by Victor from roaming. Victor can't roam himself. You know, earlier in the day I was saying, you know, hang on a second. It's not bad damage on the crisp, actually. Halo Blade's doing some work. But quite low mana, but still got a gun. From when the wizard runs out of spell slots, you gotta be packing heat. Girdle. Well, Equalizer was on some underwave. Crisp is on the top side of the map. I don't think you dive this. I think you've used your Equalizer. Birdle has ult and flash, full complement of regular ability, so you don't dive. Cassio is nasty into a lot of the popular top laners. It is. I think that Cassiopeia should actually be played top lane more. I think there are some matchups where the Cassio just gets to sit 1v1 and destroy you. For instance, we've seen points where Malphite gets locked in. If Cassio goes into Malphite, I get that later into the game you can get ulted and died, but Cassio is so disgusting early on. We used to see Huni be a big Cassiopeia top lane player. Played it in Europe and then also North America and then also Korea. Played it in 3 different regions, I think. The best wizard cantrip is the handgun of your choice. Oh, God. I cast Eldritch Blast. That's not an Eldritch Blast, that's a Barret. I cast Eldritch Cult. Oh, God. Can't Malphite just max Q first? It doesn't matter. If Malphite goes against Cassio, Cassio just runs at you and you die. And she heals too much of her E. The thing about Cassio into Malphite is Malphite tries to poke you out and you just sustain up through Conqueror and your empowered Twin Fangs. Nasty as hell. Cassio is vulnerable to early jungle ascension? Yes, but Malphite doesn't set up well for early jungle ganks. Malphite needs to, like, escape early lane. If Malphite ever escapes lane, fantastic champion. If he doesn't, it sucks a lot of the time. I cast gun. Pick a god and pray. Birdle getting hit by the harpoon. Starzan's on top side. Birdle does have ult, does have flash. I don't know if it saves him. Ooh, ult cast. Dodged by Tarzan. Q's to the side to make sure it doesn't come through. Doesn't end up using the flash after Birdle. Death for him. Anyone's Legend pick up the kill on top side. We need more Malphite supports. Problem is, again, he's too much of an ult bot, really. Often Malphite becomes a bit of an ult bot. When Malphite is broken is when actually is like his W or his E or his Q just like change the game in either laning phase or elsewhere. Cass's raw damage is so annoying. Yes, if Cass ever hits Q on you, you pretty much lose. Most champions lose every trade. Very few champions out-trade a Cassiopeia once she's hit Q on you. Sometimes assassins can do that. And just burst you out. Or CC, of course. Dragon taken by LGD for now. Tarzan is in the area. Does have ult. Didn't have to use that topside. Pillar is used. Dragon taken by LGD. Bit of Safari League of Legends from anyone's Legend. Watching the wildlife. Not interacting with it, of course. No, no. Can't be having that. Anyone's Legend, slight gold lead, LGD, even up the dragons. Only gold lead for them is in the jungle. 3 kill Trundle will do that for you. How's that, Triforce? Decent attempt to steal by Hope. Yeah, you know, just fling a Jin W, see what happens. Q move steal, the Q move speed steal on Malphite is so annoying. It is, yeah. It's one of the reasons why, yeah, it's one of the reasons why even slippery AD carries don't enjoy it, because if you get move speed for whatever reason, Malphite then uses it against you. His Q cares not. Kyle, solid game on the Camille so far. You know, anyone's Legend, they are really, they are so jungle support centric. Many teams are way more about, well, you know, their mid lane is really good, or they're very good at playing around a hype carry bot lane, carry top laner. There aren't many teams that are jungle support centric. I mean, there's Team WE, I think that, even when Vampire was on the roster, of course, but now with Ursa, has continued to be so, with Monkey as well. Anyone's Legend are the top one, though. Yeah. I mean, even JDG. JDG are in a weird state, right, where jungle and support are important, but it's not really about jungle support combination. It's more about their individual prowess, and then obviously JDG is just a good team of individual players, at least on paper. Things have been a little bit more rocky for them on the Rift itself, off of the paper, though. In this split, anyway. After split 1, things fell down for them a bit. Weibo used to be very elk favored. Hang on. Tarzan might hop over the wall. How does Crisp not spot him? Well, that's unfortunate. Here comes the ults onto the Miasma. Hookshot's coming. That is so unfortunate. You can't really blame Crisp for that one. That just feels really sad. That's just the most unfortunate of timing. Hope getting jumped onto by Xiaoya. Corki being back in meta means you'll see more of these bursty trades where Corki will just occasionally try and one-shot you, and turns out he's quite good at that. That he is. Equalizer used to defend Breathe on the side lane. You can't teleport out. There's a pillar. There's also an Ambassador ult as well. Teleport coming through from the Cassiopeia pit. That's not bad damage, and the Colonel goes down. It's a great outplay in the dive by Breathe, but LGD, oh, that's gotta stink. That's yeah, that hurts. That hurts to see. LGD, they got such good early game leads last game. Couldn't end up coordinating well in the late game. This time they're just not winning the early game either. Herald comes into mid lane. They can't stop the Herald charge. Combo comes through from the Vi. It comes through onto that. So it's the combo. The Q from the Rel comes through onto the Vi. No actual threat after that, though. I miss Nami. I know she was pretty broken, but she's completely gone now. Yeah. And the Imperial Mandate is just not a support item anymore. It was a support item, now it's not. And I wonder... Battle very nearly dying there, actually. If he turned into that, it would have died, of course. Another empowered E might have killed him. In fact, it almost certainly would have done with the... That's Fire Touch. So, this is just... What do you do about this? I mean, he doesn't see anything! What do you mean? Look... Yeah, you know like in tennis where something hits the net and it just bobbles over, same in ping pong or something like that? That's that kind of moment where it is completely unintentional, it just completely favors one team. That's when, like, you know, if the sportsman in you kind of, like, raises a hand and says sorry, because that just doesn't feel fair, does it? Or, you know, the lucky bounce of a ball. American football, rugby, you name it. If the first dive ain't working, we fail dive again. Exactly. Of course, Hung is far from the problem in this game. He's had a good game. 3-3. Involved in a lot of the game so far. Yeah, let's have a look at our spawn timers. Dragon in under a minute. Second dragon for either team. Tarzan spots that Tungyun and Heng might be able to steal... is able to steal the red buff. That's annoying. Tarzan is being a little git in the enemy jungle. Curse him again, boss. I would like to retain, you know... I mean, okay, I can't really do anything better than the cancel on the pause the other day. Good combo onto the Corki. They'll go down, or rather the Trundle goes down first. Corki lives, it's the Trundle that goes down. However, LGD take out the jungle support. That's not a bad trade, actually. And now Victor manages to do pretty well. Birdle into the backline. However, Shanks turns around for good damage. Crystal dice, only the support there. Breathe now left alone on it, just in the 1v2 on the backline. It is LGD winning the fight. However, Hope gets the kill onto the Victor. How did that happen? Hope uses his summoners, manages to kill Tanyu, and not sure how that one ended up happening. Is that a 3 for 3, all things said and done? I think it was, 3 for 3. LGD, I thought they'd found a great fight there, but I suppose it didn't quite work out. Better fight than the last game. Anyway, the last game, much worse. So, initially I thought it was the Corki hit, and then they do Camille out the Corki. The equalizer's over the top. It's Hung that dies, not the Corki. The Corki gets the DPS, as does the Victor. Chaos Storm into the choke point. Everyone dives into it. I thought compositionally, this might be something that happens. The Camille, jump into a Trundle, Victor, Corki, get burst down. Dragon now actually being fought over. We're going to fight again, presumably. Dragon, well, at least that's the Scuttle Crab going down on Vision. Oh, okay, that's a hell of an outplay. Nice from Hope. I was paying more attention to the picture-in-picture, actually, because Breeds once again on the flank. Victor's on the other side. Kyle goes in, likely to die. Dragon goes down to LGD. Vi ult into the back. That's not a bad equalizer, but it's not enough to save the Vi's life. Breathe alone on the side. Can't get himself to kill there either. There's one kill because Shanks guns down the Corki alongside the Jin, but it's a 3 for 1. Good fight for LGD. Last game, they weren't really getting these grouped up fights. Anyone's Legend. This time, the one struggling in the larger numbers confrontations. Now we're going to go down in Anyone's Legend's favor, take the mid lane out of turret. Curtain Corp, hold. 2 shots missing, third one missing, fourth one no longer able to hit the Victor there. Gosh. Strange plays. Last fight was, the last fight was weirdly even, despite LGD perhaps being in a much better situation, and then this one, well, Subjugate comes through early onto the Vi. Shaya tries to jump onto the Vi while he's down there as well. Breathe goes 1v1 with the Victor, just saying, okay, you're not going to get Chaos Storm onto the right target, and I don't have the, I've already used my equalizer. Fight splits apart pretty madly after that, though. 3 for 1 total in the fight. Tower went down on bot side as well, by the way, so Anyone's Legend took 2 towers in the last minute, too. I know Cassio isn't the problem, but she's been, she hasn't been as oppressive in these fights, so they're short shippy. Yeah, I think that if the Cassio actually gets damaged down, then LGD kind of lose. Shanks is scary. And of course, we mention this every so often, well, every time that Shanks plays. Shanks was the Cassiopeia player in the LPL when no one else was playing the Cassiopeia. Playing a lot on Team WE while he was there. Of course, brought that expertise over to Anyone's Legend as well. It's been one of his calling cards. In fact, if I were to say what is Shanks's iconic picks, I would have said that the Cassio was there first and foremost. His Azir is also there. He's a big Azir player, but the Cassiopeia, probably his most iconic champion, I'd say. See if he can make most of it in this game. Hope now 1,000 gold up on the gym. He had a good first game as well on the whole on the gym. Look, I know the early game was bad on the Baron, but he played well in the mid and late game. Tons of damage onto him. Viol coming through, perhaps? No, I think he just kills him here. Birdle getting blasted in the 1v1. Sidestep on the ultimate. Tarzan solo kills the Ambassador. Jumps in with a 2-item Vi onto the 2-item Ambassador, and turns out the Vi wins those. Didn't see that scene in Arcane. Breathe now, I guess, a free push in towards bot side. Jeez, Tarzan. There's a reason why this Vi gets banned away from Tarzan so much. It's very rarely allowed into the hands of Tarzan. I think Tarzan being an engage factor is a problem for most teams, but then also his individual play on the champion, also very scary too in the duels. Played it very well in the top lane diamond. Shanks, perhaps over pushing here. Look, as soon as he sees this pink ward, he knows to back off, I think. And he will do. Right the way back to tower. Wasn't sure where everyone would be. Has to be careful of that. Dude, Tarzan's been pretty mega. The thing is, in the fights, you can get Trundle ulted. The Vi in this kind of composition can have some issues. You end up, you know, putting your ult onto a target that has a grab field on them, and then you get subjugated, the pillar comes down, you get stuck in the grab field, while your resistances are shredded, you die. You have no choice, really, in that matter. Dragon in a minute, half LGD, 2 dragons to 1. They took that last dragon. The first Infernal Dragon of the Rift. Baron's still available. So after seeing that, why is Baus the only one to play Vi top lane? Because the laning matchups aren't always as easy as that. We also saw him try to play the Vi top lane in LEC, right? And he got blasted in lane. It's good for the combos, for sure. But, Vi is much easier to escape the early game in jungle. Also, the big thing about Vi being in jungle is that you get these unexpected gank paths because you can queue over walls a lot. Same with Punjab and Lee Sin. Champions with wall dashes tend to be very good in jungle because they, one, allow you to farm quicker by going between camps that way, but also they allow you to gank very unexpectedly. Rek'Sai, we thought would be broken for forever in jungle because the tunnels allowed you to have those crazy top lane gank angles. The way that only really, very few champions could do at that time. And in fairness, Rek'Sai was broken in jungle for a very, very long time. Rek'Sai is one of those champions that has been inherently broken. If you think about the champions from Season 5 and 6, grand majority of them have remained broken in pro play. Or just completely useless, one of the two. Dragon in 20 seconds now. Oh, surprisingly strong on the Jhin. Honey Fruit will heal up Hunger from the one shot he took from Jhin. IL on the Camille is going to get much less useful. That's a really good bounce on Shai, actually. Shai gets hit by that. He Valkyrie's in a bad spot. Doesn't dodge anything. That's nasty. Fourth shot hits him. Shai's out of the fight. Why would you W away from nothing? The W didn't even dodge the skill shot. That should give the dragon fight to anyone's legend. They should just rush it right now. Yeah, they can't do anything about it. Hope is on a mission. Hope's had a great series today. How do you think movement creep and champ designs affect drafting in regards to older champions? Well, I mean, some champions who are older still have very easy to activate win conditions because they've got simpler kits sometimes. Like some like Nasus into Vi has been fantastic. 0 mobility, but can just walk at you and just has good damage. Rek'Sai's biggest issue was their global teleport and ult. It was one of the biggest ones. However, I think that the tunnel network was and continued to be a big issue. But if you think about, like, Azir, one of the most unbalanceable champions in League history, either broken or useless, very few points in between. Kalista, similar kind of situation. Rek'Sai, similar situation, broken or nothing in between. You go to Season 6, you have champions like Tahm Kench. Kindred was either broken or useless. Some of the champions like Alawi, fun design, but never played in Pro, and just never made it there. Grand majority of champions in the era were, yeah, very problematic. They didn't really find ways to make them healthy and good for the game. Oh. I prefer Azir being useless. So, recent podcast episode, Shut Up and Scale. You might have heard of it. You've been on it. You can support it, by the way, so by subscribing to Last Free Nation Premium, and it gives some money over to me. It helps me do my thing as well, if that's another way you want to support. You also, by the way, if you do subscribe to Last Free Nation Premium, you can also ask questions to be put onto the show. We do actually include a fan topic every week, and we take them in depth. But the topic for this week, which I chose as my personal topic, was, okay, delete a champion from League of Legends. Who would you delete and why? And my choice was actually, delete Azir. I would delete Azir, legitimately. I think that he's crowded out so many champions from pro play because when he's good, he does everything well. Some of those champions which are just evergreen. Hang on, potential big fight here. I have to talk about that as potentially some champions get deleted from the Rift here and now. GW lands, Hope walking forwards. Kyle goes onto the backline, gets onto the Trundle. Not the best target, but the Subjugate goes down. Equalizer in as well. That's a lot of damage. Fourth shot goes through. I mean, it's half the HP bars, but no one dies.
Yeah, it's a great podcast. Episode includes the Watley beef. I mentioned Tom Kench, and I did say that, sorry, Watley. You know, somewhere out there, Watley's, like, screaming out in pain from top lane. Look, he's a better top laner than he is a support in terms of game design. Baron now going down. LGD, low HP bars, as we've been saying. Subjugate not there. Now trying to look for the turn. They don't really find it. They take off of the leash. Anyone's Legend late game objectives have been their foible. Really? As someone who watches mostly pro, I want Azir out of the meta forever. Look, I like the idea of Azir. The problem is, in reality, he just does everything better than all of the champions that overlap with him, so you never get to see more interesting mages, more interesting playmakers is the problem. It's a shame. Shame. Like, again, like, I like the idea of Azir. I just think that Azir in practice just is like, oh yeah, we don't get to see any of these other mages, any of these other playmakers. He has great scaling, great laning phase, safe, playmaker, poke mage, tower killer. If Azir isn't meta, LPL wins at least 2 more worlds. Yeah, maybe. We need to bring back Yagao. Yagao's our GOAT Azir player, of course. Just forget that one time he died to top lane out of turret for free. Azir will be meta at Worlds. It's written in the stars. I've really been enjoying Azir being out of meta. I've really been enjoying him out of meta. It means we see more champions in mid lane. It means we get to see... I mean, Fearless helps anyway, right? But it just... The threat of Azir being around means that he's just always played. If you remove Azir's dash, wouldn't he be instantly balanced? He'd be instantly useless, is the problem. He would be utterly awful if he didn't have the dash. If you want to know what champion will be the world's meta, look for the T1 champion pool. That's a bit overblown at points. They have succeeded in metas bad for them before, and you know, you look at Worlds 23, people didn't think it was going to be the meta, they just ended up playing the champions they were good at. There's something to be said about just playing the champions you're comfortable at, or finding ways to make your comfortable champions work. And they've done that very well. The longer that T1 sits on a patch, the better they are at finding the champions they're comfortable at, which are successful. I love Azir, but I'll never ever play him. I actually do play Azir, and I enjoy playing Azir. I just think in pro play it's just too much. All right, group up in the mid lane. Perhaps it's too far from LGD, actually. Jin traps, landing. Do they go for the engage? W doesn't land. Shanks on the side, looking for the miasma attention. Goes in, there's the fight. Dead Corki. Dead Corki. Kyle gets himself an engage 2 onto Hung, who's locked into the play. That's going to be Chris flying in with the Rel, but there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. The fight's already over. Losing 2. Alien, anyone's Legend. Quick pick in the mid lane. Great patience from Shanks there to say, gonna wait in this bush. You're gonna fly in. I'll put the miasma down. Engage complete. If Cassio ever gets on the end of a Vi engage, it's just completely fight over. Hung doesn't have flash. Can't get around for the steals. One of the weaknesses of Trundle. Can't go for these kind of steals onto the objective. That'll be Baron. Anyone's Legend. Much better late game now than against WE just the other day. Anyone's Legend, you know, they've had their weaknesses, haven't they? But right here, really good engage. Shaya walking away from the skill shots and then just gets bi-ulted into the Cassio. Great patience from Shanks. Should Shaya have been positioned there anywhere there? No, probably not. No, probably not. Could Azir be a decent bot lane pick right now? I think he's too short range. And I think actually, weirdly, the mages which are in bot lane counter him quite well. If Xerath is in meta, Azir is not happy. Xerath Ziggs are very good into Azir. I think that's one of the reasons he isn't picked. A lot of the champions are actually good into him being picked once. Good damage onto Shanks. Hung might die here. Tarzan flies in, does have the GA. Subjugate comes through and they'll kill the Vi first. Release down to the GA. Tungyun going golden, going low, doesn't die. Shanks has to retreat. Equalizer into the choke point is disgustingly good. And Bessa into the play but misses the ultimate. That Equalizer is char-grilled. 2 alive and the 3rd dies in the fight. 3 for none, or 3 for a GA if you're being generous to LGD, which in this case I'm not. They've lost 3. They're against a Baron push. Of course, when you're against a Baron and you lose a fight, things double down in terms of how bad they are. Shanks is teleported back out onto the map. He's full HP. They'll push him bot lane turret, push him mid lane turret. LGD. This game is not nearly as strong for them as that first one. They had good dives in the first game, but they couldn't make it work in the late game team fights. This time, they tried to go for the dives. They tried to get ahead of the game. Somewhat failed. Traded down. 1 for 2 in a 3 versus 1 dive and then a cleanup of the Camille after. Kyle needs to back off, low HP. Double inhibs broken. That is a successful Baron push. 5,000 gold from that Baron play. 5,000. Almost 10,000 gold ahead. Now they did throw a 9,000 gold lead versus W the other day, but I just don't see it happening here from LGD. I just don't see it happening. I think it's too hard to deal with the range of the Jin, who's this far ahead. The Rumble who's got a lot of gold in pocket. Heaven forbid the Cassiopeia, who's got a boatload of HP. They've got the GA off of Tarzan. Maybe they get him easily. Maybe if Kyle over-engages, they can kill the jungle support. But how do you kill the damage dealers when they're this far ahead? I think Tongyaman on the Victor's not been fantastic. Tongyaman's had a bit of a mixed day today. The Rise was fine. Late game, not very coordinated. The Victor here, I don't think it was the right pick, and I don't think he's done that much with it, sadly. Xiaoya 0-4 on the Corki. He's had a bad game. He's gone for the tankier build, gone for the Shojin Corki. It's not going to matter, though. You see this occasionally, the Shojin Corki into stuff like the Vi. John to Kyle. Did say that perhaps they can catch out the Camille. No, they can't. In fact, there's still an ultimate to use. The Equalizer forced the flash out of Tongyaman, separates Chris from the team. Tarzan will fly into the play, and he flies over the wall. Chariot dies down for a 5th time. Crash, burn, wheels and wings fly off of the Rafflecopter. This should be the game. This should be the series. It's looking like a fairly quick day today, folks. 2-0 in the first series, and it'll be 2-0 in the second. Anyone's Legend were humbled by Team WE, and they come back for vengeance against Team LGD just after. Lagandier, not much spice in the gameplay today. 0-2, Anyone's Legend, clearly the better team here in Beijing. It'll end out the series quickly here in a 2-0 series. Fairly disappointing from LGD. I thought they'd be able to take a game, perhaps, given the way that Anyone's Legend were playing recently, the way that LGD have been able to take games versus most of their opponents. I think that the drafts from LGD haven't been bad. I think they've been fine. But I think that the gameplay and their chemistry has been lacking somewhat. LGD obliterated in the team fights. Some good individual performances from Anyone's Legends on the day. I think Tarzan's Vi, very, very good. Likely the MVP here, although Shank's also in with a shout of it as well. Hope on the Jin, shout out to him. In fact, dare I say it, Hope might actually be player of the match almost. Very strong series from him. Gonna leave you with the interview, and then I'm gonna switch over to Sam for the last series of the day.
香克斯，我们中单采访一下，来，我们来到舞台中央，你的麦克风。首先恭喜你们啊！这场 BO3是2比0拿了下来。其实跟我们赛前所言 ，LGD 在前期的执行真的是可圈可点。可是你们今天应对的非常冷静，跟他们上次交手相比，你觉得这次有什么不同吗？
就感觉我们前期有点小劣吧，第一把就没想到他们打得这么好。
因为包括像第一局，好像在前面你们强杀了几次希维尔之后，好像逐步的找到了反击的节奏嘛。那想问一下，在20分钟中路那波1换4，包括说后面可能在听牌龙团这2波团的时候，当时是怎么去 call 的呢？
因为就是我们前面可能打得太被动了嘛，然后我们游戏内也有点难受嘛，玩的就是大家都在说要找机会打，所以就是有机会就也跟他们打了。
那来到第2局，好像感觉在阵容上面就拿的还算比较舒服嘛，而且前面包括说你的蛇女在对线端、在游走端都做得非常的漂亮，而且好像对方的越塔都被你们无效化了，所以你们在前期的一个思路是不是在第1局之后有所调整呢？
对，因为蛇女跟青钢影就前面非常强势嘛，第一把我们前期太被动了，所以第2把就稍微调整一下，就是打得主动一点。
而且能感觉得到是非常有成效的嘛。中期虽然说 LGD 好像打了几次不错的反击，不过最后好像在风平浪静之后，经过几波团战就化解了所有的他们的一些攻势。那想问一下，你觉得在这一局当中或者整个 BO3当中 ，AL 做的最好的点又是哪些呢？
感觉就是我们野辅、中野辅联动做的还行，就是感觉还不错。
今天也是以2比0拿到了这场比赛的一个胜利，开启了第2轮嘛。所以借着这个气势，希望队伍在第2轮的时候打出怎样的一个竞技面貌呢？
就希望我们输过的队伍能赢回来。
好，我们也期待 AL 在之后比赛的精彩发挥。再次感谢 Shanks 来到我们的赛后采访的环节，先把时间交还给解说席。
Okay, cool. Well, cool. Right, folks. I'm actually gonna go switch over with Sam now. Again, I'll show you this again. For those of you that missed it, by the way, this is my €800 Magic the Gathering pull. By the way, I got my Surge Foil, Arkenstone, and all artwork. Utterly €800 worth of cards there. I also got Desolation of Smoke as well and Surge Foil. Anyway, I got some really good pulls in MTG from the Hobbit set, basically. Okay, folks, I'm tired. I'm going to go have a nap. Sam's going to go take over for Game 3 for BLG, EDG. Look, BLG come in as huge favourites. EDG, probably the worst team in Ascend. We'll see how bad things get for them. GEG is playing for them. Though Shaham, GEG obviously changed. I don't know what the hell's going to happen with them. BLG, if they don't stomp today, well, we'll see. But they did look really bad versus top esports. they did. And we don't know where Bin is. It's still Wenbo playing. We're not sure what's happening then. Okay, we're going to go put on an ad break, and then we'll get through to our third series, and I'll hand over to Sam. I'll turn the camera over. Sam will come pick it up at some point, and I'll see you guys in just a... Okay. Okay.
哎，我可以放中
线不能不管，中线不能。
打吧，快中打起来，中打起来，打起来吧，放中了，放中了，来，冲着冲着呀，快打，快打。
慢点，
在下面，我在下面。
威恩水不开掉了。
8的。
慢点，老大。可以。
看一下。
哎，威恩。看威恩。又在我这儿。
慢点，瑞姐可以看，看不了瑞。对，等一下。
威恩死了。
瑞。
别闪。来。nice。
我在前。
闭了。
上了。
狼没有踢啊，我接中。
OK，那这样我来了。
接吧。狼姆再带上啊！
哎，这里可以看，我这装点。
那我上塔给了，
开一下。
狼姆有踢，
他飞钻了，慢点。
那你位置很好，我马上能撒大了。
非常好。
我没血，雷克多也没血，我撒大了。我跟雷克多都没血啊！看。看
拉姆。
等我踢。
狼姆没大。
其中一波吧，中一波。
狼姆没踢。
So tell it to me now. You say you've got something to say. Say it to me now. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Hey, let me hear you. Let me hear you. Tell it to me now. Tell it to me now. Testify tonight. Till your story feel glory tonight. Ooh, testify tonight. Till your story feel glory tonight. Ooh, you say you want the world to know the truth. Say it loud, say it loud. And you say you want everyone to listen up. Say it loud, say it loud. Let me hear you. Hey, let me hear you. Let me hear you. Tell it to me now. Tell it to me now. Testify tonight. Till your story feel glory tonight. Ooh, testify tonight. Till your story feel glory tonight. Ooh, testify tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. Till your story feel glory tonight. Testify tonight. Till your story feel glory tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. Testify tonight. We've got good times. We've got good times coming in. We've got sunrise to the left and sunset to the right. We got good times. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. Taking it easy. Taking it slow. What's the go with the rat race? I guess we'll never know. We gotta energize. Whoa, realize that we're right here, right now. We've got good times.
Hello there, chat there. How are you all doing? It is I, Initialise. I renamed it. There we go. Oh, hello, chat. How are we all doing? Why have we got no blur on? Camera? Here we go.
Hey, Nami, how you doing? Looks like BLG is waiting for feedback from Bim before confirming anything with Flandre, and apparently Bin and Zachi will have the final word. This will be done before the 10th. Okay. The next couple days we'll get the info. Thank you very much for all that info on that one. How are we all doing? How ready are we for today? How excited are we for more binless gaming after their loss yesterday to Top Esports? Wasn't that extraordinary? Good to know. Thank you. There you go. How's everyone doing today? Let me just make sure I've got everything up. Oh, look at there's Iris with a big old smile. Iris is absolutely lovely, by the way, as is Christina. Had the fortune of interacting with both of them. They are excellent humans. Can recommend them highly. That's my voice coming on through twice there, briefly. I had a nightmare featuring Night Lysandra. Yeah, I mean, it was something, wasn't it? Great start to the game, and then some very, very dubious mid to late game decision making. Top Esports only good domestic players, so it really matter how to lose to them. Yeah, well, there's some truth to that, isn't there? The Top Esports, they can be as good as they want domestically, but they run into the Mad Lions problem, you know, where actually, hilariously, because they do so poorly internationally, their domestic results end up meaning very little. It's often worth it for them not to go because of obviously the reputation has been so frustrating. Move that around a little bit. So a bit better on that front. Folks. Alex was showing off some of his cool pulls. Let me show you off some of mine. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is my fancy pull. Surge full Thranduil. Oh, I see why I'll turn the thing off. Now I get it. Showing things off. There you go. Surge full Thranduil. Yes. I also got this one. It's also cool. Exciting. What else did we get that was cool? Belladon took us good. Fancy Flame of Arnor. We got the Bayon in the alt art. We got Thorin. We got the cool Radagast. We're happy. But yes, the Thranduil one is a fancy one. That one is quite the spicy card. Back to where it was. And then throw our Fleur back on.
如果有信心，后边越打越好，别压抑。我是一个对线风格比较激进的选手，希望未来可以在 LPL 打败所有人吧。
Oh, listen to Keshi and crew. The Thranduil looks sick. Yeah, it's also just a good card. Like I had a Golgari Elves deck I was building with High Perfect Morkan. It's now a Sultai Elves deck, purely for Thranduil. Thranduil has all the activated abilities of all elf cards in your graveyards. Whenever another legendary elf card you control enters, draw 2 cards and discard a card. Card draw and abilities. Delicious for a 5/6. Yeah, we'll take that. And we get all the good Golgari shenanigans and the Sultai shenanigans. No idea what the LPL guys here are saying. If anyone wants to translate, by all means do so. Sounds like the Jing Dong guy. Love this kind of vlog before the series. Me too. It's always cool to hear this stuff. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm still a little bit fried. I'm doing a bit better again today, but I was really out of it yesterday. Really out of it. Struggling. This should be an interesting one in the sense that, realistically, BLG should dog walk this series. It should be so simple. I am nervous that it will not be. And we all know why. And we all know why. This team has not been at its best. They're fantastic. They're still great at snowballing, but there's been some very dubious mid and late game decision making. And I think the problem is if Wembo gets gold lead, I don't trust him to actually carry with it particularly. But we'll see how they look. You know, you should and would expect better from a team as high caliber. As BLG. Supposedly one of the best teams in the world, and they had a great 2/3 of a game. And then an awful game too. Viper v Dearest Leave. It's where things are starting off at the minute here. Seems a tiny bit Viper favored. Well, he's been rather good of late. Relatively speaking, anyway. Relatively speaking. It's not always been quite that simple, though, has it, with this player? Ooh, I've got a slightly runny nose. It's really obnoxious. Oh, no. Is there a busted Smaug in the set, by the way? There is a couple. So there is... let me go look it up. Smaug the Impenetrable, giggity, is a very fun one. It's from the new scene box that will be coming out at Christmas time. That you can get in the collector boosters. Alex got a copy. Smaug the Impenetrable is... this card. But he is a 7-drop Rakdos Dragon, flying indestructible haste. Whenever Smaug is dealt non-combat damage, create that many treasures tokens. So he's board wipe tribal in an indestructible flying hasted 8/7 dragon. So you can build him board wipe tribal. He's really stupid. Yeah, there's a couple. There's other one, Smaug. I want to say Smaug the Magnificent. It's probably the other one that's really good. That's a 4-drop. That whenever it attacks, does damage equal to targets equal to the amount of treasures you control. I think. Yeah, so that's a 4-drop, 4/3 flying haste. Whenever Smaug attacks, he deals damage equal to the number of treasures you control to any target. At the beginning of your upkeep, create a treasure token. So treasure tribal. Yeah, there is Time Lord, for sure. There is absolutely combos that do board clears pretty much whenever on demand. Hello, Iris. Let's have a listen in, shall we, to the interviews?
Hello， 大家好，我是BLG的
And have a listen.
昨天稍微有点可惜，没有能够全胜收官第一轮嘛。那结束后大概做了怎样的一个调整呢？
第一把输的比较可惜吧，然后第二把的话，其实整体也不太好打，然后回去的话就好好调整状态就行了。
那今天这场背靠背面对到的是 EDG， 你觉得会是怎样展开呢？
我觉得中野辅的对抗比较重要吧，在这点上，如果我们赢对面的话，会赢得比较轻松一点。
好，我们今天赛场见。同样，我们请到的是 EDG 的上路选手 ZDZ， 跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EDG 的上单 ZDZ。
最近感觉队伍的处境稍微有点挣扎嘛，那在这之中的话，大家是如何去稳住心态的呢？
我觉得我们因为登峰
Hello, ZDZ.
第一轮我们
He's a lot taller than I thought he was.
其实跟0-0也没有区别了，我们就
I was a tall boy.
也是从头再来嘛，还是给自己足够的信心的。因为其实，在赛段初的时候，面对到 BLG， 你们还是从他们身上啃下了1分的。这次再交手，你觉得今天会格外注意哪些部分的对抗呢？
其实我挺想跟那个文波选手交第2次手的，因为我觉得他跟第1场比赛比起来是有一些进步的。
我们今天赛场见。
Bit of a lesson in on this one. Always cool to hear from our players in general. Bit of a look in to the mindset, etc., etc., etc. And again, EDG, it's just not been very good, has it? Is the honest answer. It's not been very good. They have really, really, really struggled. It hasn't been anything but pleasant to watch, I think, for a lot of fans out there. There's not that much that can be done about it right now. Maybe one of these days they'll have an option, but it does feel like the wolves have been circling just a touch. It's not been a very easy space to escape from. The early game's been fine. The early game has been fine. But that is still a significant ways off what we've kind of grown to expect, or rather, what we can see as a ceiling on a number of these players. But then we have these oversteps from players in the mid-game that are dubious at the best of time. At the best of times. So we'll have BLG coming out on the stage shortly. Looking to undo some of those sins from the other day against Top Esports. What a humbling loss, frankly.
Billy Gaming.
Billy Gaming.
Knight.
One of the greats.
Viper. On.
And some dubious moments yesterday. Some cool Camille play into some less cool Camille play, but partly because the team wasn't very synchronized. Viper, I actually think, played quite well, but Shun felt a little off. And it wasn't like individual players were necessarily performing poorly, but there was some odd decision-making and some odd coordination issues that were really, really hurting it. I mean, Scout had some pretty good showings on LNG. It's not been very good, the EDG story since Scout left. Very true. Very true. Unity for love.
Edward Gaming.
So we're listening to
Reeve. Parukia.
EDG arriving. All hail. Very dramatic at this point, isn't it? Dramatic indeed.
LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛，北京主场中第4日第3场对决将由 BLG 对阵 EDG， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
On to stage we go for our final series of the day. And as stated, we expect a little more from BLG than what we've been getting. You shake your head sadly sometimes and go, what does the world come to? Etc., etc., etc. Billy Gaming. Should be having some fun with this. Where is my camera? There is my camera. Hello there. Hello there. Knight and JJ smiling at each other. No. Was the rest of the soundtrack too much money? Who knows? Who knows? The answer is actually quite possibly. The answer is actually quite possibly. But this sounds like draft to me. Do I hear the dulcet tones of draft? I do. So what is the plan? Poppy, Lucian. And this will be the usual Orianna, Cassiopeia, and often the Ezreal ban. But it's that last one's a bit of a flex. Kali away from Knight as well. I don't think BLG... I think BLG got blindsided by the Ashe Seraphine yesterday as well, which really hurt them. They weren't expecting that to return. Of course, with some of the various nerfs, that kind of caught them out for a loop. GEG's Vi is removed. That and the Jarvan, I think, are the two picks I really associate with this guy at the minute. Of course, famously has a Viego skin once upon a time, but the Ezreal's left up. The Ezreal gets picked. There are options into it. Things like the Xerath can be a little annoying. You can Kaiser it. Especially if we are in that roaming sport mat. Discussions about Camille plus Ziggs. Possible. On is a very good Camille player. Plus the Victor possible. And of course Shun debating that Neferia that's been let through. We've heard tales of the Fizz. I doubt it gets blind picked, though. You can Camille Lee Sin, you can Camille Ziggs. I think both of those are fine. Fun hovers, but it will be the Lee Sin. We've seen this pairing a fair amount. Feels like the premier aggressive jungle support pairing with the Camille. So much mobility to work with. Jidge is obviously an excellent Lee Sin to boot. Oh, draft's fallen through. I was going to say, I feel like it was taking a little while. Because it was, in fact. Well, we'll go again. Expecting the Ezreal Camille lead to stay the same. That should be the majority of that. What are we expecting from BLG beyond the Camille lead? I mean, you can Ziggs. If you don't Ziggs on 3, it likely gets banned. There's a few pairings with the Camille there if you want it. Varus would be fine as a sort of stays alive option. Corki's fine. Ziggs is Premier. Xerath, I suppose. Could Victor if you need to. Not necessarily the best option. Cassiopeia can be kind of nasty. That's been banned. Don't disappoint me. What would Daney have to do to disappoint you? What can Daney do wrong here, in your eyes? Back into draft. So this is where we were at last time. This is where we got to. That was the end of it all. So Skarner now is actually the lock. Okay, interesting. I don't know if I like that early. It can be a little bit scary for the Lee Sin to kick you through, but you can end up in a position now where if you stun from the Syndra into... Thank you, Dad. Into the Skarner... Oh, got a cup of tea delivered. That was very nice. Into the... Skarner ult into the Syndra stun. You can... Or vice versa. It can be quite a nasty kill combo then. It can be a little bit scary to dive into as well. So keep your eye on that. It's not a bad option. Ryze now locked in. More mobility between the Camille, the Lee Sin, the Ryze. Very quick ability to jump over a load of walls, turn up out of nowhere, and dive the side lane aggressively. Allows BLG to play through their solo laners as well. His draft 2 against Topias was the way to punish them after their game 1. They just weren't expecting Ashe Seraphine, were they? Like, they just completely forgot that was a viable option. In fact, I think a lot of teams forgot it's a viable option, especially now that things like the Mel have dropped away a little bit. Really caught out there in a way that I thought was quite surprising, actually. But sometimes that's just the way of it, Hyung. As they say. Second phase of bans. Shen, yeah, been good to the Camille. It might be a Leona here as well, actually, as a ban. Olaf instead away from ZDZ. Yeah, Olaf is kind of rising in priority. We saw a blind pick Olaf the other day into Wembo that worked out surprisingly well. Give me Viper Ryze to spice things up. Intriguing. Oh, I've got coconut oolong tea. Oh, it's delicious. Love that. Love that. Actually, it's incredibly tasty. I think it's time for me to make myself make a cup of tea before anything else. Very much, very good idea. Okay, so we've got the Jace now for Wembo as well. Don't think that's going anywhere else. I mean, it could be bot lane. We saw a little bit of Jace bot recently for Wildly. Hilarious, it was EDG, of course, who did it back in 2015. World's Death play. That one, teleport Jace bot, wasn't great. But there you go. It's a good way of potentially dealing with something like a Rumble early on. I think the fact that Rumble is less good in the lane these days means that you can bully him out a little bit more. It gives you very good ability to play 1-3-1 now with Ryze Jace. You are relying on playing the map quite wide here. I think as a 5v5, you are relying on Camille not dying before a fight begins, which is a lot easier said than done. The 5v5 for EDG is a lot better, a lot stronger. Alistair or Rel will be fine. I think Rel's the more aggressive engage combo and matches, I think, Camille better than the Alistair does. Ziggs fine. Then you get Ziggs, Jace as poke and follow up on the Camille. Ziggs can also sit mid and basically ult to either side lane. So you can ult to the Jace, you can ult to the Ryze, where the Camille and the Lee Sin go and you play. Obviously, Ryze, Camille, Lee Sin, very, very strong ability to just turn up out of nowhere with all that mobility. You lock someone inside the cage, hit him with a shot blast, hit him with a Mega Inferno Bomb. 2-item poke there is very, very nasty. As a 5v5 unit, EDG have got the much easier comp to play. You play with range with the Syndra and the Ezreal, you're a lot less committal, your front to back's good, your AoE's good, and you've actually got some frontline in a Rel and a Skarner. And even the Rumble, with the way things are built right now, gets enough HP to be annoying. For BLG, you want to kind of play for range in the team fights. The thing is, you're into the Syndra and the Ezreal, can kind of match you somewhat. But of course, with the Ziggs, with the Jace, you can do that. And of course, you've got an incredible amount of burst. Even the Camille's going to be bringing quite a lot. So if you do snowball, you will have a lot of damage. You're never going to be shy of that. Your front to back is still quite fragile, so you need to look for a lot of flanks. You've got great pick in the side lanes, but I'm imagining here BLG are going to really need to play through those side lanes quite aggressively. Let's turn the camera off and get ready for the game proper. Where's my phone? There's my phone. Right, I can pull up chat still. Gonna run some quick ads before we get in. So we're gonna have them in game. Stick around if you don't want to see the ads and subscribe, guys. That's the plan. Giles to begin. Bit of an early play there onto On. He was looking to see whether he gets some wards down. We'll eat a bit of a chunk, but not too much damage. It could have been worse, basically, folks. Decent amount of damage, but nothing too much to write home about here. Good damage. Pull back on that one. On is about okay with that mount up. Fine for the level 2 pretty aggressively here. Should be one, I think, by EDG, because On being chunked out a little bit more. Yeah, there it is. Not exactly a surprise in the grand scheme of things. Bit of damage, but not too much more to write back on there. And to the end of things, at least for now. At least for now. EDG Val has been a huge fan base. I hope JJ's return will benefit for EDG LoL Section 2. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Valorant's been really good for the EDG squad. It's been very cool to see on their front. They're quite pleased, understandably, with how things have looked there. Been very strong stuff from them. Bit of a smite hero there, but not too much more on that. Bit of CC here and there, but that's about that. Oi, never. Don't know why I've suddenly gone all West Country on this one, but here we are. Having some fun with it. On escaped into the dragon pit. Why am I emulating your language? Well, why I never? I don't know. There, Sally. Having some fun with it, innit? Bit of CC. Not been able to roam too much as yet. Wembo, decent damage on his EDZ. Again, EDG, if the early game is quiet, I think are happy. They are much happier the later this game goes and we have to play around objectives. BLG want to play the 1-3-1 very, very heavily there. Bit of chunking. BLG just playing the lanes out pretty well. Bulldog's on his Syndra. I think that's one of his better champions anyway. He's always been more comfortable on those control mages than pretty much everything else. And so far, so good, honestly. It's only the early stages, of course, so things can yet change. May well yet change, even. Bit of CC. Wembo. Chunked. Needs to be a bit careful here. The skies we go. Good kill, but in comes Shun. We'll make this a 1-for-1, and now GEG and Shun trading, but there's a red buff on neither of these junglers, so I think the ability to stick on people's limited, but there's a Sonic Wave. Cripple after. Damage back and forth. Shun should be able to get this wave in and therefore crashing. Maybe we'll just leave it there. Stuck as is. Should be alright, I think. Just about. Just about. Sam got the good Hobbit cards. I did. I got some really good Hobbit cards. I'm very pleased. Most of the chase cards I wanted. There's some Smaugs I'd like, but I got Thranduil, which was the cool one. A load of the green cards. I'm a big green player, really. I'm not going to lie. Dragon going to be started up by BLG. Should pick it up. As long as you're not red. I do have a... Okay. I have... Probably my best deck is a Boros Lightning Army of One Extra Combat Double Strike Horror, which is very good fun. So, I'm not without my own shame here. You know, I will say. The only color I've never gelled with is black. I think black is quite good fun, but it asks you to play a very different game, right? Like, life is a resource there to be spent. Your creatures are fodder. Lots of kill spells. On goes in with a nice little trade with the adaptive defenses. Honestly, as Camille, one of your big things to support, Camille, is picking a moment to go in with adaptive defenses, and please trigger your adaptive defenses. Jeskai, but no counter magic. That's a bold choice. Gotten. See how it pays out. JJ gets jumped on as Shun gets in front of him and gets the flash out of it as well. The Realm Warp, that's why. This is what we talked about. The collapse is really fast, and part of the reason you deny the Shen is so you can keep making aggressive moves like this. Great stuff. Very, very strong. Good damage onto ZDZ, who dies. With that noise, specifically. Took a little while, but they get another one. As he roamed on over, and not going to lie, guys. I have seen better decision-making. We're being hit with the Huya ants. Goodbye. Apologies for the slight stutter while I tab over. We are no longer being hit by the Huya ants. Decent dive bot side at least. Viper goes down. On's now in a spot of bother as well. They redive in this, thinking about it. JJ takes a bit of extra damage. There will be a potential hook shot here. Mount up to try and get the flip over, and does. Lee's taking a lot of shots. Does die though. And now Shun's here. It's all gone really wrong. EDG. What have we done? Okay, Sonic Wave Mass misses, but it's okay because Shun can follow because the sidestep means they don't get to the dry brush. Man alive. Well, if it could go wrong anymore, it has now. Oh dear. Have a look at the replay here, because Shun gets over into the X-Stealth impact, delaying some of the ability to escape. Gets the cripple for the slow. Knight comes on over, speeds himself over the Ghost, overloads him, and then ZDZ basically therefore ends up alone. He's already been chunked out by Wembo, so it's very easy for Knight to walk up and keep things interesting. Last overload, couple shots come on down. Knight takes some turret shots and out they get. Very clean dive. In the picture-in-picture, ZDZ has nearly died again. Might actually still die here, as Knight was looking to get some damage too, but couldn't quite. This is the bot side play that we were talking about, where Viper dies relatively early on, but On doesn't get hit by the Impale, and they go for this redive. They could have left. They could have left. And they just take forever to kill On. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And Leave takes an extra turret shot. And flashes too late. He thinks that turret shot won't kill him. And the fact it does is a problem. Kicked into the wall on 1. Palkia tries to escape with the crash down the flash, but is slowed down by the smite. And the slight step to avoid the Sonic Wave means he's just dead once the flash comes on through. It's not the EDG Doom Squad. I'm Moyo. Go look up the original EDG Doom Squad with Vampire on. It was awful. This isn't great, granted, but I don't think it's that bad. I don't think. We'll wait and see. Replay, there was another flash blown. ZDZ's having a tough time. Bit of damage coming on down. Bulldog should just about survive the attempt on his life. Shun's having a great game on the Lee Sin. Needed to as well. I think he's been a bit absent, honestly. I hate to say it, but that's been the truth. Bulldog really nearly dead. Shun's going to get picking up on this Dragon while all this is happening mid lane. But 3-0-2 on the Lee Sin. Really, really good from him. Actually had a pretty good start to the game yesterday as well, which wasn't enough. But we know credit where it's due. ZDZ is now in danger, gets hit back with a thundering blow. Wembo's actually having a great show in here. He's up how much CS? The hell? What's happening? And they get a kill. Okay, it's a 1-for-1. There is that. It's a 1-for-1. But I wouldn't call that exactly clean. And you look at the CS discrepancy. He's 1-3, guys. Down 25, 30 CS. Not exactly looking elegant, is it? Stun onto On. Does he survive the play? They're going to drive him to the wall. Good Hextech ultimate to involve the stun. He will likely die to the ult afterwards, though, and will eventually fall. Took a lot of doing, but it's done. Took a lot of doing, but it's done. Now we go back top. ZDZ's here, but I don't know whether he can walk up to this wave very freely. Okay, he's going to be all right. Wimber's having a great showing this play. I know. Unfortunate timing. But again, the player we have somewhat raised an eyebrow about. Thus far, thus good. Okay, play bot side. Knight goes. In comes the Mega Inferno Bomb and the hook shot combo. Lovely. Viper gets that. Can actually just satchel the turret as well. BLG snowballing. Feels like the start of yesterday, doesn't it? Reminder how that one ended, though, guys. It's not done yet. I mean, this is EDG, not top esports, so the caliber of play is somewhat lower. I hate to say, but that is the truth of things. GEG will at least pick this up. Herald being started. Are we really contesting this? I'm not actually sure. A hookshot was attempted, but not fully connected to. EDG still looking to set around this. They think this might be their opportunity. Don't know whether I agree, but hey, here they are. All the while, Knight split pushing on one side, Jace on the other. We said this was going to be the case. 1-3-1 is pretty rough, especially once your solo lanes have fallen this far behind. Herald being contested still, shown in the back of the pits, taken by the Skarner. Now the shot blasts come flying. Look at ZDZ also roaming down, but it's not going to lead to an actual fight. They'll give up the Herald, will BLG. And EDG do at least get an objective. Not especially clean, but it's done. And they avoid any real contest, which is perhaps what they really need at this point anyway. They are the team I think the scale's better regardless. On back on the roam on the Camille. Does love to cheat his vision, does on this champion. Does on most champions, but Camille really enables his rat-like tendencies, by which I mean he'll be hiding away, looking to be a menace. Not that he is a rat. To clarify. I mean that in brackets affectionately. Bit of trading in mid lane. Shun gets hit with a boulder. Shun doesn't care too much about that. Damage. That's a pretty good hit cage, and they get some damage down. More than a bit, actually. On's gone very deep, though. And again, that was the issue that followed the 5v5. They do get the kill, though, eventually. And it is going to be the Camille traded out for the Syndra, which is a viable option. Shun goes in. Lots of damage. The Sky's gone flying. Shun gets out. The damage now flies in the AoE from BLG. What they do have in this comp is damage. Trades on life, or trade on's life, to smack some people in the faces. And they get some, what, a 4-for-1? Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. The Camille was always going to be a bit of a sacrificial lamb in the 5v5s. You're all right, JD. Don't worry about it. Or Judy. The Mega Inferno Bomb hits a lot of people. On takes a lot of damage, but again, you've thrown all your resources now into killing a Camille who's done her job. You then kill off the Syndra and the Ezreal, and you're going, okay, we have a 3v4 where most of our damage is gone. The Equalizer is good, but imagine if an Ezreal or a Syndra was there at the time. That'd be such a different conversation. Great shot from Viper. Looked like a good Equalizer and did nothing. Well, they had no Syndra and no Ezreal. Front to backs are a bit awkward for BLG, but they do have ways of bypassing a front to back and just making it a back to back. By having the Lee Sin and the Camille go careening into the back line. Good damage from Shun to kill off ZDZ. And the blue team's turret, as they say, has been destroyed. Leave gets on, there's that at least. But then here comes Wembo, forced to flash out of Bulldog. He's gone to the skies, is now in the regular form, dodges back on the Dark Sphere. Goes to the wave, cleans up another one here. Where's the rest of the team? Palki is coming. Wembo, mate, you've gone very deep into a 1v1 that you couldn't actually afford to bother with. Gets a shot blast down, but it's hit by the Subjugate to the scatter. Yeah, he's dead. That's not very good. It will allow Knight, though, to split push onto a tier 2. And again, this is the opportunity cost. BLG love in their 1-3-1.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Knight now continuing to be off on this side lane, and we saw what the draft was going to be. Lee Sin Camille roaming around with the Rise and the Jace, being as obnoxious as they possibly could be. Out comes the Eye of the Herald. Should allow them to get this turret, I think. I mean, Ziggs is a good wave there, and one of the big issues with dealing with Ziggs is killing off anything on the turret's in a good order. They will get on here. He's gone quite deep. And actually the Lee Sin as well. Hang on. BLG. This was the problem, though. You do go diving into the phalanx, and it's less fun. You don't bypass the front line very well there, do you? That's unfortunate. Baron's up. EDG. Gonna go look for this mid lane tier 1, but the wave clear's still good. They don't fancy taking Baron into Ziggs and Jace from red side. In fairness, I think they go into the pit, they eat a lot of damage and probably die. So even though they got the 2-man advantage, they probably can't get more. But that is... What? So On's on the flank, off vision. They know he's there now because he walked out of the bush. Sonic Waves wells wide, and then he misses the hook shot. On! Out of vision, or walks into vision, then misses the hook shot. That's just bad. And then Shun tries to go in, and then gets on to leave and impaled. So... Right. Okay. Well, some off gameplay there into Shun nearly getting lead, but actually, to be fair to GJ, that was a really good read and a good impale. It was where the Lee Sin was going, but it's basically because also On didn't go in at the same time because he messed up, and there was some issues. Some small, minor issues. Minor issues. Small ones. You know, not really all that important in the grand scheme. Back to life, 15 seconds until Soul potentially for BLG. Big win opportunity for them. Shock Blast. Again, they've got to do the 5v5, though, now that EDG have kind of hit some of their breakpoints. They've got a front-to-back versus. This is not fun. They can't 1-3-1 right now. They can afford to give this up and play for turrets, you know. Wembo gets zoned off. They don't know where On is. Bulldog's scouting for him, hasn't found it. Dragon down to about 4/5, 3/4. On, still there with the Mega Blast going. He could go miles here. He knows he's unspotted. TP behind. There we go. Hextech ultimate immediate to leave. Really good combo from On, but dies to make it happen. They take the dragon, but the rest of the fight looks dodgy. Shun dodges out with the safeguard. Does get out. Palkia left low. Wembo gets GG. That's the jungler down. And the EDG get out with multiple members. Cost the flash off leave. Flash off of Palkia, but they get out. Man, On got absolutely perfectly on to leave, and unfortunately he got popped because he's a Camille. Wembo's still here, keeping 3 people zone. The thing is, EDG lost so much in the way of health bars and flashes, they now are going to have to give up Baron. So they go 1 for 1, but one of them was the jungler. And unfortunately, sure, don't die to the... You've got to... oh my god. BLG, are we sure, guys? What? Oh, they're bolder than I, but they make it work. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Calculated, as they say. Calculated. Not even close, baby. Decent damage now onto poor ZDZ. Oh, that's a 4th death for the poor Rumble, who dies a horrible death. Yeah, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. As they say. On goes in. This looked like a genius moment. Immediately on to leave. Hextech ultimated. They full send to kill off On. But they then have to basically send everything onto a Camille, and Leave is now completely out of the fight. They then get JJ, who's smote from the dragon, but the damage is still good. And the thing is, at this point, BLG, look, you've not killed that many people, but you've got the health bars low enough that everyone's going to be running away, and Wembo just keeps everyone else out. Still can't believe my bro JJ is in this Dump to Fire team. Hello, Halo, for the 23 months, according to Twitch chat. Damn, that's a long time. Almost 2 years. In fact, Satchel, done. And now Baron plus 6 means you're going to shove up very, very aggressively. The last 2 Baron plays from BLG yesterday were atrocious. So I do need them not to give up anything in this one, please. No fumbling the bag. Thank you. PSA. Not that I'm annoyed about this at all in the slightest. No way, not me. I would never be that. Never, ever, ever. On get out. Took a lot of damage to make that happen, though. Careful, my friend. Bit of a recall. And everyone goes home. For now. I mean, we all hate Weibo Gaming, but playing Leave after this flamed out. Oh, you on socials, Bernard's Cup? Yeah, I mean, JJ back with Leave. Apparently they've made up, to be fair, guys. So the Leave JJ drama is a little bit old at this point. They're actually on good terms now, so don't stress so much about it. I grant you, there is obviously that history there. Shun just solo kills ZDZ. Shun's having a great game, with the exception of that one unfortunate Impale play onto him. Great showing. On gets interrupted mid hook shot. Manages to X-Tech ultimate and buy some time. The adaptive defense keep him up, and they full send onto Camille and don't kill them this time. Knight's going to keep shoving. The dregs of the Baron are here. Just ending. Ghostblade, briefly. Ghostblade. I am the Dark Knight. Ghostblade. Bum, 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 dun, dun, dun. Don't know why I'm singing that. Having fun is what I'm doing, folks. Having fun. Right, I remember this. Can't believe it. But yeah, apparently they're on decent terms now, so don't think it's quite as simple as that. Decent damage. Bit spicy out here. Okay, damage looking a little bit alarming, but I think we're okay. Everyone alive, everyone happy, everyone well? About. Just about. Whoa, here we go. Hextech Ultimatum wants to leave again. Gets out, but he's going to get Root Prison. Mega Inferno Bomb. A little bit of overkill there, actually. Unleash Power to kill off Wembo. Halkia left low as well. And BLG, again, the damage is just so high. As Knight Rocket belts into the realm. There's the hook shot onto ZDZ. But that Rumble ain't looking like Gundam. It's looking like Roblox, mate. Child's play for BLG to run over the rest of this fight. JJ tries to get a hold of Wembo to get something here. Thundering blow back for the max HP damage, and he'll fall as well. Viper TPs into Satchel Turret, and they'll be ending the game much more cleanly than they did yesterday. Great snowball yesterday into ungodly fumble. Ungodly fumble. Decent damage. Leave, I mean, basically, Leave just got caught in the Hextech Ultimatum and didn't get to play the game again. That's how this works. Wap, 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 wap. Okay, back to live. Knight's being run at. Can he die? Quite possibly here, actually. Gets burned down. Nicely done. It's burn. On should get over the wall there and does. Baron's being started by EDG. This is desperation, isn't it? Okay, well, they've killed off Knight, so they do have that advantage. Palkia goes in, shot onto the backside. Bulldog's killed off on, but again, it's just the Camille. The rest of the damage is already kind of done. Look at the health bars for EDG, and the minions are winning them the damn game. Wembo is in melee range, does go down eventually, but takes one with him. Shot to the backside, so much damage, and healing gets scattered partway through his attempted journey forward. Sonic Wave just wide, but Viper's here in melee range of Ascana just to stop them from retreating, and everyone falls. BLG buy into the madness and go 5 for 2. The wallets are heavy. EDG's Weezneek and Nexus heavy. Game's over already. I feel like lunch, so we'll get some mom spaghetti. I don't know why we're in that particular brain space. Basically because BLG made a meal out of EDG this game. It was a shellacking. 1 or 2 moments we got a little bit nervous, but again, the map was played so wide. Again, the 5v5s are always going to be challenging. But honestly, it wasn't about the 5v5s on the whole. They played for the split push. They played for the 1-3-1, and they got massively snowballed through it. BLG might not be the best team fighting team around right now, but they can sure as hell split push. Thank you guys for joining us one more time. 3 series day is always a long one. So fun to be here bringing you some LPL action regardless. For those of you who have not hit the follow button, there's a big Grim. Thank you for that follow right now. I see you guys. Hello on YouTube as well. Thank you all for coming to join us here and enjoying some LPL where and when you can. For those of you who have yet to do so, hit that follow button. If you have got the capacity, consider subscribing to the channel. We are trying to push for Partner Plus. That means we need about 100 of you to be subscribed for a couple months with regular subscription. Primes are cool, and thank you for those of you who do that. Really means the world to us. But if you've got that ability to subscribe regularly by yourself, it means a huge difference. For those of you who already subscribed, consider upping to Tier 2 or even Tier 3, God forbid, for a couple months, and you'll really, really, really help us out. Again, basically, we get Partner Plus, we get more... I was going to say more gold. My days have League of Legends brains. More, basically a bigger cut of the pie from subs, which is a big deal. So if you want to help us out on a really meaningful level, getting to Partner Plus would be a big one. So thank you to all those who do. Twisting my microphone around. Let me just tighten that up a bit. There you go. Cool. And thanks everyone who does come to help. Who won last series, by the way? Surely AL? It was AL, yeah. I'll turn the camera off briefly and have a listen and have a look at some of these numbers, because Viper did a lot of damage on the Ziggs. He was set up to do so. On ended up dying a few times, but again, the Camille in a game like this, once you got to the 5v5s, was going to die. There was no way in hell the Camille was going in this game and not dying. That was just not an option, really, was it? Replays be replaying. Ooh. Ah. Do 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 do. GG top damage saver Manzi on Skarner as well. That's a sad one. There's not really a lot to say about that aside from like that, in fact. Specifically like that. If we're in that kind of space, I mean, it's looking pretty dire at that point, isn't it? it's looking pretty dire. Oh, bit of a PC moment there. Sorry about that. Wow, what's happening there? PC, we good? The heat thing. Might be a heat thing. 1 second. Still got MVP. As somewhat expected. .69% KP. Nice. 5 MVPs. When Shun's doing well, BLG's doing well. General rule. And what do you know? He was doing quite well. Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. Very satisfying music, this. Shun, good game? Yeah, it was. It was a good game, but there's not that much more to say about it. He played well. That's good for Shun. We approve. Ooh, we're into the break. Oh, exciting. I might play a bit of Stardew in the break while I've got a bit of time off. Chat with you, chat. Play a bit of Stardew while I'm waiting. Something like that. I could be tempted. Got really into Stardew again recently. A lot of change since I last played, like 5, 6 years ago. Long time. How come you love this player? I mean, yeah. He's fun. He's fun.
就这样了吗？或者说，
开局吗？
开就开。
Tons of weirdos who love to find Jackie up. I mean, Jackie, okay. It's not that there aren't things to criticize about Jackie. It is worth noting. Jackie is a flawed player who does things that are foolish, shall we say. He is not without mistakes. Again, and we've seen it internationally where the guy will have really dodgy overplays. And he takes the weight of the world on his shoulder every time top esports lose into it. Yes, basically. Yes, exactly. And that is the deal, right? He does have the unfortunate habit of being the one to blame whenever anything goes wrong. Sometimes it is his fault. Sometimes it's very much not. But I will never quite forget his really, really dubious first-time performance. We had the highest deaths per game on average of any player, agnostic of role. And you go, oh, come on, Jackie. We've got to be doing better than that. We've got to be doing better than that. Which is just the way of these things sometimes. Yeah, and again, Jackie at his best is one of the very best in the world. He's so good. Bit of a look in. Ooh, cool fan moment. Might turn the camera off this. We'll find out. The biggest controversy Jack Lovers has is he plays some freaking poker. Yeah.
接下来呢，我们这个场间互动也非常的简单。
Care too much about that, not gonna lie.
屏幕上的一个问题，根据提示猜出选手的 ID 就算获胜。那这一轮呢，我们送出的是由李宁提供的队服，各位想不想要？好的，那接下来我们马上就开始进入答题了。首先我来问一下 EDG 的粉丝，对于历史特别了解的举手。 我不知道，这边大家了解吗？都了解啊。OK， 好，没问题。那么接下来呢，我们有请大屏幕首先出第一题。
Meanwhile, Knight, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of rumors about Knight, right? But again, he's he's still right out there with Hayes right now. I think for the best player in the world, isn't he? Never meet your heroes type stuff.
非常的激动啊！来，3、2、1
，Viper 还有 iBoy。
好了，恭喜你回答正确。我们来看一下大屏幕，来，怎么猜出来的？
这是我原生家庭，我太了解了。
好，没问题啊。好了，那接下来呢，有请我们的工作人员送上由李宁提供的队服一件。
Yeah, I mean, like they nicknamed Viper the perfect husband, right? Because he just does everything super well. He's a lovely guy, speaks multiple languages fluently. I've met the guy. Viper's really nice.
其实我已经就是关注
I said hello to him brief.
LPL 有14年了。
He was really cool.
其实我第一次看的队服就是 EDG， 我特别喜欢 EDG， 就是包括他们冰岛夺冠的时候，我真的是激动的都落泪了，真的，我特别喜欢
I've had the pleasure.
好的，谢谢你的支持，今天也拿到 EDG 的队服啊，希望你天天开心。好了，那接下来呢，我们给到右边的召唤师们一些机会啊。好，有没有信心，各位？有。好的，那接下来
I mean, Knight Con's been proven wrong for years. Yeah, again, some of it, I think, one of the things that makes me quite dubious, I don't know. Oh, this is figuring out the KDAs. Ah, so Knight breathes Shanks. It'll be more AL members.
Viper 和谁？
It'll be Hope.
看一下咱们的这个背景啊，稍微有点可惜。哎，来，
I think Tarzan's number 1 here.
塔赞，然后第二个是 Hope。 塔赞和
Probably.
Hope 要不要改？卡尔，塔赞和卡尔。啊，要改吗？
塔赞会是。
他是背景是 AL。
But yeah, to be fair, Nami, it's probably not the discussion to have on the co-stream. But yes, I agree. Save that one for the Discord.
塔赞和 Hope
Come join the Discord if you haven't already.
好的，恭喜你，让我们
I grant you, it's relevant.
哇，塔赞和 Hope 刚刚虚晃一枪啊，不好意思。好的，那接下来有请我们的工作人员送上由李宁提供的队服一件。哇，恭喜恭喜！好的，那接下来呢，也问一下小姐姐，有没有什么话对于我们这个战队说的？
特别支持我们 LPL 战队吧，希望我们 LPL 战队今年能在世界赛上拿一个好成绩。
好的，让我们共同期待，谢谢各位。那我们的场间互动环节到此就告一段落了。接下来，让我们
And you Tarzan done one from the from his silhouette. Yeah, that was it. Literally, I got it from the silhouette. It was very funny. I was like, I know who this is, and why do I know who it is? Well, funny you ask. Boom, 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 boom. Should be back in shortly. Actually, I just want some ads. I knew there was something else I hadn't done yet. The Beijing Arena is so big. It is. It's huge. Also, the screens are massive. Fantastic for playoffs. Can sometimes feel a little empty for regular season. But, you know, we've got BLG and stuff playing. So, and I mean, EDG as well. Not exactly a team without fans. Jace counter, yeah. So Yorick is a bit of a Jace counter. He's also not bad into Rumble. He split pushes well. He's a good pairing with Jarvan, because basically Jarvan puts down the Cataclysm, then you put down the Dark Procession. He scales super well. He split pushes. He can kind of frontline. There's not a lot that outscales Yorick in a side lane. His major issue is getting outranged or out-kited. And he's not a great team fighter, but he's a lot better than he used to be. He's good to Gnar too. He's okay into Gnar, yeah, especially if Gnar misuses the hop. Mini Gnar hates the Morning Mist, basically. Mini Gnar hates the Morning Mist, and you can mitigate Mega Gnar with your Dark Procession. He comes in, and he can't slam you into your own walls, that kind of stuff. So, you can lock the Mega Gnar away. You actually just, and the Maiden's really annoying. Is he good to Naruto? I'm misremembering. But sorry, that was the thingy conversation, wasn't it? Yorick conversation. Well, to draft we go. Gala the goat for real. Okay, so expecting. Ooh, okay. Neferi ban. Yeah, that makes some sense, but it'll probably be the Orianna as well. Vayne, Poppy, Renekton. So double ZDZ bans plus a Poppy that's generally been rising in priority. We're not seeing a lot of it, but Shun's liked it, Jirje's liked it, Junja's liked it. I've seen the Poppy Poppy Pike combo from Junja and Vampires getting doing that weird thing where I do one as a player name, one as a champion name. But they've done that kind of combo. It's been quite good fun. I hope he can regain his form. He's been such a slump this year. Yeah, he's not been super great. Are we giving Knight Orianna? We are. We've banned the double dive junglers with the Neferi and the Nocturne. I think you now pick Vi for Jirje to deny that. But then it's just going to be Jarvan, isn't it? You're going to give Ori Jarvan now. It's either Ori Vi or Ori Jarvan. Which is horrible. Why have we done this? Yeah, Viper Jirje was banned out last game, and it is very good. But, Knight Orianna lost last time to LGD, who knows? Yeah, true. True. But I still think this is a scary risk. We might Akali here early. The Bulldog. Victor. Cassie appears off the table still. Could also look for something else to kind of take away, but I imagine you want to match mid here. Lock. That has been the answer into the Ori. We've seen a few players get a lot of solo kills in lane. Ori's never enjoyed assassins that can close the gap on her. Like, Zed's always been a weird matchup that used to force Roas and Zhonya's. It's going to be an easy Jarvan. It might be Blackfire, Rocket Belt, or even a Roa build from Knight to survive the Lock Burst. You know that you don't need to Jarvan. You probably do need Jarvan here plus something. I suspect probably Ambessa, because Ambessa's not a bad ball carrier either. A little less consistent than it was once upon a time. Also denies Ambessa from ZDZ, because Vi Ambessa is still a very scary combo. You could also flex the Ori bot, yeah. You could also flex that bot. Pantheon instead of the Jarvan. More point and click. It's a global. Interesting. I would have thought Jarvan would just be the go-to. But it does give you global. I think you now might actually have to ban Shen here as EDG. Or pick it on 4. Excuse me. Pantheon's been coming back in a little bit. Junhao has looked very, very good on it. Yeah, you could do Ori bot and then do like an Akali or something mid into the lock if you wanted to. Viper would be someone I'd trust to pilot the Ori as well. Thanks for the follow, by the way, here, Huey. Appreciate you. Hope I'm pronouncing that name right. Tell me if I'm not. Let me know. The Akali ban, they see it as well. They see it as well. They might Victor here. Could also be Talia Pantheon bot, putting that out there. Just leaving that there. Viper's played some Talia, and On would be more than happy with a Pantheon. Yeah, Knight still gets the Akali band regardless. The Seraphine band, they got really thrown by the Ashe Seraphine plus the Olaf yesterday, so I think they've gone, okay, if we see the Olaf, that has to go. Can't allow that. Yeah, that I think was just them going, damn, we got caught in a draft trap. But hey, it happens sometimes. Game 1, they should have won. Game 2, got caught in a draft trap. That one, and weirdly, that one I'm more forgiving on, because it's like, that's not on them horrifically misplay. Shen gets picked. You couldn't give Shen over to On here. Still not an awful Talia angle. I'm putting that out there. You could Talia. Zyra Khan, also fine. That gives you another ball carrier. Yeah, and then you're into Vi. Then actually don't hate that. Locke can really struggle to deal with the feathers, as can Vi, as can Shen. Very good zone control then between the Shockwave and the feathers. This should be a Rakan, I think. Could also Alistair if you really wanted to. But I think the Rakan is better here. On's always been an excellent Rakan. Missing was the one with the crazy win streak, but On's always been a great Rakan. Oh, go on. Lockbot, give me a Katarina. Xerath to outrange is good. One of the reasons you used to do Varus into Xayah was because Xayah hates anything that outranges her. She needs people to be within her feather and auto ranges. Varus is not for most of it. Xerath certainly isn't either. That's a good call. All right. So, BLG. Again, very strong dive. Very strong pick. Pantheon Rakan on the roam. Playing towards Ambessa, playing towards Orianna, and looking to blow people up there. You got very good snap engage with a Wombo combo. Whoever gets hit with a CC, there's a Ambessa ult, there's an Orianna ult, you die. Similar idea with Rakan. On the other side, it's not a dissimilar idea. But you're going to do Vi Shen, Olaf Shen, Locke Shen, that kind of thing. All four of them are diving onto Ori, onto Xayah, and trying to blow them up, with the Xerath being more to support from mid lane to basically be their follow-up. So they've got lots of run at you. The thing is, you're doing a run at you comp with some decent flanking. Into Xayah, into Ori, into a Grand Starfall even can be a little bit tricky. So I think you have to pick your moments well, and EDG need to be very careful not to overplay their hand. Still, they've got the tools to make things interesting. It should be a fun mid-game at the least. I think I prefer BLG's ease of execution here. I think EDG have got a few more things to consider when they do go forwards. But we shall see how that all plays out in-game. Boop. We just ran some ads, so I think we'll be all right. We'll try and get some just in case we don't get ads in-game. If you don't want to see ads, then well, subscribe, guys. That's the play. To the riff we go. Jayo's inbound. Ooh, man, level 1. Shun's in danger. Had to flash. Bit of a greed. Went to go put some water down and got punished for it. It happens that way sometimes. Now a little look at bot side. Leave, getting some Arcano pulses down. We'll be alright. There's a bit of a cleanse, though, all the same. On's also burned the heal. Extra summoner advantage to the side of EDG. Rakan can be annoying. Can be annoying. For Xerath, if your shocking orb's not up. Can get very spicy. Bit of a topside play. Bot side. Viper flashing. Double root is good. Palkia now in a bit of danger, but gets out. Nice flash. Shadow dash, though. Can make things interesting, to say the least. Sheesh. JJ picks up this bot side Skull Crab. Could come for a little gank, actually. There's enough summoners down there. I wonder whether it's possible. Maybe a little bit too shoved up to make it worth it. I don't know. The wave is going to be there. Do they want to play this? Eye of Destruction just wide. I always want to call it Eye of the Storm. It's not. Is this some tempo, some use I don't understand? Yeah, sometimes it's just like wave position. Things like cleanse and heal, you can afford to burn but early on in lanes because they'll be up relatively shortly. So if you use them to get level 2, level 3 in particular, it can be really worth it because the level is worth the summoner. Bit of damage topside. I still love the fact that he still says chug chug in the Chinese variant. It's very funny from Brolaf. Brolaf! Bro! Damage onto Viper means he's dead. Nice taunt. Shadow dash him. Really strong. We'd love to see that. Viper, how on earth do you get caught up there? A little bit of disrespect from the 2v1. Gets rightfully punished. Bit of damage mid lane, but not too much. Viper is okay. Yeesh. Not even close, baby. As they say. Oh, play. Public execution. Palkia caught out. Really nice combo. The shockwave on 3. Overcomes the Olaf, but I think the damage is good. Wembo gets another with a Sundering Slam. Likely gets traded for this, but the damage, I think, is more than worth it. Very, very clean. From the side of BLG there. Great flash to start that off. It all rolled on well from there, didn't it? Well, hopefully we get a replay of that. So I think that was sublime. Flash, shield vault, public execution, shockwave on 3. That's the combo that I said was going to be very annoying to deal with. And what do you know? It was in fact quite annoying to deal with. Sometimes, folks, I know what I'm talking about. It's only sometimes. Only sometimes. Bit of a knock-up. So you can do that. Got to be a bit careful with the Shocking Orb in the Rakan, but you can do that. And at this point, EDG, look, they're within touching distance, which is, you know, not the... honestly, not the end of the world. You take that, I think. Chug chug, says Brolaf. Bro. I feel like in isolation, Zara should be smashing this lane, but he's down CS. Yeah, he shouldn't, but especially because they got the kill onto Viper, which is kind of wild as well. Like, Leave should be doing a little bit better than this, I think, but it's relative. It's close. Should get the Dragon here, first of the game. You know, part of that's credit to Viper and On for playing a good lane. Against Zyra Khan, you do actually get a little bit more power with the Deadly Plumage. A W active with the Rakan gives you a lot more power running forward. So if you can play aggressive, you've got more options, I think, than you might in another lane with the Zyra. Bulldog trades some decent damage there. Bromacia. Bro! As they say. JJ's going to do a bit of punching and then asking questions later. Punch first, ask questions later. Ask questions while punching. Actually, I think it's the phrase. Sorry. I have failed you, Master Wayne. Leave is actually in quite a lot of danger here. Yeah, Leave, mate. Unfortunately, you can flash, but there's nowhere to go. Yep, down. And we raise our eyebrows at that one strongly. Knight being flashed at. Does get hit by the Shadow Dash. It probably means he's dead here. Yeah, Purgatory's down. Knight's going to be executed. Picks up the skull. Om nom 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 nom. Bulldog gets it. Bit of that cooldown refunded. Increases the execute threshold for next time. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Chug chug, as they say. Amuses me every time I hear it. Don't know why, just does. Just in the Chinese, still got the frat bro culture. Never to be escaped. Oh, who your ads? Go away on me. Especially with a potential little look at this bot side. Doesn't really lead to all that much. Where am I going? Over here. No. Here. That's what we need. Thank you. Apologies for the slight stutter there while we switch on over. Palkia in potential bit of danger here, actually. Does get out. Bulldog running around. He's 1-on-1. Not exactly been lighting the game on fire, but hey. You've taken the risk of giving up the Orianna and saying locks the counter. I don't know whether I agree, but here we are. Bit of damage. Being traded back and forth. Knight has gone towards the rower build and the Swifties for a bit more ability to run away. Viper's gone for a Storm Razor build. Worth noting that as well. Again, that move speed differential actually pretty huge in a game where everyone's running at you. I think that's probably quite smart. All things considered. Rather wise. Okay, so here comes some more damage. Big knock up. Palkia just about out, but he's in his Spirit's Refuge, but Shun's going to run at him. When's his next Mortal Steel? There it is. Comet Spear comes and claims it. Wembo doesn't hit the public execution. CDC's TP'd it, but it's a little late. There's the Rune Prism. On goes over the wall with the Grand Entrance. They get that kill onto Bulldog, and now Leave is here, but I think it might be a little too late. The Ragnarok is good, but the damage is just not there. They're going to throw down the Arcane Barrage. JJ is in danger. Viper Flash to get the kill. The knock-up interrupts the Mortar, and this poor emplacement goes wrong. Palkia is respawned. Ults onto it. Xerath to die again. It's effectively a 6. A 6 for nothing. Well, 6 for 1. You did get 9. Oh dear. Ravenous Hydra Olaf tries to go in, have the AoE, have the healing to just run through people. It's great damage. It doesn't give you a lot of HP. And it's no slow. But the plan is you just sustain your way through stuff. And out-sustain the Ambessa. I don't know if I agree with it. But here we are. We'll have a look at the replay. It starts with a great little set of damage onto Palkia, and then Shun goes to finish that up. On the other side, Knight gets jumped on. You trade support for mid, you go, that's not great. The thing is, that's a lot of ults down. Lock ult down, fight ult down. Big, big tools. And then Viper gets to walk on over and do a lot of damage. You think, you know what, half HP, you could be in danger here. Lead comes in, On gets out, and all the while Wembo and Shun just get to rock and roll. Viper flashes, still gets autos down while doing it, and On gets the interrupt and the Gleaming Quill heal, and Viper immediately cleanses the Shadow Dash. Viper and On with a superb left-hand side of that fight. Really, really, really good. Leave, that wasn't pretty, mate. Dubious decision-making on terms of where to ult. I get he came on over when he used his basic abilities. I'm not sure when you get to ult there. Maybe that was the time to ult, to be fair, if he was down his cooldowns. I think he'd already burned his E and his Q, so a little options there. This is going to be a really good dive, something Knight gets to do. Flashed away briefly. You know what? That's not bad. Bulldog flash secure, though. Fair amount of work, that. Yeah? It's okay. There's a random water bottle on the floor. We're all right. Leave now being run at. He will survive, but it was a little dubious, I grant you. He will survive. He will survive. Flash. Good damage. Nice. Leave gets that one. Good shadow dash. There you go. That's a bit better. That's kind of what you wanted to play for in the beginning of it. But hey, one kill does not a comeback entirely make. It's a good start. Viper down his summoners from the last time. Wasn't expecting Palkia to make that full flash play. Didn't see the start of it necessarily, but there we are. There's a dive. Decent turnaround, but again, this is the combo they've been looking for most of the game, and it's a couple back. That's not bad, genuinely. Good from JJ. ZDZ gets a kill. It's going to trade out the turret. It's only this first turret for BLG of the game. They get some jungle camps. A little bit better. Again, the problem is Leaf's now been left alone because they saw everyone top side. They're going to return the favor. Out comes the Shen up. It's too little too late. The Stand United on a Sport Shen just isn't really much of a shield. It's there. But it isn't exactly lighting the world on fire, is it? Damage is okay. Trying to get some more work in here. The stun's up, the Purgatory's in. Viper survives so much time. My god, the Viper is just gliding. Deadly Plumage is there, no feather pull, but Shun will throw it in just assault the Comet Spear and get another kill. And the Vi falls. TP in. Dragon in 45 seconds. Oh, hang on. Interrupts on some of the resets. Viper dodging. Last shot needs to be good. Not going to find him. Not going to find him, they get out. It's close, but they get out. Do a play on the Palkia now. He's actually going to get run out by Wembo. Here comes the quickness. He's dead. He's so gone. Wonder whether we could just slide away. I thought with the blast cone there, he'd be able to get out, but no. Good kill. That'll probably lead to Dragon as well. Oh dear. Damage is passable there, but not game ending or anything. Bit of damage onto this red buff over here. Damage. Marsh. Marsh. Knight. Dived again. Man, he has been the one actual killable target. Both the Olaf and the Lock are managing the Orianna really well. Mid lane turret is going to molt. Gets melted. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Damage is strong. Out comes another Herald play. Leave dead after that little play. They've got a Shem behind, but again, it's just going to come on down onto this. And again, there's been a couple picks from EDG. We go, that's all right, but they can't win a 5v5. They're not getting anything done on the map. They're struggling for objectives. You look at where the gold lead is, and it's nucleated onto this Viper Xerath that was supposed to be pretty much unmatchable. And you go, oh, God almighty. Damage is strong there. Oh, boy. Bye. Viper gets Palkia. Damage is strong there, at least, and they bring down Wembo. You know what? Bulldog's in a decent spot now. He might be able to get some more value. And the problem is, getting one is not enough. You need the whole fight. Here comes the Featherstorm flash from Viper. Gets him out to safety. They kill off the Rakan, and that's giving the Ragnarok a roll. The flash in. Doesn't quite get the kill on the Viper, who's just out of range. The Arcano falls. He gets away with it. The mortar finally does it. Over goes Shun with the shield bolt on to leave the interruptive. But Bulldog is here. This is a one fight for EDG. They needed a little bit more. They got a little bit more. That was much better from the Olaf with the Hexblade this time and the Ravenous Hydra. The AoE alone made that so much more tricky. BLG in the late game. We said this might be a bit more interesting on the team fight front. Leave also got a free fire with a really good ult there. That was much bad. But why is the ult so late? Because he's trying to use his... He's trying to use his basic abilities before he pulls out the ult. He's still in range. You don't want an early ult if you can help it a lot of the time. Use your cooldowns and then look for it a lot of the time. And I think he was in range to still get a fair amount done here. So he could have ulted now, but I didn't think they were expecting us to be quite as much. And it would have been a bit of a waste, honestly. Because they Purgatory immediately and bring down Wembo. So now they've got a 5v4. Knight's not here. Knight ends up having a really awkward fight. And you go, you know what? We can blow up Jirjir here, and that's pretty good. But he still takes a little while to die. And Viper does get blasted really heavily by Leave and Bulldog over the wall, which is really good. Bulldog picks this moment really well. And look, the Olaf dies, but he puts Viper down at 5% HP. My God, if that Q had hit, it would have been annoying. But then the ult comes after, right? Shun goes in, trying to bring down Leave, but actually ends up isolating himself from Knight. And that ends up being really, really annoying, because he doesn't actually have the burst to kill off the Xerath at this point. Not quite. Not with the Locket coming through from the Shem. Close, but no cigar, as they say. Here comes the Grand Starfall for ZDZ again. Split map plays are always going to be pretty good from BLG. They get the Ragnarok for it. Anything else? Not really. Okay. That'll be the end of that then. Bulldog goes golden. He's likely dead. Nice idea from on there to try and interrupt if he went over the wall with the Ashen Pursuit. Doesn't quite. There we go, BLG. Better in the split fights. One bad team fight does not end the game. It's all right. And again, look at Viper's build now. Between Stormrazor and Phantom Dancer, he's so good at kiting this game against everyone coming into them. And you spoke too soon. Yeah, I know, right? Remarkable climbing. Damage strong there. Strong damage. Flash in. Palkia in a bit of danger. Shun gets a good Comet Spear. Shield Bolt. Public Execution not needed, but still damage done regardless. Red Team's turret gets destroyed, as they say. While the resets come on through, Baron's up. This is all looking a bit dire now for EDG. It's all gone a bit awry. Just a smidge. Here comes the play topside. Bulldog's going to actually shoot away. Goes golden, but the feathers are behind him. He is so dead. Feather pull goes down onto Palkia instead. Out comes that attempt with the ult from Leave. The Arcane Barrage is strong. They do bring down Viper. They can just point and click it on top of the Vi ult. The unfortunate reality, though, is the Olaf's having a bad time. Out comes a Shockwave onto a couple, and Palkia is likely to fall as well. Great job. You got the Viper. You got the Zaya. I'm going to say the Xerath. Wrong champion there. A little bit of a stutter here on the clean flip. It should solve itself shortly. The problem is it costs you 3 members, and it's just a little bit too little, a little too late. That's the combo. That's the idea. It ain't so easy. Were it so easy, as they say. And then Leave in the base, goes down, jumped on by a Wembo. The inhibitor under siege. And smacked around a bit. Dinner. It's a Blast Cone plus the quickness combo. Bulldog goes golden, tries to buy some time, and does end up falling. He doesn't get caught initially by that Feather Pull, and I wonder whether that might be enough of an opportunity. But then you see what the combo of the Viper plus the Xerath is supposed to do. You can't really dodge the Xerath ult if you're CC'd in place by a cease and desist. But again, you have to go very deep to make that happen. Very deep indeed. And that makes things a little bit dicey in the end. It doesn't even matter. Shots keep flying. And the damage keeps rolling. Baron earns 3.6k for now. And the damage is pretty ridiculous at this point. Trying to hold on to the base here as best they can. I just don't know, guys. I just don't know. I think it is going to be a challenge. See how well they do. They'll do their best. In comes the quickness. Grand entrance knockup. Realistically, a swift journey to the afterlife. Though that's a decent pick off onto the Xayah again. Not bad. Full send at it. Bulldog gets a double. Okay. The game stalls. Probably denies BLG sole point here as well, I would imagine. We'll see. That's a bit spicier. Have a look at the replay, because they go in thinking they got the kill, and then JJ misses flash Q. That's a bit unfortunate. Good dodge away by On, to be fair. To be fair. However, then they get into the back line, and Viper gets a little bit split, as does Wembo, and they blow them up. It's the short and short of it. They get blown up. Popped like the weasel in that one song for the children. The children young for popping of the weasels. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Don't ask what I'm saying. It's a silly idea. But they hold on for a little bit longer. It's late enough now that mistakes could maybe cost you. And BLG, the bad late game infrastructure and namesake is there to be noted. And cannon does go wrong for this team on a fairly consistent basis. To the Baron we look. Can we get in here as the Vi? GEG, Prince of Thieves we nicknamed him. Because of his proclivity for stealing objectives that mattered. Down the mid lane we look. Baron to their name. EDG, one last roll of the dice. GEG trying to get to the wave. He does get through. Okay, okay, okay. Not even close. It's fine. Out comes the GA, buying some time. On the other side, look at Viper's Zaya. Does get taken quite low. Levo's now in danger. Does flash out. That's a decent escape from him. The split is getting very split. I think that's going to favor the Olaf right now, but he's getting run down. The Phantom down to move speed differs too much. The shockwave onto GA as he needs to run away and reset. The feathers get pulled onto the Fountain, goes Bulldog. It's not a bad lot game, to be fair, but again, the combos came too little, too late. And BLG on the whole, we're in command of this game. Viper with the Zaya, despite everyone gunning for his head, became a nightmare to bring down. I did say I think it was going to be a little bit of a challenge for EDG to consistently execute the game plan over and over again, but it wasn't enough. Well fought from EDG, but not enough in the grand scheme of things. Next game is IG tomorrow. Ooh. Not an easy one then. Cat clap. Clap, 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 clap. Well, folks, I'm Initialise. Casting normally with Nymaera here on twitch.tv/Nymaera and the equivalent YouTube as well. Alex Nymaera. Have good. A pleasure to have you all in here. Thank you for the resub. Spence back. Sorry, I was mid-locking on that one. Photon as well. Thank you for the follow. Might even be the top laner. Who knows? 14 months overall in a row. 17 months overall. Appreciate you for the sub. Spence back. We are indeed pushing towards part plus, guys. For those of you who are looking to help us, please subscribe normally and help us out. I will shut up and let Iris have a bit of a chat here with On.
没有考虑这么多，在打之前。
那今天其实包括在赛前采访的时候，勋也提到，可能今天在两队的比赛当中，中野辅的对抗会是重点。那今天打完这场 BO3，你觉得对方的中野辅给你留下怎样的印象呢？
对面中野辅在反边的找机会能力还是挺强的。
但是我觉得好像你在第一局的时候 ，BLG 这边的团战时机的把握非常非常出色，尤其是在17分钟野区，当时你卡米尔被留到的时候，马上就判断要反打，当时的一个情况还记得吗？当时你打出了一波1换4。
就是其实是有点尴尬那个位置，就不得不反打了。
但是还记得当时你们是怎么去调动的吗？比如说，因为当时有一个位置确实不是说大家都已经集齐的情况嘛。
就是我说随时要开看我一下就好。
而且那一波基本上是把你们拿到的一个优势再度扩大，可以说是基本奠定了你们的胜势嘛。那可能在第2局的时候 ，EDG 也稍微调整了一下他们的阵容，去强化了前期节奏，想去打得强势一点。但是好像你们每一步都化解得非常漂亮，可以跟我们讲一下你的前期思路啊？ 或者整个队伍的前期思路是怎么去做对抗的呢？
因为对面是魏家洛克的中野嘛。
Don't know if I can translate them on my back train back to the hotel. No worries, TFC. Before our Mandarin speakers, and a compliment for TFC as well. TFC, thank you for, genuinely thank you for all your kind words and support with the Marvel Rival stuff. Meant a lot to me to help me get and do some of that. I appreciate you for letting me, I don't know, get involved in that. It's always fun to get to play with you as well. You'll love the shy. And esports in general is super cool. Let's listen to this interview a little more there.
还是很有耐心的。那这场比赛结束之后，也是以2-0结束了你们在北京主场周的一个比赛。下场即将面对到的就是 GEG 了，你有怎样的期待呢？
没什么特别期待，就希望。
粉丝们很兴奋哦，大家都很想看这场比赛，对不对？
就希望我们拿出我们该有的实力，赢下他们就好。
好，我们也期待 BLG 的精彩发挥。谢谢昂来到我们3号采访环节。那先把时间交还给解说席。
Always cool to hear from On. Bit of a superstar in his own right, isn't he? Viper, I suspect, gets MVP for this game for doing all that kiting and some really clutch fights, actually, where he got very, very close. Maybe a fanball will show up on the broadcast tomorrow. Here's hoping. Awesome work this week as well. Thank you. My voice is a little fried as a result. But, you know, the worthy sacrifices have been made. And there's that big gold lead. Then it kind of stalled a little bit. There was that one fight in the jungle that got a bit worrying. You went, not sure about this. But it ended up okay. Just about. Ended up okay. Low-key, you guys can probably hear me on the broadcast during the gyos. My guy. Full commitment. Full commitment's what I'm looking for. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Just want to make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and hurt you. Elvis meets Rick Astley. I say, the king is in the building. Oh. No, I've been a little quieter the last few days, but that's largely because my voice is in an interesting spot. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We'll wait and see who MVP is. I'm assuming Viper for this player of the match after, and we'll go from there. GG. Finally got the Shy's name printed on the back. Did you see my jersey? No, I didn't. Let me go look. Is that in the Discord? Let me go have a look. We'll post it into mine as well. We go looking up. Is it in discussion? Freg's there as well. Thank you, Freg, for that. I'm getting Corey dropping Baby No Money references on me again. Oh, damn it. Oh, TFC. That looks beautiful, mate. Just seen. Look at those. That's cool. On gets player of the game. In fact, he had a really good Rakan game. He had a really good Rakan game. You know what? Viper died a few teammates. I actually think On had the bet. You know what? The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm happy with this one. Charlie's online. We'll raid over to Charlie. That works just fine. No Anivia YouTube streams? No. Anivia's asked to pause us doing those for now to see how the metrics are being worked. So if you want to come watch us, please come watch us on our channels rather than Anivia's channels, because Anivia is trying out doing that because it might be affecting some other video metrics, which would be a bit annoying for them. So that's kind of why we're checking that out. BLG choose Viper for MVP. Okay. And it'll be Viper as the overall player of the match. That makes sense. But yeah, Darth Necris, please come follow us. Thank you for the explanation. Yeah. So I promise we'll still be doing the streams. It's still happening. You'll just have to come find us elsewhere, which is not a bad thing anyway. Come over. We've got a YouTube channel, so if you watch on YouTube, you can find it on YouTube. If you want to be on Twitch, you can find us on Twitch. I appreciate everyone who stops by. And indeed, with that, guys, I think we're going to call it here. YouTube, going to bid you adieu. We'll see you all tomorrow. Twitch, we'll find someone to radio over to. Charlie's online, so we'll probably radio over to